So we ask for the guidance and wisdom of the ancestors who went before us and those whose lives were lost in the Middle Passage as we commune weekly in this book club studying Yurugu. Particularly, we ask that the ancestors hold and guide us in our book club. As we pour libations, keep in mind your ancestors who embody the principles of Yurugu, the principles that we're studying in the book Yurugu, and who guide you in your life as well. The response to the libation pouring is Ashe, so be it. So we pour libations for all who dare to define, defend, and develop our interests as people. We say Ashe.
Yeah.
For our ancestral land, we pour libations. Ashe.
Ashe.
We
Ashe.
pour for our people then and now. Ashe.
Ashe.
For our children and those yet unborn, we say
Ashe.
Ashe.
For Kawaida, Nguzo Saba, and Ma'at, we say
Ashe.
Ashe. We pour for the systems of views and values which give identity and purpose to our lives. We say Ashe.
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 We pour for the new world we struggle to build and for the continuing struggle to reconstruct and reconnect our history and humanity in our own image and words according to our needs. We say
Ashe.
Ashe.
We ask the ancestors that they kindly drink heartily and quench your thirst. We say Ashe.
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 Monikasa, it is finished, it is done.
Ashe.
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 That plant looks like it's doing well.
Okay, folks. He's off to lie on the couch.
Have a
and
good
listen.
night.
Hope you feel better, man.
Hope
Yeah.
you feel better.
You know what that plant is, right? Robert wasn't here when we had that conversation.
Cannabis.
No,
What?
it's thyme. It's the seasoning that we use.
It's a
in Trinidad.
seasoning plant.
Big leaf
Thyme.
thyme. And it actually is thriving. Normally it doesn't thrive that well, but maybe because we're studying Yurugu and it gets the vibes, it's like
Yeah, you're
Block-
watering it. That's why it's not being neglected.
that helps too. That helps.
But anyway, listen, this 7 o'clock thing, if people are not gonna be showing up at 7 o'clock for any questions or anything like that, or any behind readings, what I'm gonna do is I'll probably start like at 7:15 or something like that. Because it's just a lot of time, and sitting here twiddling my thumbs, it just after a while it becomes bothersome. It bothers me.
There's no more thumbs left to twiddle.
Yeah, and so what I'm gonna do is I'll be coming in at 7:15, unless if somebody got any questions, they can ask the next. I could show up at 7 and they can ask that question of
Yeah.
anything in the past. Now
Put that
we're
on
gonna-
the email that you send out then.
I mean, I'm sending it. I've been sending it the emails with the message of the timing, and I'll make that adjustment.
Mhm.
But what we're gonna do is we're gonna continue following the format that we've been doing, where really we're following the order of the book. Naya's not here, but I actually sent her a message late yesterday regarding that we just gonna my foot been hurting, so it's not I wasn't really she wanted to meet up and do bulletins and stuff like that, and this is really just a book club, and the bulletins are already done for us. Each chapter are broken up into sections, so we're going to continue doing that, reading, going section by section, and that will be our bulletin points and stuff like that, just to make that clear to everybody. That's the format that we follow. Linda, you was gonna say something that
the gentleman, I do rites of passage. So the group that I met with before was the rites of passage group, and the one of the elders in the group had a question. He said that he got a call from a South African young person who made this statement. we seem to be in a perpetual state of fighting. Like we fight. We know how to fight. We all want to fight. But what are we actually, we don't know how to, with all the fighting, we do not actually know what freedom is. Those were his words. We do not know what freedom is. And I think he related it to Nelson Mandela and South Africa specifically. But in the conversation, we were asked,
with all due respect, I won't even use South Africa as an example.
No, but the guy was South African and he was talking about it from that perspective. So we were being asked. So my question was, what is actual freedom? Because the answer that I got, which was just like, I said, I'm doing my book club before I get to my book club tonight. The freedom is equal to, guess what? Power.
Yes.
But the power is still the European concept of what we think freedom is.
No. Power is the freedom, because power is the ability is the ability to do what you want to do. You know, so if you have somebody oppressing you, if you're having all these forces coming towards you, you have to have the ability to continue to be able to, you know, describe, you know, self-determined. You need to have the ability to move. The ability, sometimes, you know, when Kemet did what it did, it had the power, even though people was invading it like for centuries, it had for a while, for like 3,000 years, had the power to push people back. No other civilization.
Is it power or is it liberation?
No, it's power.
So what are we doing differently to what the Asili is doing with the wanting the power?
The distribution of it.
Equally?
Well,
I think
no.
Hang on,
let me just finish.
Robert, yeah.
Finish. I think the big thing about this Asili is that the Asili or the Yurugu Asili is essentially it's concentrated power, and it's power that basically replicates itself.
Mm-hmm.
So like you absorb more power if you reflect what the Asili is giving you. You know what I'm saying? But like everybody's born with their power. Everyone's born with a different voice. So like at least if I'm reading it right from a Afrocentric perspective, it's like it should be a bunch of like different voices expressing who they are, and then expressing who they are like without being basically shunned out by another power, and also not that being acknowledged by other people. But like in this is really like if you don't fit into that mold, that like engine, like if you don't become like a cog, then like that person is pushed out, or like actively, like the machine actively works against individualism, which is kind of interesting in the sense that like we be like, oh, we're free, but like when you really try to express your freedom, like in regards to like try to have your own individual voice, then everybody like is gonna come against you. So
okay.
Let me
everybody.
Hotep, Veronica, how you doing?
All right, not too bad. Just coming from another Zoom meeting, so I can't promise how focused I'm going to be.
Join the club.
Well, Linda's raised a excellent point and a question. I want to answer it. Robert was in the middle of answering it when you came in. Linda, do you want to quickly reiterate so Veronica knows the question?
So the question was, I was talking to Elder Lee, you know these people, Veronica, and what's her name? Camila. And Elder Lee asked the question, somebody was asking him the question, we're so busy fighting all the time, fighting for freedom, but we don't really know so we don't even know how to accept freedom when we achieve it, if we've ever achieved it. That I'm paraphrasing what the first comment was that I made. And the person that was asking him this question was somebody who was talking really about South Africa. Like, you know, they fought, they got freedom, and then really, was it freedom? So that's where, and I was linking it to the Asili, because Elder Lee was saying, freedom is power. And I sort of wasn't 100% in agreement with that. So we're just having that discussion right now.
And the reason is because you don't know what power is, right? You got to look it up. Power, to have power is to have control, right? Now, the thing when you want to compare it to the European Asili, they have an abuse of power. Now, Kemet was strong enough to maintain itself. And people were coming in constantly trying to take over Kemet. Then Kemet decided, oh, we need to neutralize these advances. And they used their power and went on and started advancing on these people that kept on coming in. So when you're dealing with an oppressor, you need to have the ability to be able to control what you are, who you are, and all that. What they do is they dominate and they control through different means, right? Like you have the Ma'afa, the transatlantic to slave trade. They take your identity, abuse, rape, institutionalized rape. I mean, you name it, they did it. They ate us, made furniture out of us, purses out of us. You guys are aware of that, right? We were part of their menu.
They also define your freedom.
No, you had no freedom.
Yeah, but they define it for you because you thought that you could have it.
Well, they defined you.
Yes.
Slaves didn't think they were free.
Yeah. If you look up the definition of what freedom means, and there are many definitions of freedom apparently. The power or right to act, speak, or think as one wants without hindrance or restraint. That's just one definition.
Yeah. The
Amazing.
power, right?
There's quite a few different definitions.
No, but also if you look at power, you have to be able to have control over your freedom.
I don't think they're synonymous, but I think to have, I don't know, be free or liberated.
I mean, if they're not synonymous, but power, you can't have freedom without power.
Yeah.
And that's what that definition that says the power.
And
so
in my mind,
when he said power, freedom is power, right? When we talk, we don't say the full thought. We almost like we have, it's almost like hip hop where we rap and we kind of know the picture, even though the whole scenery is not described because it's references. So when we say freedom is power based on our oppression, yes, because we need to have the power to push back. We need to have the power to control what we want to do. We need to generate that power in various ways.
So
ACHA is an organization that generates power.
I don't know if we look at it that way.
You don't, because Linda's without the cultural aspect that you guys teach, there's no power in that. Because you're coming from a cultural perspective with principles and all. That's the beginning of a civilization. That's how you begin civilizations. That is power.
I want to. Robert was saying something there, but I just want to throw this out here. I'm looking at what power.
Your thoughts I would say I would like to hear your full thoughts because I think I heard that you said that basically you don't agree with freedom of being power, but I don't think I heard the why.
Well, I'm just looking at power. Power is defined as the ability to act or have influence over others. So by what included in it? The power or right to act, speak, or think as one wants without hindrance or restraint.
Now, he ain't, listen, this is where the lack of spirituality becomes a problem, right? Because since we're dealing with the book, let's deal with the book. This is where the lack of spirituality has a problem. Is he being literal?
Who?
Your friend that mentioned that.
Well, remember, this is third hand. This is not me talking directly.
No, but we're not literal people. When we say like to freedom, freedom is power. It's not a literal thing. We're not like this. We're not separate. We're not creating that dichotomy. What we're doing is we understanding the whole, the collective, right? So we understand. He basically is saying, understand the relationship between freedom and power. So it's looked as a whole. And so because we've been raised in the West, this is why like white folks had a hard time understanding hip hop, because how we were speaking metaphorically and all that. We create images, and the images we expect you to understand them or to then try to understand them, but you can't understand them through a literal perspective.
So we're reading into what
rational perspective.
We're reading into what I was trying to say was I didn't agree with the definition that the elder had, because he actually linked it up to money, power, having all the material things, and that's where I didn't agree. That wasn't, to me, that wasn't what freedom is all about. But that was his perception of what freedom was. So that's why I said,
yeah, but that's more on the way he describing it, like what you're telling me, that's more of an international level. That's
yes, I agree.
Because when you're dealing with countries, you're dealing with money and all those stuff that he mentioned. Now, if you're dealing with individuals, a lot of us who are in this path, we don't tend to be materialistic, right? We're like, we're cool about, we're not greedy, we're not trying to be greedy or nothing like that. We give because of our heart, of our spirit telling us we feel good when we give and help people. Now, when we're dealing with a nation, that's different. So he probably was looking at it in that sense, and that's why maybe he mentioned his country, South Africa.
Well, we didn't get to have the full discussion because I had to rush off to come to this one. So
no, I hear you.
Maybe park that one, and that's a good segue into self-image.
Yes. No, that's why I said let's talk about it, because I think it is. I think it is. Now, you said you had something in terms of that, Lindis.
Me?
Yeah.
About self-image? No, I just said it was a good segue into self-image.
You said you had some notes or some writing that you wanted to say.
Oh, I've written all over my book.
No, but what was when we were having the conversation?
Actually, you know what? That is a good segue, because I made a note to myself at the beginning of this self-image chapter. And my note to myself was, the European wannabe is defined by what non-Europeans are, because they define themselves by who we are or what we are not, according to them. And a lot of the expression that they value is expression of value and self-image. So the value that they sort of come, it's like a mirror thing. They look at us in the mirror. They look at themselves as better than us because we are not who they are. And for the various reasons that they mention in this chapter. I think that's what I was trying to say. I made a note. I'm not sure if I'm explaining myself very well. The last paragraph of that page, what page is that? The first page, 237. The European view of himself reveals the nature of the European Utamoroho and is dialectically related to his view of others. So I think that's what I was trying to say. Further down in that chapter, it talks about the discussion. This discussion is comprised of two overlapping and interrelated sections. The first emphasizes European descriptions and feelings about self, which is positive. And the second emphasizes the complementary descriptions and images of others, which is negative. And that serves to reinforce the positive images that Europeans have of themselves. And then they go on to talk about the cultural ego. So all of that, there's a lot of repetition of what we've already
because
talked
she's
about earlier in the book, but
she's basically describing objectification, right? Like,
yeah. So that it was I found this next little bit was very repetitive about what
and then she goes about talking about the self-image of the rational man.
Yeah.
The Platonic, what she called the Platonic directive. And she says, you know, this is how they define themselves. And so they use that.
He makes decisions, choices based on reason, the proper invulnerable guide. Being in control of himself puts him in a better position to manipulate and control others. Those who are irrational, or at least less rational, he has power over others by virtue of his rationalism and through the institutionalization and abstraction of this rational decision-making process of which science is constituted. He believes that he can even control his destiny.
Yeah.
He plans, predicts, and creates his future. So activities usually associated with a god. So that we talked about all of that in the previous chapters.
I mean, you see signs of that in terms of, even in terms, I think one of the reasons why, I don't know if people know, like in science, mathematics, a lot of people put an overemphasis on mathematics as proof. Have you seen that happen?
As what?
As proof. Like, oh, the math, you got to do the math. Have you ever heard of that?
Or on over reliance on you know, just data to prove whatever. At least I see that in school. Like everything.
Well,
data.
When they do the equations and stuff, they like, oh, math proves this. Like they say, oh, a black hole exists because mathematically they could do the formula. You ever seen that?
Yeah.
See, when you get away from arithmetic, all the other math is actually creating a description, it's a language. And what they do is math, the biggest error that has been done in science in the last since Einstein is they've been really messing up our worldview, right? A lot of this stuff is not reality. I used to tell people there's no such thing as black hole, dark matter, I mean, and black holes, but dark matter. And now they're releasing a paper this past year saying, oh, dark matter may not exist. But if you know how they created that theory, it was because they saw something in outer space that was unconventional. And the only way they could, quote unquote, create a reason behind it is by saying, oh, there must be some dark matter there that's creating some gravitational pull or something. And really there was nothing there. So they call this dark matter. This is where they go sci-fi with this. And they expect people to believe it because mathematically is there. Now there's been great scientists, and I actually have this on my presentation, Robert. If you're interested, you can watch it on the website. It's a small presentation. What is science? And there, I forget who was the person's name. He says science, math only gives you the possibilities, right? it doesn't tell you that that's what it is. It only gives you many possibilities. It's up to the observer. What you see will tell you what it is and which formula is actually right. And there's been times where when people have done calculations of the orbiting of planets, the formula was correct in predicting where this planet would be, but the description of what the planet was doing, it was incorrect. So even though it was reliable to calculate the prediction, what it was describing was incorrect. And a lot of people may say, oh, but what, nowadays, because people have been dumbed down, well, as long as it predicts it, well, it doesn't describe it. You're not dealing with reality. It's more imagery. So what was happening there, it was saying the planet rotates around the sun, but it was also spiraling like this while it was rotating. And it was a calculation that was done, I think, during the Greeks, the era of the Greeks, Hellenistic period. I'm not sure, can't remember but you can actually find it online. And it was proven to be incorrect in later times. But this is where the European, in terms of the Asili and the Otamo Rojo, his method is dangerous because he even there was a 50% chance that if they launched the atom bomb, that they could blow the atmosphere of the planet. It was a 50% chance. They won the war with the Japanese because they carpet bombed the hell out of the Japanese. They had no reason to launch those atomic bombs, but they did it anyways, knowing that there was a 50% chance in their calculation that they could blow the atmosphere. And they did it twice. That's the type of Utamawaho rationale that we're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
That's the rational man.
The critical man. Supposedly. That's what it says, page 241. In their collective self-image, they are critical
they're in
man.
control.
Mm-hmm. And the idea of the critical man is in turn related to the concept of objectivity, as we have seen in chapter 1. Europeans are critical and reflective because they believe that they can separate themselves from their emotions and from the objects they seek to know. So that's probably explains the dropping of the 2 bombs, not 1, but 2.
Which you said
Page
241?
241, the middle paragraph.
Right at the bottom of 240.
The last paragraph.
Yeah. Yeah, that was one too that just stood out to me. Actually, I would say from the part where where she says, it makes little sense to discuss whether Europeans are rational.
Mm-hmm.
What matters is what they conceive rational to mean, that they're identify themselves with this conception, and that this identification guides their behavior.
Yes.
It may well be that this rationality to which Europeans aspire and view themselves as possessing is not recognizable as a normative goal for other people.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's a humongous problem. That's their disconnect with everybody else.
Yeah.
So we're itching our heads like, really? They're geniuses in murder, committing genocide. And we don't do those things. So we're like wondering, like, the worst thing, what is worse than a Wazunga, a black Wazunga? Because that's a Wazunga, that black person is out of their minds. And so we it's dangerous because you have somebody that is considered the other who now has this Asili who's capable, and this is what we see when we see Africans killing each other to the point of genocide. We had wars, but we always allowed a way out. Now we do it to the point of genocide. We commit atrocities that are way beyond the scope of quote unquote the other, what is acceptable of
And
the other.
we do it to ourselves in the Western world.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. I mean, we're the worst. To some extent, we're the worst, right? Because we're not even exercising any power. We giving our power based on Dr. Arni's chart, you know, and yeah, I thought that was an important section too, Rodonic. I got it listed down here myself. Hey Rob, what about you? What you think?
Oh no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm in agreement. I had the exact same thing highlighted in my book. I don't know, just thoughts like in the sense that how do you think I feel like this Yurugu thing or that silly, it just feels so unnatural. I feel like if you was just to take any kid and just kind of throw them
Hold
in
on,
a
what's the
certain
difference?
environment.
No, hold on. What's the difference between Yurugu and Asili? They're not the same thing.
Robert, you're on the spot now. You should never put those two words together.
Well, the thing is,
pick one.
the thing is, if not understanding those things.
Huh? What did you say? What did you say, Robert?
He pulled a Wazunga on us.
I speak metaphorically. I'm speaking rap.
The lack of spirituality.
Rewind, Robert, and start again. Forget what you just said.
It's not a literal thing.
Hold on. Listen, what is Yurugu?
Asili is the overall worldview and how you like this is how you understand the world. And I'm saying the
Asili is the seed, the beginning. Remember, you got the Tamawazu.
So right? The Utamawazu
and the Tumoroho. The Tumoroho is like the methodology. The Utamawazu is like the view of almost like the cosmic view, right? Now Yurugu is a being that lacks soul.
Who planted the seed? That's what I'm saying.
No.
That's the connection.
We haven't even.
You're gonna dig a deep hole. So.
Gee, this brother, what? Robert's funny.
I'm trying to protect you, Robert.
And Linda's is over there like.
I know, I'm just.
You guys are crazy. You know, I'm also laughing because this brother looks like a young version of Eugene. I'm like, what the? I'm like, she's protecting Eugene.
Yes, I have connections. So carry on, Bar. Explain Yurugu. So Robert is.
No, I did, but he did.
My answer.
He just threw me a wild pitch after I defined it.
We want to keep this train wreck rolling, Robert. So when I go like this, look, Robert. When I do this, shh, you're going down a path that you'll never come back from. Okay. Okay, continue, Ra. You were explaining.
No, actually, I'm teasing the Ubuntu family.
Oh, they're not even here.
No, because he told me that his stomach is messed up. I said, "Oh, Mrs. Ubuntu poisoned you." So I just got a text. She said, "My heart hurts because you said I poisoned the young."
I'm with her.
So, oh man, this is funny. Hey, Sunshine, where you at?
I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, what's your input on this?
I don't know because this.
Hold
this
on, hold on. Let
reading-
me see your face because
No, this reading is rough for me, right? So the only thing is that I was thinking that I picked up from page 242, the European male. Basically, you see it all over, like in religion, patriarchal, like in workplace.
oh,
It's
is that the next section?
page 242.
European is male.
European is male.
Yeah, that's the next section.
Yeah, that's how I figured that's how it works. Like it's like this reading isn't the easiest, but what I'm thinking is that like
So
you see
hold
all
on, but let me go around and then let's deal with that section. What you're just gonna let me finish with this. Hey, Yemi, you got anything to say in regards to what we talked about, the rational man?
No, I mean, Veronica and everybody just basically said something I would them.
Okay, so what? So everybody cool. Linda's read the last paragraph on that section. 242. Yeah.
All of these normative themes affect the European intellectual aesthetic, just as they affect European behavior. These are the characteristics, the attributes for which a participant in the culture strives, and at the same time, they combine to form an important part of the ontological construct that
Robert, pay attention.
Huh?
Robert, pay attention.
The ontological construct that governs the ultima ratio. Criticism and analysis are considered important parts of the European aesthetic experience. In this view, other cultures barely possess art, in part because they cannot, this is a heavy statement, critically assess it. Why do you even need to critically assess it?
Because they're not in their, like, the Europeans are not in their feelings.
Mm-hmm.
That's an important statement. Should we talk about it? Should we talk about it?
Robert?
What page?
Jesus Christ. I told him to pay attention and he still missed it.
242?
Yeah.
242.
Yeah, she read the last paragraph because I think it's important.
And it does connect too with
and I'm such a poor reader.
Yes, you are. So Veronica was speaking. Hold on, Veronica, what were you saying there? Right.
Oh, I just said it connected with our last chapter on the aesthetics, and then we talked about looked at art and the way that they want to. Again, this fits in nicely with this because they wanted to rationalize the whole concept of what art is and structurally put it structurally so that you could just follow and copy rather than put any of that feeling or that spirituality that usually comes out when you.
Well, they can't relate to it anyway, so for them it's foreign.
Yeah. So to me, yeah, that's
but you see, I mean, I like Veronica because Veronica likes to connect it all, and that's what you're supposed to do. Everyone is connect it all. So how are you moving forward, not knowing what your Yurugu is, and not knowing what Isili is, saying that they're both the same?
Did not say that. I used my rap. There was a rap metaphor. If Yurugu is like I don't know, a spiritual being. Like Yurugu is the dude that planted the seed. I'm gonna try one more time.
Yurugu don't even have a soul, brother. So what the heck are you talking about?
I'm gonna try one more time. He planted this Asili seed in like the
See, this is where
human
you
like
this is where you need Eugene, because Eugene would just sum it up nicely.
Eugene just being entertained at the moment.
I don't think people in their natural state would like. I feel like this is definitely it's a thought behavior. Like I don't think somebody just looking at the world that's as it is, I don't think they would come away with these conclusions.
What
I
is a
feel
thought
like
behavior? What are you referring to when you said this is a thought behavior? What is a thought behavior? What are you referring to?
No, I'm saying like the overall Asili essentially like this how I understand the overall Asili essentially is like I'm just like my thoughts or my opinions are just better than yours in the sense that like if
These are hold on, brother. These are concepts that existed for a long time. Asili is a concept. Your guru is a concept. And so what she's doing is she's doing the Sankofa. She's instead of trying to define things based on a European paradigm, she's trying to do an analysis based on an African worldview. So what she does is she takes there's concepts in the African cultures that can explain these things. There's no concept in this European Asili, like in this paradigm, that can explain it because Plato's going to explain it, but they're going to explain it and say it's the best of the best. And we already seeing the outcome of this particular thinking. So what she's saying is there's other ways people were thinking about things. And so she goes back, she does Sankofa, she goes back, pulls out African concepts and be like, and start trying to explain these things anthropologically, right? She's doing an analysis and a whole breakdown of what's going on. It's not a question of you can pick and choose. I think people make the mistake thinking we're picking and choosing. No, this is just the breakdown, conceptually trying to figure out what is this thing, or else you're going to be part of this Asili, right? So, and understanding that if you're a part of this Asili, there's consequences to it, and we've been suffering the consequences since the transatlantic slaves, since 1,000 years of Islamic slavery and stuff like that. I mean, it's been at us. And so this is why this is not a pick and choose. This is some deep thought.
Do you want to look at the definition that she gave us in the glossary?
My sister, see, that's why I love Veronica. Go ahead.
Okay, so the Asili is the logos of a culture within which its various aspects cohere. It is the developmental germ or seed of a culture. It is the cultural essence, the ideological core, the matrix of a cultural entity which must be identified in order to make sense of the collective creations of its members. So that's the Asili itself.
And that's a concept, bro, that's deep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You want to read a Yurugu one?
Okay.
Yurugu?
Okay.
It's the last one.
Okay, just move down the page here. Here it is. Okay. Yurugu, a being in Dogon mythology which is responsible for disorder in the universe. This is a being conceived in denial of a natural order, which then acts to initiate and promote disharmony in the universe. In African cosmology, such a being is deficient in spiritual sensibility, is perpetually in conflict, is limited cognitively, and is threatening to the well-being of humanity.
A Dogon concept.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
You like so. You like
We
so.
can move on to the European as a male. I think we made a point with that one. We've
Sunshine.
Hey,
All right, let's break down your point.
okay, so just like in the first sentence, the three examples that I could think of is like corporate world, maybe in Christianity with Jesus being at the head, not a female, and maybe like in Muslim, not is it what's the religion when you're a Muslim? Is it just called Muslim?
Islam.
Islam. Right, where
What page are you in?
242.
Oh,
242.
are you in the beginning?
No, didn't you ask me to read European as a male?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find where you're talking about. So
Right in the middle.
Oh, page 42.
242.
Why was it a male? That's what that part in the Indo-European experience. Is that the part you reading?
No, like just where it says the patriarchal nature of the patriarchal nature of early Indo whatever religion indicates that men dominate women. So what I'm saying is where I think I see that in society now is like in corporate, in religion,
okay, I see what you're
where
saying.
Jesus is like the head, like it's male. It's not where, there if you go farther back in like I would say in spirituality, like, you would have like goddesses, women being more at the head, but to relate it to the European as a male, what she's saying here is like where I see it in reality is like in religion where it's like Jesus is it's not it's not woman. It's not woman. It's Muhammad. It's Jesus. It's not.
This is where their whole Plato concepts and Aristotle concepts come in, because at this point they created a dichotomy,
years.
right?
Yeah.
Where they separated man and woman, right?
Right.
And man being rational and women being emotional. And so they looked at the rational part as positive and the emotional part as negative. Right. So everything that was like female oriented, they looked at it as negative.
Right. Men dominate, where men would dominate.
And so they created have superiority.
Or have superiority. Like it exists. It's not just in the last it's not just 4,000 years of, like it's still happening now.
Yes.
It's not just like I don't know, like, like even if you say women are dirty through menstruation, but like if women are dirty and a man came through a woman, that means the man is dirty. Too.
They're talking about more spiritually dirty, like that's like, that's spiritually dirty.
Oh, but practically that means if if a man comes to a woman and a woman is dirty, then what is the man? You have to be dirty because you can't clean through dirty.
That's their this is their wacky way of thinking, you know.
And that's where I digress. I have nothing else to say. I don't know. That's it.
Like
That's
the very thing they put down is the very thing we come from, right?
right.
That give us birth, right? They don't see the significance of that the feminine, right? Because of their emotional, irrational, whatever they want to call it, right? but really, if I think they talk about more in a more deeper, not just dirty in terms of, because if you're on your cycle, you want to wash up anyways.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about the ideology of it.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Because it's the ideology of it. Because
That's right.
You're not thinking about the washing. You're just thinking about the overall conclusion, which
I would say the audacity of them even thinking that way.
right. I lost my Zoom icon like on my phone. Like, I don't know, it's just like I'm having a literate phone moment, so I don't even know how to open up my Zoom. So that's why I'm like this. I can't even.
If you want, you can actually log out. You can log out and come back in.
All right, cool. I still have to find the icon to log out.
Oh! You don't have no Zoom. Maybe you should just stay right there then.
Yeah, I'm just chilling right here. I'm right here. Oh, I found it.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, ladies, what you think about it? I would like to hear your perspective. She's bringing something up.
I'm afraid.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
I feel like sorry, I'm not a lady, sorry.
No, contribute. Contribution is key to community. Contribute.
Listen, Sunshine raised a good point. Give it some respect,
I feel like to come away with that type of understanding about a woman, and for that to be accepted, like you either got to tell that to a child or you got to tell to like people that's in a society that's been like gradually put into that type of situation. You know what I'm saying? Like it don't feel natural. Like it don't feel like just I don't know, in a natural situation.
That's what we're saying. This is not natural. They're changing this is their worldview, not ours. And honestly, it's not. Most of humanity don't even think like this until their introduction to this concept that the Wazunga has, and it spreads out through Asia, and they tend to like this stuff, but definitely it's not African.
Right.
Well, what are the benefits of seeing the world like that?
To put people down, to contaminate their mind, to control how they think.
You're looking at it when you ask that question as a whole. Is it beneficial?
No.
Do anybody here think it's beneficial?
I mean,
Linda, that British education, what's up?
The stick from the start. Feel like if I got a bigger piece of the pie, I might think differently.
It's not beneficial.
It's part of their control.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's control.
Well, she talks about it on 243. I can be nice and read for you guys again.
Yes.
Good.
Okay. So when she starts off like on page 1 or 243, The patriarchal nature of the European culture in this deep sense at the end of the first paragraph.
Yeah, I got
As
you.
a part of its asili explains many aspects of its development. For instance, why the traditional embraced Freudian theory, but regulated Jungian thought
Yeah.
to its lunatic fringes. In other cultures where we find patterns of female oppression, these patterns do not have the same ideological positioning in the culture as they do in the European tradition, and therefore are not as strong. They coexist in the tension, with matriarchal philosophies, often matrilineal distant systems, traditions of female leadership, and strong patterns of cooperations and associations among females. The literature and ideology of European feminism reaches towards these cultures for intellectual inspiration in the creation of a new feminine self, or it attempts to compete with the patriarchal nature of the European tradition by denying the female and seeking to dominate the male. So it's all about dominance and control and power. So it leaves the female not even embracing like her feminine power, but instead all it's about is controlling the other, like what she's always said about Plato and setting it up to against it. So now it leaves the female trying to be like, no, we should be above the male instead of it should be complementary.
It puts the Wazunga female, it like, because that's her dichotomy too. You know, she has this Asili. Now there's a battle among them.
Exactly.
And then what happens is we join their battles. We do the most dumbest thing in the world, and we join their battles.
Yeah.
Because not knowing that woman is she still thinks the same way about you like he thinks the same way about you. Do you understand, Robert? You look kind of ghosted.
Oh no, that's my natural face.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, thank God Dulcinea saved Lindis.
Me? I didn't say anything.
Yeah, you did. You're avoiding the whole thing altogether.
Yes, I am. I can get in trouble very easily, so I'm humble enough to listen to everybody.
Eugene ain't gonna smack you up. He's sick over there laying down.
I'm glad you seen it. There's the mirror thing again.
Thank you, Dulcinea, for tying that up and not letting Miss Sunshine hang on her own. Now, do anybody else have something to add in terms of that? Or, you know, because I think that's pretty good. I mean, we could also tie it up. You know, one of the people she always mentioning is Michael Bradley.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that book talks about this stuff in detail.
Mhm, mhm.
You know, I just wanted to mention that just in case. It's the Iceman Inheritance.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody want to get that book, I found the PDF, by the way, of that book. If anybody wants it. Hey, Dulcinea, do you want the PDF?
Yes.
What book, Rob?
The Iceman Inheritance. I found the PDF.
Okay, thanks.
I was actually looking up something with my sister. We were trying to see if Michael Bradley had a YouTube page, and because I wanted to see if I know he got stabbed up. this whole white man just walked up on him and stabbed him.
Eugene would like it. Maybe just send it to everybody if they, they can use it. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sending it to those who want it. I'm not gonna send it to everybody because unless everybody want it.
Sure. Is it 600 pages?
Yes, I do.
I want it. I feel like after reading this, it doesn't matter.
Right.
No, when you read that, trust me, when you read that, you'll be like, oh.
Right.
because it gets into the whole. It's before Plato.
Yeah. And this is a reoccurring thing. Everyone I met, they're like, "Oh yeah, I have that book. I have to get it out of the basement because I started reading it." Then it magically appeared in my basement.
Well, you know, your friend didn't send me an email, so I wasn't
Okay,
able.
I'll reach out to her and see what happens.
Yeah. So yeah, pretty much, you know, I know they talk. You know, one thing. Have you noticed they talk so negative about Neanderthals? And though, but in their story, in the story, it was Homo sapiens who killed the Neanderthals, right? Now, do you know that Neanderthals were African? They never tell you that. They always say they're from Europe. But I was like, hold on, where is these Neanderthal really from? Because you know we talk about Diop's when he talks about the origin of humanity is in Africa. So when I was looking up the Neanderthal, they only had a little sliver, like 1 or 2 cents, saying, "Oh, they came from Africa like 25,000 years ago," something like that. And I'm like, how you just make a statement like that? How you like you're not even like going details or anything. And
Aren't they mixing separate species? Like that's what made them Neanderthal? Or
I mean, to be honest, I don't even know if it's separate species or not. The way these people are going, they're creating differences. You know, I don't even know. Like, you know, is archaic humans not human?
right.
Like, because they could be looking at the details. Oh, they don't got this, or you know, we have an appendix or whatever. Like, you know, so if the next generation or two they're born without an appendix, are we gonna say they're a different species?
So you don't believe that we came from fish? That we evolved from a fish man?
We evolve. I mean, in terms of evolution, that's they say we have a common ancestor, primate, right?
Mhm.
But you know, beside what they say is a fish, I mean, maybe I'm more into we probably were one cell organism. If we're gonna deal with biological evolution, specifically biological evolution, not a universality. Maybe we should say we come from
Oh,
came from one cell.
Well,
right. You
it-
believe the blob theory?
I knew
Huh?
he was going to bring that up.
What's
He
that?
said we all came from blobs. We were watching something and it said we started out as blobs. Well, we started off as spirits and then we manifested as blobs. And then
I mean, these are, remember, all these are theoretical, and really, it's not science. Evolution is not science because you can't. Biological evolution is because you can see, like bacteria and evolve and stuff like that. But in terms of our origin and stuff like that, we can't replicate that, and that's part of the criteria of science. That's why they always calling it a theory.
Yeah.
Now people push theories as fact way too hard. And what one of the again, I got this presentation where it says whenever we are absolute about science, we lose the credibility of science. Like this is not, there's I hate when people say science says this. And I tell people
says that and the
science.
opposite.
I said science don't say nothing.
Right.
Scientist says this.
Yeah.
And those scientists have their biases, and we can't be speaking in absolutes. Everything has to be theoretical, and we have to be comfortable with the theoretical because the possibilities are there. We got to be open enough to because what happens if something, it's just like dark matter. Now, I used to argue with people that there's no such thing as dark matter. And they're like, these people that I argue with, they weren't even like, there wasn't even looking at science, like, or why they said this was dark matter. And then just recently, like a year ago, a paper came out saying there may not be any dark matter. Watch, you're gonna see sooner or later. You're gonna see there's no such thing as black holes, and then you're gonna see there's no such thing as a Big Bang.
Yeah.
Because all of it is a theory.
Mhm.
And the reason why I started with science is because that's the next.
Scientific man.
Yep, scientific
All
meaning.
10 lines of it.
Let's continue with one of the longest.
14 or 15, actually. I
A,
It took me 2 days to read scientific meaning.
well, let's read the definition of scientific knowledge, if you can, please. It's on 245. Or you guys want to discuss this real quick, or just read the
read the
definition?
whole thing.
Oh,
It's
like the
so
science for the European is synonymous with knowledge, and this knowledge is the representation of power. Scientific knowledge is the ability to control, manipulate, and predict the movements of people and other objects. Indeed, Europeans view themselves as the scientific man who manipulates the world around him.
And you see it's predictions. That means you got to be able to replicate. So even in terms of how they discuss science today, they're violating their own definitions. Sci-fi. That's why I call it sci-fi. But I like this the next section, the problem with the mad scientist.
Mhm. They'll do anything, and that's why I was going to say I don't know if they're violating their definition because of that mad scientist type of thing. They'll do anything to make their definition or make it seem like they can manipulate it, even though they're not. They'll make a machine that will induce hurricanes, and then they feel like they control the weather just because they have.
I'll give you an example that I gave before. During the World War II, the Japanese, when they carpet bombed the hell out of the Japanese, there was no reason for them to use the atomic bomb.
Yeah.
And so they knew that it's possible that they could blow the atmosphere of the planet. It was like a 50% chance. So what they did, they're like, well, we won. As a matter of fact, Japan surrendered. They're like, what we're going to do with these atomic bombs? Oh, let's just use it. And they just launched 2 atomic bombs. That's the mad scientist. Now, did they violate scientific knowledge? No. What they did is they violated like
natural
things. Like their violation is not even the science. They violated a lot of things. They people's shadows was photographed on the concrete.
What is that movie? Their eyes are watching God, or their eyes are watching Heels, or whatever that horror movie where they like bombed because of those nuclear bombs. They created different type of people that
like mutations.
Yes.
Remember Godzilla and all that came from that, right? It had a cultural influence. It was
but they said that was real. There was like a place somewhere that was like a bomb site. I don't know if it's an island or something, but like that caused mutations of the people or.
Yeah, it was called Japan.
Well, that's but there's other ones too, I think.
Yeah, there's quite a few. There's one called Seven Sisters as well, where the same kind of thing is happening. There's a lot of different movies like that.
Yeah, like Chernobyl and all kinds.
Yeah.
Well, let's see about this mad scientist. Anybody got anything to say about the mad scientist? Linda, You said you were gonna say some things.
I know. Well, it's not just me. So the thing that I take away from this really, especially after that discussion that we just had there, is, and I think it's summed up in the last sentence, the reality of the nightmare is that the nature of European culture is such that this monster can and does gain the power to endanger the lives of those, not only in his culture, but throughout the world. And the fact that they feel that they can control nature, basically. That's my takeaway from this. Scientists or mad scientists, they have the control and the power. Same, and they talk about spirituality, the fact that they don't have the spirituality. Where is that? I saw that somewhere. Unfortunately, all mad scientists are not as bizarre as these films depict them. There are those who have had deep cultural, philosophical commitments, really. There is a certain madness, even in the skepticism and unidirection of men like Plato, Aristotle, Augustine, and Aquinas. All of the most ideologically influential people in the European development had this fanatical dedication either to total systemization or to visions of what the world should be and a determination to make it that way, monolithic and consistently European.
What they call that, transcendental humanism? The new one where they're trying to make us into the Borg. That's why people concerned about the chip and all that, the flu shot and the chip, because the stuff that comes out of these, like people with the horrible stuff that comes from these CEOs like Google and all those things. Have y'all seen? Look at some of their philosophy, what they're thinking. They want to merge technology with our bodies, humans.
They already, what do you mean one of? They're doing it already. Isn't it in Denmark or Finland where they actually already have a chip in their body? Already?
Well, they have there's been businesses that people were eager because they don't want to carry keys or cars. They put a chip right here.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
And they say it wasn't volunteer. They slowly sell it. And so this is where, like, you got to try to understand, this is where consciousness comes in, self-conscious, because you got to be aware of what they're trying to sell you all the time. They may call it entertainment, but is it entertainment?
Mhm.
Or is it part of their propaganda?
Downloading
Socialization of societies.
or programming.
Now, this been going on. We were born in this propaganda matrix, right? And so, we have fallen into these things as well. And so our best shot is to try to detox from it as much as possible. But, we got to be careful what we consider as entertainment.
Yeah.
This thing permeates in everywhere. GMO foods.
GML?
GMO foods. My bad. I said L because I meant to say I was thinking of Linda. So.
1,000 people will never believe that, Ra. But we could but it's also to do with what we consider progress to be, right? Science and progress all together. We're moving fast forward, but really, I still
Are we? Are we?
I know, I'm going to say. I remember the days when the computer came in, when the computers took up a whole room. I don't know if anybody's old enough to remember those days. And you were using binary to do everything. I never did it, but I was told that's what you did.
We saw it on TV.
Yeah, and
it's still binary, by the way.
Yeah, but you don't actually have to know the binary code, which was the hard thing back in the day, right? But the thing is, We were told that we wouldn't be wasting paper. It would make things more efficient. You know, we were told, I remember all of the selling features with computers as it stood back in the day. And I'm going, now, what happens? We actually still use as much, if not more paper. And it actually makes a lot more work. You know, all the things they said it would do, it hasn't really done. It's actually given
As a matter of fact, it created so much pollution. Like our batteries, all this technology,
Yep.
power and all that. It just
And not only that, think of Apple. You got to get the next new updated computer. So what was supposed to be a godsend is now an environmental problem. It's a materialistic problem. It's a problem where
Robert.
we actually haven't. What's Robert doing?
No, remember the last conversation we had about what's the difference between an iPhone 7 and a 12? He's like, I got a 12.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Stand by.
And a control and money making control issue.
So we
Money,
got in
more
control.
and more money. Spend. Control.
And the thing is, they're not accepting technology that helps the planet. That's what is so odd, yo.
Wait, how is that?
Right? It's not really odd.
Huh?
I mean, it's definitely, they should do it, but it's not really odd, I would say, as
Right.
far as like, I wouldn't expect it.
No, I
It's
mean,
not odd for them to be that way.
well, it's odd in regards to, you know, their own self-preservation, you know,
No.
right?
I don't think they care about self-preservation.
They care
Well,
about
I mean,
control.
no, I understand that. To me, I consider it a death cult, you know,
Yeah.
like they want to reach zero.
They don't care.
That's where a lot of these comic books come from, like the Cabal, the Null.
I think one of the Rockefeller descendants, he was, it was like years back, but he like had gone viral because they had a clip of him. I guess it was like a voicemail or something, and he was like, pretty much, he's like, I'd screw over my grandma or like I'd give my grandma over if it meant me making millions of dollars. I don't care. Like, Rufus.
Yeah, I mean, but what you got is a bunch of sick people ruling the world, you know, controlling the world, and we allowing it.
See,
That it brings us to civilized man. Let's finish civilized man for today.
We're making some good segues here.
Linda's, every time you throw your pop shots in the end, like if you don't want to participate.
No, I'm making a comment. You're reading.
right. She's participating.
I'm participating.
You know what she's doing, right? She's looking at that time clock. That's what she's looking at.
No, I'm looking at my book is down here. Look. You don't believe me?
Yeah, where's the time clock? Right in front of you, right? Yeah.
My computer.
You know she's looking at it.
As you brought that topic up, it's actually 8:47. It looks like we might actually finish at 9 o'clock today. Look, Robert, agreement. But we're on civilized man. Let's don't wander away. Let's get back to the civilized man chapter.
Ooh, she's telling you guys don't wander away, like y'all wander.
Seven Sisters. What movie called?
So anybody got anything to say about this?
Okay.
This one I didn't really understand. So whoever's, if
Sometimes
somebody
you
has
keep
something
saying
to
that and you
say,
keep coming out with little nuggets of wisdom.
if anybody can kind of comment, I'd be appreciated because it was kind of, I didn't get it.
I would, but I just don't remember the part.
Well, isn't civilization supposed to be like the epitome of, you know, Western thought or what everybody is, you know, moving towards? We're moving towards a better civilization. Essentially.
I think it's the kind of, same as Celia as before. It's kind of they can make it so the civilized man or the most modern man is
They
European.
describe themselves
And
as civilized men.
exactly. And because they describe themselves as the civilized man, they can say everybody else isn't that. And to be more civilized, you have to be like us and be universal like we are and civilized and
Go ahead,
modern.
girl.
Instead of
The savior. Yay. Go ahead, girl. Break it down.
Well, this is we talked about this in chapter 1 because that's the irony. Means he was talking about how they where they're like, hey, we're civilized, and killing each other is uncivilized. They go and kill more people than everybody else.
And it kind of makes us where we're missing out is because we're learning to try to we're trying to develop our own homeschooling or African centered process as we go. Sorry, someone
Robert
talking.
was talking. He was talking.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Now you go, Robert.
I was. No, go ahead.
Oh, I was saying because we're talking about like how schooling started in America and different things, and it like even amongst the Wazunga, at first they like fought with them to take their kids off, and they were like, we have to actually be the ones that take control of their kids and take the kids out of the home environment. Because if they stay in there, then they're going to have their own culture. They're going to have their own set of values from their family, and we have to destroy that for them to think how we want them to think, for them to do as we want.
And to tie it to the book, you remember we used the example of missionaries. Remember
Mm-hmm.
when we talked about missionaries and how they send missionaries out? They did this to the Native Americans when they had them in refugee camps. And in the Africa and the Caribbean, you have Jesuit schools, and really all Christian education is Jesuit. People really don't know it, even though it may be different denomination. But when you become a pastor or anything, you having a Catholic education through the order of the Jesuits.
Yeah, I didn't know in like the 1800s how they pretty much put this standard on it that kids needed to be have a certain amount of learning by 2 years old, and if not, they were like, you cannot be home. That kid cannot be homeschooled anymore. He has to go and be with the other kid, or he or she go and be with the other kids because they wanted to develop like the same mindset. They're all pretty much think the same.
Yeah.
And they fought I didn't know like the Wazunga fought each other based on that to be like, no, you can't take our kids that young.
Well, because they understood what was actually happening.
Mm-hmm.
These Wazunga know what other Wazungas are doing. They're like, nah. Because then what happens is, for instance, if you got a conservative family, right, and the government takes that kid out of that family structure, the government is going to instill a non-conservative a Sealy there.
Yeah.
And they understood by 2, they're like, nah, those are the precious years, That's why you should I cringe when I see like my family from my wife's side sending their kids at 2 years old to these Wazunga schools. And I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's I think that relates to like in the Matrix when they said you can't take them out before a certain age or whatever. Yeah.
And no matter what happens, we always say, we always feel like, oh, let's send them to the best schools, and the best schools end up being the worst enemies.
Yeah.
Like we view Harvard and Yale as something great, and really that's where all the international war criminals come from.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about every president from the United States, including Obama, is a war criminal.
Yep. And you end up leaving school not knowing anything about life. You just knew how to recite what they wanted you to recite. You knew you were really good at taking tests, but you don't have any kind of skills to actually
look how bad this is, like the school system. when I was a freshman in college, my
Mhm.
roommate was from Waterbury, Connecticut. There was he had a female friend who they liked each other, and she was from Waterbury, Italian, and she thought one of her resistance of not dating the brother was because she's like, I'm embarrassed to say it, but I'll let you know. She said her parents taught her, and she believed that if a white person and a black person come together, their baby will be spotted like a Holstein cow.
Wow.
And the mother and her parents were saying that's the disease Michael Jackson has.
Oh, the
This is a
vitiligo.
Wow.
this is a college student.
Yeah. And she really believed that. It is
Yes.
crazy though, because they do, like, I didn't even know some people that like
I
live
mean,
back in Africa.
the
They were
positive
saying like
thing is
they live.
he married a sister and he got a big family in Texas and all. He's in Texas. He's a gun owner, NRA member, and all that. But
Mhm.
That's good. Better for him.
she told me, at my young age, I was vicious.
Yeah.
I was like, I fell to the ground and everything. I was like, oh, you stupid.
Because he was like, "You're stupid."
Like I was like, I said worse things, but I'm just giving you the. And I'm
Yeah.
saying this while I'm in the ground laughing, but cussing her out. Like you.
And
'Cause
another like, sorry, Rob.
I think Robert, you was gonna say something first. Oh,
Nope.
okay. Go ahead, Sunshine.
I think another example of, you know, the modern versus civilized is like if you're having a health problem and it's like you're gonna go and see doctor after doctor after doctor, and then you might be talking to somebody and be like, "Oh, you have high blood pressure? Go take this bush." And you take the bush for a certain amount of time, and you go back and read your vitals or whatever test the doctor said. Like, oh, you're getting your blood pressure down. What are you doing? But they're the same one as telling you to take this, that, pill. And then they're still going to ask you, what are you doing? So if you say civilized versus modern, the modern is, it could, in that example, not be doing anything for you. But this civilized, which would be the backward way, it's inexpensive, it's natural, and you're getting results.
Well, what they mean by civilized in this part is they're talking about the idea, the Western idea of civilized, which is
Right,
that rational man.
right,
Remember the part where you were talking about how they downplay women.
right.
That man, that's the civilized man.
Oh, okay.
That's who talking about as you're talking about the civilized man, like us being civilized and trying to do caring for people, which is civil. As part of. I mean, to create a civilization to last long, you can't have these contradictions. You can't have
Right.
a civilization
One
and
word and
say
it's the
and
same thing. Yeah.
say women are bad, they ain't worth nothing, and you can't have a civilization that says men are bad, they ain't worth nothing. I mean, it just you can't sustain a
Yeah.
civilization when it's like that.
Yeah. Okay.
It will have there'll be so much oppression like it is now, you know. And it's
Yeah.
so much that now we're so oppressed that we don't even feel it, but it affects us physically.
Okay, I just looked up.
You have to be in front of the mic. I can't hear you at all.
Oh, hear me now? Is that a little better? Mic check, mic check.
Yeah. You're good.
All right, cool. No, I was saying is, I was just looking up the Oxford Dictionary definition of civilization, and then they went with the stage of human, social, and cultural development and organization that is considered most advanced. So I figured your problem with this understanding is coming from your being African, kind of. You know, we don't understand civilization because it's not a construct we can understand.
That's what
Right?
they're saying. But
No, that's what I'm saying, because we don't have a standard that's the most advanced way of social understanding. We don't have a hierarchy for these things that are what defines civilization.
bro, what is Egypt?
What is Egypt? Tell me.
No, I mean I'm telling you, like
I
you're
don't
saying.
know. I'm asking that you just gave me a word I do not know. Oh,
Oh, really? So what is Kemet then?
huh?
It's
Egypt, Kemet.
I know. I mean,
Wait, are you trying to argue that Kemet is the most advanced civilization out of Africa?
No, I'm saying
Okay, because
they
that's
have
what
a.
he's saying is that there's no hierarchy
I'm
in
saying.
civilization.
I'm saying. Oh, I thought he meant the structure of a civilization.
Oh, no.
I'm
He was just
talking
saying
about-
the higher, there would be no, that this is more advanced than the other. They
No,
wouldn't see it like that.
right. No, I agree with that. I agree with that. No, I agree with that.
Wait.
Right.
I thought you
I
was
was saying
talking about
Sunshine
the
having
social
trouble with it.
structure.
Yeah, because I was saying
Yeah.
Sunshine might be having trouble with this chapter because of that, because we don't conceptualize things in a sense of what's more advanced,
right.
right? So it's like, okay, cool.
Yeah, because we don't have that asili. We didn't create that dichotomy.
Right.
We didn't.
And civilization is looking at things from a standpoint of what's more advanced.
But it's
Like beginning or end was just advancement.
Well,
But
that's
humanity
their
is the most
definition, but really, it's what civil.
Yeah,
Right, but that's
And when they mean advancement for them, see, you have to understand why they say an advancement. Because when we were being civil, we had abundance. They didn't have the abundance. So for them, they'd be like, wow, the most abundance. I could gorge on how much bread I could eat. I could do and so
the most
that's
what
why
I'm
they
saying
come
is
from
that
that part.
like idiocracy of it all, to be like, we're more civilized to be able to go to the store and get your bananas instead of this person that has a banana tree outside and they can just walk and get a fresh banana that has seeds in it and came from the earth. We're gonna get a genetically
modified.
exactly
I mean,
modified banana.
There's
and that's-
communities that don't even want you to have a garden in your house.
Yeah.
right. So
yeah.
right. So that's what I'm saying. To be civil.
Okay.
Remember, you have to be in front of the front.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm saying it's for us to be civil kind of becomes harmonious, like it's synonymous with harmony,
Yeah.
right? But for them, that civil and harmony don't have anything to do with it.
They're not civil. That's what that's that's what Mandela said, right? Mandela was like, well, when they become civil, then we'll welcome them.
Right. So for us, like there is no distinction between the past man or the modern man or anything. Those are just terms that are thrown out there because we're just simply civil, right? We have harmony.
Finally, yes, yes. We don't create the separation.
Right.
That's what I was
Yes.
trying to say. It's like, okay, cool. Well,
I was like, wait, I don't think you understand what he's saying.
but yeah, so that's what I was trying to say. Just like she probably was having the difficulty because we just have a different understanding of the word civilization and civility.
Right.
So that's
Well,
where I guess like
we have our own concepts of civilization,
Mm-hmm.
right? We have
Simple,
our
caring, compassionate, what's right, do unto others as you like. It's just that nature.
some of the
those
stuff they
ethics.
do that they call civil. We look at it as weird, like
Yeah, like what?
right. It's like, why should you have more? Or like, why is there concept of more or less? Like, why is there not concept let's eat?
well,
I'm hungry, he's hungry, let's eat.
well, look at the stupid argument Bill Gates made, saying that he believed that they should not open up the patents for the vaccine to help India. And his argument is ludicrous. He's saying they don't have facilities there to produce and stuff like that, which is a lie.
Oh.
These are people that produce technology, clean. It's a lie. And it's all about money,
Mhm.
right? That's uncivilized. That is like For us,
Yeah.
that's uncivilized. That's like, first of all, it's my tax money, your tax money, who paid for the research. So they didn't pay for the research. But they're gonna benefit off of this. They're gonna make billions of dollars. They could have easily shut down the whole globe for 2 weeks and killed this thing, but they didn't, because they still want to maintain power. They do not want us to think of a different way of living, because if they awaken the beast, you know what they say, be careful if you awakening the sleeping giant. You ever heard of that phrase?
Catch the bear.
Yeah. So that's where it goes back to the controlling of the power.
Yep.
Because the power controls the resources.
Controls everything.
It goes back to controlling the people and controlling
Right. I
who
mean,
gets to say what or do what.
right. I think at the end of the day,
That's
it's just power control psychology.
right.
Well, they're trying to control even stuff that is uncontrollable. Their whole purpose is to be there. Like, this is why they're launching stuff. They got so much money that now they're trying to claim planets.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is my land in Mars. This is my territory. Like, get the hell out of here with that BS.
But Sunshine,
we can support that. They should definitely all go to Mars. Y'all should
where they
definitely
should go, yeah, to that Elon Musk, whatever he's making, go.
go.
All of y'all go.
I like Earth. Earth loves me. You go.
But Sunshine, I don't want to be long or anything, but what you were saying before, I don't know if you know like different rappers, but there was this rapper, Big Sean, on his latest album. He talked about that because he was like, when he went to the doctors, they were like, you're going to need heart surgery, this, that. And then he said his mom took him to a holistic doctor that just prescribed him magnesium for 2 weeks. And then he went back and they were like, oh, well, I guess you won't need the surgery anymore.
Right. They're about to put a pacemaker in him and everything.
Yeah, pacemaker and everything.
Yeah, what I even listen, I warn my Mazda about this stuff. I'm like, quit allowing these people to tell you what it is. To educate yourself. But they believe they're God, because literally we're worshiping them.
Yeah.
Whenever you surrender, that's a form of worship. You're submitting.
Mhm.
You are allowing your energy to fund their apparatus.
That's why we need common sense. Sometimes it's common sense. You're not that sick. You went to the doctor not being that sick, a high level of sickness. And then it's like, okay, give me the pacemaker. It's not even like level up. Like, okay, let's start with somatic medication. Then let's try this, your exercise, and then take you off of the medication. And then let's try this, and then let's try this. It's like boom, 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 boom. Why?
Yeah, but
Why?
the thing is we have to have power. We have
Right.
to take control of our understanding of the human anatomy. We have to know medicine. We can no longer be studying medicine just the way the Wazunga study it. Like Linda's
Western
has these
medicine.
conflicts in her own career, right, Linda's?
Actually,
Where
I don't actually have the conflicts, because
there's certain things that you like, nah, that doesn't gel with me.
no, it's not a conflict for me. It is understanding there are times to me, because I'm a physiotherapist. I'm trained in the medical way. I try not to work in the traditional medical way, because I don't believe everything.
Right.
And one of the things that I did learn once I came into the medical field was the doctors are human beings. They may have gone to school like everybody else, but they don't know everything. The problem is they don't always admit to not knowing everything, because we worship them. There's a whole,
and the incentivizing of
not only that part of it, but the other part of it is they are in a position of power. They know it. And it's very difficult for many, many doctors to not feel like they should have the answer, right? And there's even a whole thought. It's not a thought actually. It's a whole thing around if you go to the doctor.
Would you call it a culture in the medical field?
Yeah. If you're going to a doctor, you're going because you need something from them, which is what the doctors think. Once you go to them, you need something. So we do surrender our power to people in authority, doctors, teachers, you name it, people who have studied. But I'm not conflicted, but I understand the nature of the holistic world, because I actually have been through that myself. So I understand it and I respect it. My thing is, it's a little bit, it's uncomfortable for me. What's uncomfortable for me is to go one way or the other. I think they can work harmoniously. You got to know
yeah.
And where this starts. So it's not a conflict. It's understanding where this stops and where this can help you. You know, it's not. I'm not conflicted because
you're not creating the separation, the dichotomy.
I have never.
Because let me tell you something. Based on my experience, if you want somebody to repair bones, white folks are they're the top notch in regards to bones. Peace, Rob.
Good night, Robert.
They're like the expert when it comes to putting bones together. Yeah, I tell you, like
we have some very good black surgeons that can put bones together. We actually have healers. I remember my cousin, even Eugene.
Well, I mean,
natural people who just put things together without surgery, even like dislocated joints and stuff like that.
No, I'm talking about my experience. My wife got hit by an SUV and everything was busted up, and they put her back together, and she got saved. You know. Yeah,
well,
I mean,
black surgeons too, right? You know, it's Western medicine, but there are other people that do that stuff, do it very well, mind you. So I wouldn't say a white. There are many orthopedic surgeons out.
I said Western. You know, Western could be a Oreo or.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. You gotta know when that's what you wouldn't. Yemi wouldn't have, her bones would have healed without the surgery, but not in as good a way probably that the surgery would have allowed her to heal. So, you know, some people don't want to, if you don't want to do surgery and your bone is like completely separated, that's not a good choice. Do you know what I mean? If it's like sort of.
No, it was separated.
There, you can let that heal. But if
it was separated.
You need surgery.
It was separated.
Yeah. So I mean, there's balance. I mean, I've always felt balance and understanding the.
Well, for me, medicine is medicine, right? And so, but when it becomes Wazunga medicine only, that because they diss that other side, right? That's when I have a problem, and that's why when I'm like, you know, that's why, because there is such a thing, I believe, as white man science, you know, versus science in general. You know, because they have their unique way of looking at things. You know, I respect doctors that also look, and I even lobby doctors, students who are going to be doctors. I say, listen, I understand you're going into this. They want you to learn this, but you should also learn this part of it as well. Look at Linda's with her time check.
I was being subtle. I typed it in and you had to go and blow it. I was being nice.
No, you wasn't. You was being Linda's.
It was supposed to not even disrupt the conversation, but here we have it.
Well, anything else before anything else you guys want to discuss?
If I can end with the last paragraph of the section on civilized man, I think that pulls it all together.
I was gonna say exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Great minds think alike.
These characteristics to which Europeans aspire and to which they attach themselves all have to do with their desire for power and the way in which they interpret power. Power comes from control, the ability to objectify, manipulate, and predict. And these intellectual manifestations of power have their counterpart in the European self-portrait, in the image of their behavior in the international political arena. And then we have McDougall quotes Lord Macaulay as boasting that the history of England is empathetically the history of progress. The English people have become the greatest and most highly civilized people that ever the world saw. Oh, yeah. This is reiterated by a multitude of European nationalists throughout the 19th century.
That reminds me of them saying that the sun never sets on England. That whole, I mean, they talk about imperialists, man.
British Empire. I'm not even going to mention anything because my British accent will probably give me some darts if I even look like if I came from that place. So I'm keeping stum at this point. Thank you for reading that.
That British accent will help you get a job.
Oh gosh.
You know, most people think that British accent, like if you have a British accent, you actually are smart.
Yeah,
people programmed about that.
It's true.
But even our phone settings, you can like Siri and all that, you can change it to like a British sound. Like it's not like of all the accents in the world, British is one of the ones that they're like, yes, change it to this one.
Yep.
I love you, Lindis. I love you.
I'm not taking any of this personally. We're talking about the book.
No.
And I'm very aware that we're talking about Yurugu and the Asili.
No, and Lindis is very smart though, because she's African British. So it makes her smarter than
This is good.
Well, anyways, guys, this is the first half of chapter 4 that we completed. And record timing, according to Linda's.
Well, let's make it's 9:16 now, so don't stretch it out.
It was on the way.
I think when we get to page 300, we should make that an extra short session and have a little bit of a celebratory chat that we're actually halfway through the book.
No, we celebrate chat all the time. So.
Actually, it's not even 300 because really,
we're almost there.
Yeah, we're almost halfway through. To be honest with you, 568. Yeah, we're not too bad. We're getting there.
How beat up your book is starting to look?
It's very beaten up. Lots of writing. All the pages are flipped. It looks, well battered.
I'm still surviving off the PDF.
Like she used.
I admire you.
So, hey, Dulcinea, let your friend share the links with your friend next time.
I will.
So like that they could come in. Just have them read the last part of chapter. Make sure they read chapter 4.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
But anyways, hotep to everyone. Thanks for
We ask for the guidance and wisdom of the ancestors who went before us, especially on this fantastic sunny day, and those whose lives were lost in the Middle Passage as we commune weekly in this book club of Yurugu. And particularly, we ask that the ancestors hold and glue us in our book club study. As we pour libations, please keep in mind, ancestors, that you feel embody the following principles, and also ancestors who guide you in your path on this earth as we move forward. As we pour libations, the response is Ashe, or so be it. So we'll now pour the libations for all who dared to define, defend, and develop our interests as people, we say,
Ashe.
For our ancestral land, we say, Ashe.
Ashe.
For our people then and now, we say, Ashe.
Ashe.
For our children and those yet unborn, we say, Ashe.
Ashe.
For Kawaida, Nguzo Saba, and Ma'at, we pour and say, Ashe.
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 For the systems of views and values which give identity and purpose to our lives, we say, Ashe.
Ashe.
For the new world we struggle to build, and for the continuing struggle to reconstruct and reconnect our history and humanity in our own image and words according to our needs, we say,
Ashe.
Ashe.
We ask then that the ancestors drink heartily and they quench their thirst. We say to the ancestors, Ashe.
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 Monikasa, it is finished, it is done. Ashe.
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 Can I just add something at the end of the libations? Eugene and I were watching, I don't know if any of you on the call, well, I know Ra does, if you know of Professor James Small, is it James Small? Mm-hmm. James Small. And we were looking at a video today, and he said, to build the African family, every family should spend at least 2 hours a week, minimally 2 hours a week, teaching and sharing African history, whether it be a movie, reading a book, telling a story, attending ACHA, Veronica, as you walked in so nicely. But 2 hours a week minimally, which is what we actually do at ACHA, goes greatly towards the rebuilding of African families again. And that's because we are teaching them the history of where they came from to allow them to move forward to where they're going to go. It was a powerful video. Simple, stupid, keep it simple, stupid. But he said if you just practice that at least once a week, preferably more than that, you would be able to move forward on that continuum. So I just wanted to share that with those of us who have families and those who don't have families and those who plan to have families. Keep that in mind as we move forward. Ashe.
Ashe.
Okay, that's better. Yeah, we're matching.
Let me add that one of the things about what Dr. James Small mentioned is those type of teachings gives, when you know who you are, there's no way somebody could tell you otherwise, right? Mm-hmm. And so for our kids, if we don't tell them the truth, somebody's gonna for their benefit, somebody's gonna tell them gonna tell them who they are, and it's not gonna be beneficial for our children. Mm-hmm. And so I think, like, I came from a background where I was going to a performing arts school, which was Afro-Caribbean based. And it was founded by a famous jazz musician, God rest his soul, Jackie McLean. I mean, this is a man, he showed us he was a drug addict actually, and he got cleaned, and he became the chairman for UHART, the University of Hartford School of Music. And they taught us anything that they knew. And this is one of the foundations that had me, one, I searched for and found it, and also it provided a safe haven for me as a child to develop my self-identity in a very African-centered way. And it helped when I went, when I was dealing with problems and trying to transition from the problems that I had at home and like really deal with some turmoil to even when I went to the university. And I realized I had an advantage. Mm-hmm. And the advantage was that I knew who I was. And when I told people who I was, even like white folks, they were like, like it became like an even playing field. And in a university, when you could tell the truths, the professors are even afraid to challenge you after that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. you know, and so it gives us a sense of power. Now the downfall is once you have this thing is where is the home that you're gonna reside in? And this is where we just can't be individualistic in our teachings. We need to build a community because the
But
kids
that's why
need,
the family. That's why you
yeah, the
need to build
kids
the
need somebody to
family.
marry, right?
Mhm,
The kid needs somebody like-minded to marry.
mhm.
In some ways, this is why communities used to practice. Too bad we're gonna choose your husband or your wife for you because it was based on trying to maintain a value system. It wasn't that the free of love, and also we can't take the Wazunga approach. You know, they were more using it as a control mechanism. We were like trying to maintain the cultural integrity of the community, and so your parents, because they had your best interests, which most parents don't nowadays.
Sometimes.
Most parents, like I said, most parents don't nowadays. Is that they back in those days they had your interests, your brothers and your uncles and all that had your interests, and so you had to go meet up with them if you wanted one of their women, or if you were a male, you had to go meet up with the one who you want to marry, their family. And so it was something structural, and we frowned upon it. Why? Because we were told that's, oh, you don't have free to choose love. Love come afterwards. Duty, responsibility is the main thing that we need to be focusing on. Because I could love anyone who's doing the work. Like it's like you admire the person, so it's easy to fall in love with them. You know,
So
and so go ahead, go ahead.
no. So I was just going to say, you said when you went to university, it was like an even playing field. But I think even before university, I know that there's an example that my daughter gave when she was in grade, what, 5 or
Well,
6?
I said it levels the playing field, but
Yeah,
remember I said I had an advantage.
right. But I
I had
think
an
when you
advantage.
start the formative years for the child are important to actually establish these kind of this knowledge as well. And I just referred to the example that we were given when at school they were learning about pioneers. And when you learn about pioneers in Canada, you think of white people, right? And so I remember, because Laquan was already at ACHA, she said to her teacher, but weren't the escapes in childhood innocence? Weren't the escaped slaves pioneers? Because if you look at the definition of what pioneers
No,
are, they fitted into it.
what's funny is that Africans, Afrocentric, Afrocentricity don't look at it like that. We weren't looking at it like, what our pioneers were? Our ancestors.
Well, no, that's
So
exactly, yeah.
we didn't look at it as pioneers. That's like an egocentric, Eurocentric thing. Like
As a child, the comparisons with the definition was similar in her mind, right?
oh
And
yeah.
and
I'm
she
talking
and she
about
didn't see black and white. So she's going back.
yeah.
But we're learning about enslaved people who escaped to Canada, and they sort of did the same thing that the pioneers did. So why aren't they called pioneers? And the teacher said, no, they're not. And in her mind, it's like, well, they're doing the same thing. So why aren't they pioneers? I mean, that could be a whole dissertation by itself. But in her mind, it was
or a sentence. Well, because they're not white. Because they're not white. That's it.
This is true. And that's exactly because in the books, it doesn't talk about that. It just talks about pioneers as being this and this and this. So it was interesting. It was very interesting.
Well, I like that you actually said these things because it begins with the section.
Hang on a sec. We got to mute.
Well, Linda's was talking about in terms of and I want to keep this subject going because this is dealing with the section that we're actually going to be dealing with in the book. Page 248, the conqueror expansionism. Go ahead, Linda. Let's continue.
Now, just saying, no, perfect. I knew we were going to section page 4248, so I thought I would make the segue into it, which I have done. Now the
Why,
floor
why are you
open.
lying? Why are you lying? That's not even a white lie. Go ahead, since you started and you okay.
Me, since
you know,
I started, oh my gosh, now I'm in trouble.
You're the co-host. You're the co-host.
Right, okay, so I would like to bring everybody's attention. You know, I like to start by reading, right? Hey, Veronica?
Yeah.
So the second paragraph, the exercise, we don't have our reader here yet. Okay, I suppose I'll have to do it. The exercise of this power, we're talking about the conqueror, expansionism in the European Utomoroho, which Europeans attribute to themselves and which they continuously seek, is manifested in the ability, no, the mandate, to conquer everything they find. And this is a theme we're going to be repeating over and over again if we haven't done it already. The assessment of themselves, which includes their birthright to conquer, not only that with which they happen to come in contact, but that which they seek, new lands, nature, people. This activity of conquering is sanctioned by the European Utomoroho that provides a kind of moral justification for it. And they go on to say that it can be traced back to the Indo-European heritage of the culture and the fact that a lot of what they culture is with aggressive tendencies, and they define it as progressive energy. So the destruction of the characteristic helps to determine, destructiveness becomes reconstruction of the world in the conquering self-image. So they destroy to rebuild in their own image. It's what it seems to be saying. And they go on to talk about modern day, well, 1974 modern day, how it just continues over the ages with Ronald Reagan in 1988, Richard Nixon in 1974, Bush in 1990. I would like to add Trump in 2020.
Well, hold on, because in some ways that's a distortion. All the presidents, all these presidents,
all of them
are part of this.
Yeah.
Trump is just a blip.
Oh, yeah.
Trump hasn't really changed anything.
Added to.
This is just the same. He just continued the same process. Oh, she muted her mic. So they talk here about the Catholic with the Crusades, the Romans, you know, and on and on. They continue. They also mentioned the Aryans.
Yep, we're back.
Okay.
Yep. So I mean, those themes keep coming up over and over again. I'll leave it to somebody else, but I had underlined something on page 250 about what self-pride is.
Yeah.
Because they went into great detail about that, but I'll let somebody else have a weigh in on that one. Oops.
Anybody? Remember, I asked everybody to have questions or write your thoughts down as we keep reading. Anybody?
Well, you mentioned page 250, and on that page, the area that really stood out for me was the second paragraph where she was talking about this self-image as the conqueror of all imagined is manifested in the desire to spread themselves over all they see. And this is very consistent with what we've been hearing, where we've been going, all the examples that they've given prior to this. In this way, what they control becomes an extension of themselves. And as we continue to read on in the chapter, we see that this definitely fits in with that. Now I'm understanding better about the Asili and how the Utomoroho really does the nature of it. Every single thing that was described here gives you a better understanding of how they were able to develop the whole imagery for themselves, how they could really believe what they're saying because it's reinforced. And in order to maintain their asili, they have to have that power and that image of themselves as superior. Yeah,
So, well, the only thing is, I don't. Is there a Sealy that causes this? So it's not a maintenance of the Sealy. It's the because they have this Sealy is why they do this.
Mhm.
And what happens is interesting because every new event that they experience, they tend to do this. They warp the truth, and you see it all over the place. You can even see it in the news recent with the Israelis and the Palestinians.
Mhm.
And every time Palestinians are like, as more and more they take more land, Israel still have the right to protect themselves. But when you ask people, well, does the Palestinians have a right to protect themselves? It's like, no, they can't. They can't. So it's completely one-sided.
Mhm.
And this is part, like, understand, we're talking about the people who we mentioned before, the Jews who created this nationalism and this dichotomy where they are the chosen people and everybody else is beneath them, right? And so we see that occurring in today's times, and it continues on, for everything they want, you know, everything they want. They'll justify it.
Mhm.
So interestingly, that leads us right into the next section, world savior, Judaism and Christianity.
Mhm.
Raj shaking his head. He's going, this girl is just wanting to speed this thing up.
No. What I'm shaking my head is this is always the case. Like I'm tired. Like in some ways, I'm actually tired of this, right?
No, but I've got notes. I've got notes on the next page that exactly talks about what you're talking about, and that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm not saying it to annoy you, right? I'm saying it because
No. I'm not even taking. I'm not even taking it like that. I am taking this like this is always happening in the world, and it's like I'm tired of this. I want, and it's an artificial world, really. This United Cage of America is a facade, right? And we buy into it. Like basically, we're discussing like prisoners in Canada with prisoners in America, and we're having this like there's a facade, this appearance of freedom, this appearance of owning property or whatever, but don't pay. We had this discussion earlier. Don't pay your taxes and see what the government gonna do. If you go to Morocco, you don't have to pay taxes to own your land. Why we gotta pay taxes here for land ownership and property ownership? And so we have to educate our children to know exactly what is going on, because you're not buying free. You're not free. You're not that mortgage you paying for your house. It's really not yours. Nobody really owns stuff. And like we were talking with Sunshine, the difference between China and Canada is the Chinese know that the government owns everything, and the Canadians don't know that the government owns everything, right? Same in America, right? That's the difference.
Yeah.
In the China, I rather deal with China. I rather deal with a place where people know what's up. And growing up in the hood, right? We know the head honcho in the hood. You better respect that, right? And as long as he's cool and can maintain power, as long as he ain't causing that much trouble. This is how it is in Puerto Rico. There be like these big gangsters, and they control sections, and you can be in that section as long as you ain't trying to rock the boat.
Yeah.
And if you in the United States, this appearance of freedom doesn't really exist. Why Donald Trump got banned if we have freedom of speech? Are we being selective? In the Western world, we try to preach freedom of speech, but say something about the Jews
Yep.
and see you ain't gonna be shut down. You know,
Truly.
and that's how it is. Now they use freedom of speech to their benefit, right? So when we were in college, we complain about the racism that occurred, hate speech and stuff, and they're like, oh, but freedom of speech, right? Now, in my university, I actually made the argument that the attorney general took and used it. I said we could limit freedom of speech in a institution of education because just like you could have sexual harassment in a workplace, you should be able to limit speech to create a conducive environment for other people to learn. So in an institution, just like a business, there's different rules. Freedom of speech is in a public, but in a private institutions and stuff like that, there has to be some check and balances because how are your kids gonna learn if they're being called the N word like in their face all the time? That's freedom of speech.
Yeah.
They playing games. Nothing is making sense. And we tend to play the games right along. Now, what was the notes you were saying that you had for your savior?
Not my savior.
World savior.
So I
Well,
looked up.
it's
Sorry, go on.
interesting. Let me tell you something. It's interesting because even in Christianity, the manipulation of how they teach it, right? Christ is actually a title. So you supposed to be like when God, like Jesus would say, I think he said, Christ is in you, right? And so you supposed to be a Christ.
Christ-like.
No, Christ. That Christ like, no, that's the imitation. That's what the European would say, Christ like. You're supposed to be a Christ. You're supposed to embody the same principles as Jesus. And so when you take in the flesh, right, which is like in Catholicism, the flesh is that piece of bread. Bread is a symbol for knowledge. Hold on, let me mute this.
You did it. Okay.
I was okay.
So Christ is the bread and the blood, right? The bread is the knowledge, is a symbol for knowledge. And so there's a lot of misunderstanding, even in like a Christianity in the beginning ain't gonna never understand the Christianity that exists now. And so this is why even with the in the book explains the battle between the Christian and the Gnostics, because the Gnostics was looking at Christianity, they were more Africanized Christianity, and they resemble more African way of looking at Christ. And so studying, and a lot of the pastors know this history, but again, they follow protocol. And what's the protocol? What assembly is the protocol coming from? Some of them, when you look, you see a black Jesus, and you be like, oh, cool. This is at least they got told truth. But the others, like when you go to Ghana and Nigeria, and if you're European, you wear robes and grow a beard and say you Christ, you will literally get hundreds of people following you and praying to you.
Especially if you're blue-eyed. Oh my God.
All right, Lindas. Let's see what if your notes talk about what I just said.
You know, it's funny. We've got a Google Home, and I just said, especially if you got blue eyes, and the Google Home responded. I think it's been living with us way too long. So
that's why I got up. Google Home was acting crazy.
I know. I think that they're listening to us. So maybe this is a good. Apart from this podcast, we also have Google Home spreading the word. So let's keep it up.
No, Google Home is listening to the words.
You're right. You're right about that. Listening and recording.
Yeah. If we get some sirens outside the house, we'll know why.
Hey Trey, you got anything to add to this world savior thing?
On the only thing I would really.
No, Trey. It's asking Trey.
Oh, Trey. Okay, sorry, Trey. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I speak just my personal experience, like reading the Bible and stuff like that. I feel like it's like I feel like it's a lot of the, like, how am I trying to say it? Like teachers are like, for me, I guess I'm just taking it personal because I'm a teacher. But teachers are the real problems or the real like passers on of this Cecilia. Like when I read the book, like it's like any other book. You got this stuff that you can come out and learn something from, and then you got the stuff that, all right, well maybe I'll put that off to the side. But like, like I grew up in the church, so when you got the Sunday school teacher or the preacher, when they're saying it, like they're giving you like an interpretation of it. And like, so like, especially as a kid,
they give you a Eurocentric interpretation of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because what they do, they putting themselves into the story, and the people in the story looks like you.
And it's not like but even, and what I'm saying that in regards to teachers, because that's like as a teacher, like I don't teach like that, in the sense that like if I'm sitting up in front of the classroom and like you've only heard from me, then that's not education, because I didn't hear about your input, like, and I didn't weigh yours. Like I didn't hear what you had to say and then weigh it against mine, and then try to come to some collaboration on it. I guess it's really a one-way street in regards to that, like, I don't know, handing off of knowledge or something like that. But like I said, that's the teacher's thing. Like if you was to give the kid the book, and then the kid, like, naturally, if you teach a kid how to read, like he's going to ask questions, you know what I'm saying? Like basic, obvious questions.
What happened is, first of all, we don't have that many teachers that are conscientious and self-aware.
And I feel like they do, or whoever has this Cecilia, I feel like that's like one reason why
that is being promoted. It's the establishment. So you could just be robotic and still be following that Cecilia. That Cecilia, we follow that Cecilia because it's already embedded, right? In some ways, where whenever you educate your children outside of the curriculum that is being pushed out there, remember, it's a westernized curriculum, and those kids spend more time with teachers than with their parents, because you're a slave in the field. Even though you're not getting beaten, but it's like the Willie Lynch letter. You indoctrinate people so much to the point where it becomes self-refueling. The parents gets the kids ready for the indoctrination. We surrender automatically by sending our kids out to school. We do this harm. I mean, we do a harm. We harm children because we haven't decided to establish our own schools.
And I think if parents realized one of the benefits of COVID. No. I'm talking about COVID though. Is the thing with the virtual teaching. I know people have a really big thing about it, but the benefit of it is, well, you can, if you see the positive side of it and you make use of the positive side, parents are now having to spend a lot more time with their children. If they can see that that is a plus, they know what to do with that extra time, as opposed to complaining, oh, I want my kid to go to school because I don't have time for myself and blah, blah, blah. You actually have, this is a gift to some parents who are aware of it, that they now can spend more time with their children and give them the correct information or the more correct information, as opposed to complaining bitterly
and
about
understand that's a small
but they have to have the information to give, though. That's the
that's a
problem.
small portion, because we really don't want to, like, even when we broke up the family in the United States, family structure, when they forced both parents having to work, right? Where they didn't, instead of raising the salaries with inflation, now we need two incomes in the house. And we looked at it as progress, right? Now you surrender your kid to a babysitter in the most important years of their lives, which is baby up until 3. Then after that, you're sending him off to your enemy school. So what else you expect to happen? You know, and
one of the things that I notice is that because of the virtual experience, there are more parents hearing exactly how the teachers are teaching their children. And they're actually questioning the information, the approaches you're using.
Well, a lot of parents been in the United States been liking, and there's actual independent schools. I don't know if you guys know about a young man named Q Butter from New York.
I went to schools in Detroit. I visited some independent schools in Detroit.
There's this young brother named Q Butter. He's a rapper, actually.
Malik.
And he actually started a school with his kids first. Then he he actually had some criticism about how Umar is doing, because he started, from home to a building, and now he's teaching online because it allowed him, since he already had the curriculum, he was able to transfer and teach a lot more Black kids online. And he teaches from a perspective, like what he was saying, I heard him talk. He said they don't even say, when they teach science, they don't teach ohm, right? When you say like 2 ohms, 4 ohms, 8 ohms, he says that's the white man, that's them defining stuff. So instead of naming it after, quote unquote, who discovered resistance, right, in a circuit, right, he says they call it resistance. He said in China they call it resistance. They don't call it ohms. They just say resistance. And here we say ohms. So even in the most, in places where we think is small, it's actually big.
Yeah.
And even though Willie Lynch letter may not be a real thing, it's very profound. And we got to go back into the Savior and the Christianity. Well, every time, we have, for integration destroyed a lot of Black businesses. We chose, my wife is right, they're smoking, smell like wet cigarettes. But during integration, we gave up businesses. Instead of going to the Black store where they had buses, Black bus owners, they had appliance stores and everything. And what they did is they wanted to go to the white people's store.
Yeah.
And we don't deal with that.
Stuff about that. Back this book was talking about the only businesses that the Blacks seemed to hold on to was the undertaking business. And that's kind of where, that's the one business that they ended up with after closing down most of their businesses during the depression.
And
Yeah.
it makes sense.
So yeah,
That's what's terrible.
yeah.
What is the
It makes
undertaking business?
diabolical sense because that's how it was structured to happen.
Sunshine?
Yeah.
What is that in
That was back in the days of the
undertaking
No,
depression.
she says Undertaker is the guy who take care of the deceased. He
Funeral home.
makes it
Funeral home,
presentable.
Funeral
Yeah.
home, funeral directing. Mhm.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, in Canada, we have two
Thank you.
Black-owned funeral homes, which is like the
Okay.
first. And funeral homes is big business. And maybe if anybody's looking for a business career, to anybody out there, funeral business is very lucrative because they're always dying to get to see you. Very bad joke, but it's true. The most profound businesses that will definitely.
Linda, let's hear your notes instead.
Yeah. That piece was free. That was free information.
That is corny.
All right.
That was
So one of the things that struck me. Sorry.
I said I like that wordplay. That was nice.
So one of the things that got me with the first page of The World Savior was the fact that halfway down the third paragraph, it talks about altruism, that we under the mask, the facade that Christianity is about selfless concern for others, altruism. But it really isn't. It's not selfless, and it definitely isn't concern for others. And then the other piece of it was Christianity was the way that Christianity works. They are the world conqueror, and they are the ones that are using the religious formulations to increase their development as Europeans. Judaism did, if I understand it correctly, Judaism wasn't looking to save everybody. They were just looking to save that select group of people. But the Christianity piece is what went and conquered supposedly the rest of the world. But Judaism wasn't that. But
she argues that when you talk about chosen people, that limits your ability to expand. When you change that idea and say, "Oh, believe in what we say and you'll be saved," that allows for the expansion.
Yeah, yeah. And the missionaries were very good at that. Actually, it's interesting story. I went to Ghana and I collected money. We collected clothes. The church that I go to, let me finish, don't say a word. They have somebody who knits, and they knitted babies' hats, babies' mittens for the babies that were in intensive care, or the preemies, right? And only because people gave me money to go do stuff in Ghana with it. They sent me the mittens and the hats and everything else for the preemies. I never suggested for 1 minute that I was going on behalf of the church. People in the church supported me. I get to Ghana and my good friend sends me an email telling me the priest wants to know how the word mission never came up in my conversations. How is the missionary work going in Ghana? I go, when did this become a missionary thing? But they automatically assume that's what I was going, and I'm going, that really struck me because it was, I did it on my own accord to do something in Ghana for people that were like me. I never once mentioned it as being a church-related visit.
Well, they look at it as that universality that the books talk about. How you were doing the same work that they did, and they tied it together. They the one who filled in the blanks.
Yeah.
So implicitly, they still get credit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And implicitly, we give them credit. Right? We'll be like, oh, I mean, even I don't want to sound like the guy who want to bust everybody's bubble, but it's
But
just
why don't you?
it is terrible. It is terrible what's going on, you know, because the this 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 should not have no compromise. Any
Yeah, but
compromise,
it's me, right? So I made sure to bust that bubble and let everybody know it wasn't a mission.
you know.
And thank you for your donations to my clip.
Yeah.
But it was definitely not a mission. And
you know, I had a discussion with a friend of mine, right? And we were talking about spirituality. And we were like, well, really, we didn't spirituality is a European term, right? We'd never divided. Life automatically was spiritual, was everything we did was all together, scientific, spiritual. We didn't create dichotomies. So a lot of these, even in terms of our own trouble and understanding these things, is because they should not be understood. A lot of like, some of the stuff that they are doing should not be understood.
It's just made up concepts. They just made up these concepts, and now
it's amazing because
when
you really study and you look at the people, the influencers, for example, Einstein. There was one scientist, he said, only Einstein and I understand what Einstein is talking about, right? And that is true because who's gonna understand his nonsense? And if you say that, it's like, oh my God, you blasphemy.
Yeah.
Or if you talk about Gandhi, blasphemy. Or if you even say Mandela, I don't even agree with Mandela. Blasphemy. Because one of the things, like, and I say, and this is my opinion, you know, and Mandela should have changed the names. He should not be raising the oppressor hand with him. And there's no excuse for those type of things. We are afraid. We have adopted the fear of death that the Europeans have.
Yeah, that's what's listening
somebody
today.
said
And
that.
Garvey, freedom or death. That was the Haiti, freedom or death.
You're gonna die anyway, right?
The Tainos were throwing themselves over the cliff before they even allowed to be enslaved. And this fear, I even hate that I have that fear. And so I try to work on it because it's like freedom or death. And it's compromising. And compromising, since when compromise became a good term? Name one compromise that is good. There's no compromise. There's no compromise.
Notice I didn't say any words. I just did the actions.
Oh, I wasn't even. I'm saying there's no compromise.
Especially in the last few weeks, trust me.
Hold on. You thought I was saying there's no compromise because of what you was doing. I asked the question. I just saying that there is no compromise. You're like
a rhetorical question, not requiring a response because we all understand. I want to read something.
Go ahead.
Page 52, 52. 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth paragraph. So she's talking about, who's that writer? Who was it?
Which was
Joel Kovel. whoever, I don't know. We don't even need to know who he is. But anyway, the point he makes is that Western saving, she did a example beforehand, trusteeship, something about trusteeship, which means that the Westerners feel that they have to, the idea of trusteeship gradually replace that of conversion. That's the progression from the Christian ceiling. So the point he makes is that Western saving meant a making over of possession and destruction until what the world needs most is to be saved from the insatiable appetite and egotism of the European. The next paragraph is the one that we wanted to go into. The European Utamoroho allows people to experience an intense ideology of cultural and racial supremacy as beneficence. I looked it up, meaning the welfare of others. I think this is the same train of thought, beneficence and altruism. This, in essence, is the message to be gleaned from an examination of the European self-image. Europeans do not merely commit atrocities against other peoples and then rationalize them in nationalistic expression. They seem to believe that they have the right and the obligation to think and act to make moral decisions for other peoples and therefore to commit such atrocities. As we have seen in chapter 1, the European Utamawazo allows them to believe this. The European Utamoroho is a unique ethnological phenomenon and accounts for the intensity of European / Euro-American cultural behavior. So, it's the repetition of what they are doing and continue to do to control, really, to exercise control over others.
Yeah. And what happens is they create the problem and then they become the solvers.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so there's a sense of grandizement, and because people are not, because the whole system has been restructured. Africans are not Africans. They're running a program of colonialism and neocolonialism, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they have their chosen elites to run these plantation countries, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what you see is the Wazunga created COVID and the Wazunga solve it, and they gain more power because they're the transfer of resources. People are losing their homes right now, and Wall Street is buying them to the level where now home prices are increasing in the United States, and people are not able to buy them because they're buying home left and right and renting them to make money. It is a weird dichotomy that they have here. And most people, they don't know that they're in a war. There's a humongous anti-African sentiment that exists, to the point where when I say I'm African, they be like, "What? Aren't you Latino?" Well, first of all, Puerto Ricans are not considered Latino in the United States. They're a separate group.
What they considered as being?
No, we're not considered Latino. They're Puerto Ricans. They're tying themselves to the that were Latino, but because we are U.S. citizens, they consider they're like. For instance, in Connecticut, they have a Puerto Rican / Latino Affairs Commission.
Oh, okay. So this is official you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. I thought you meant within the community.
Well, even if you do like a thing, they'll say if you're Puerto Rican, and like when they do like government surveys and stuff like that.
Puerto Rico is a section.
But the whole concept of Latino is not even, we didn't create that.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
And what's funny is there's and what's funny is there's even and look at how they compound it, right? Now the government is trying to call us Latin X.
Yeah.
Right. They did a study that only 3% of the quote unquote Latinos, so-called Latinos, even identify with Latinx. And we didn't create those terms.
Yeah. What is Latinx though?
More than one missing person.
I don't. I just asked him a question.
Latinx was created by the gay community to get rid of gender roles. In Spanish, when you speak Spanish, there's gender in the language.
In the language, yeah, I know that because I did Spanish in high school.
You know, and so they go, oh, Latin X, not really realizing that they're Xing themselves out because X means unknown. And actually, they actually did it purposely because they don't. But Latinx don't make any sense. Even if you're gonna speak Spanish, you're not gonna say Latino X. Like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But the concept of Latin came from the French. The French named South American Latin to try to persuade them to like favor France during the wars that were going on. And then the government of the United States went from Hispanic, which means owned by Portuguese and Spain, to then just like Oriental means, you know, like an object is Oriental, and then it became Latino. But none of us chose those things, you know, and it's not a unifier because we didn't decide on those things. They're like, this is what you are. Okay, that's always like you're not. Like you accepted the Canadian title. You're not a freaking Canadian or from the UK.
Hey.
Or from Trinidad.
Hey.
Or from Jamaica. We're African. There's an anti-African sentiment.
Isn't that what James Small said today? He said, you may be living in a country, but you are still African. And that African runs through you. White, Chinese, Latina, Latinx, Latino, Africa runs through everybody. Get with it.
No, but we're making this. We're actually creating a distinction here, right?
No,
because
people though.
Black people.
He didn't say Chinese or anything like that.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't
watch
say
that video again.
No, he didn't say Chinese.
He said all derived from us, but he didn't call them. He didn't say call them Africans.
Yeah.
Play on words. Okay, all right.
But in terms of the consciousness of it, right? It's just like, you know, they say the devil separates. It is the separation of things where we tend to lose the meaning of things. And so what they do is they come and they dabble within the separation. They divided the continent.
Two words come to mind, Ra.
Divide and conquer.
No, page 254. The grand organizers. Europeans above all see themselves.
No, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about.
And forges from chaos. Forges order from chaos, supposedly.
Well, I mean, they define chaos. So example, when they divided the continent, you had groups that were left in one continent and the other, and they all are in the same ethnic group. So what? They got to look at themselves different now, nationalistically.
Mm-hmm. And the other word that they mentioned was peacemaker towards the end. But I have a question though. Maybe I'm missing something, but on that page 254, the second to last paragraph talks about the British Niger expedition.
Mm-hmm.
So I looked it up. I don't know if people know what that is. I looked it up to get a sense of why at this point she put that in there as an example. So what was so important about that particular expedition? Because I'm sure there were others. So just so people know, if they don't know, it was a expedition in 1841 by missionaries from the church, and 3 steam vessels traveled to Nigeria. Many of the crew died from some disease, and the
Malaria.
the whole plan of the trip was to convert the people in Nigeria to Christianity. But because most of the crew died, the expedition was cut short. It never happened. So the significance of citing that particular expedition was what? Was that a big thing in the day that never happened, and it was?
No, well,
You know.
they because of the sheer audacity that they could go anywhere, like realize that they didn't truly conquer they took over Africa through the help of Africans, because they didn't have the ability to go deep into Africa. They didn't have the know-how. But she's using that as an example of how they think they could just do whatever they want, and nature pushes them back.
Okay, well, good for nature.
You know, and so it failed because of nature.
And on page 255, in her explanation, she also said, for Europeans, there are no lands that belong to others. All land and space, air and water belong to them. And as they bring order, they bring peace. I think that's what you were referring to.
Right, yeah.
Right? So I think right here, she's just reinforcing the whole idea of being the peacemakers, doing whatever they want to do, and titling themselves as our savior.
Well, they do the whole
Yeah.
they cause a problem and then they go and solve it.
So she's just, in this chapter, she's describing the different ways that they
Yeah, it's just the narrative is they come with quote unquote solutions. And the thing is, they don't allow the people themselves. They don't, okay, we're going to help. How can we help you? And the people could determine, okay, you can help us with this.
Or we don't need help. We're good as we are. They don't want to hear that though.
I mean, it's one of the reasons why, like, Cuba is a sore, right? Because Cuba has been self-sufficient. Cuba embarrassed the hell out of the Western world, but being able to help people with COVID. And we're like, oh, we don't got enough money. What? At some point, we should not be making decisions based on money. Why are we not giving the vaccine, eliminating the patent and giving the vaccine for the Indians so they could, for India to knock down the whole thing before it becomes some super virus come and you think, it can wipe out everybody. Because the more the virus, the more it spreads, the better it has to mutate.
Mutates, yeah.
And then you know, the next after that, you got nationalism.
Whoa! Race and national identity.
And honestly, to be honest, I hate this section. I hate not the section, this whole chapter. Because I don't really want to be dealing with this. Is what I deal with all day.
So shall we skip that bit and move on to the next one then? Because we know all about that.
The whole chapter. He's talking about the whole
chapter. Hey, we can finish earlier if that's the case.
No. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna be a dictator. You guys decide.
It's just I'm the savior. I'm just suggesting.
Well, let's see how you
have the Asili. I've been told that many times. Hey, we all have our own Asili.
No, but y'all
recognize which one it is.
Hold on, y'all people from the UK have a particular one, man. Man, Africans from the UK, man, they come with some extra stuff, man. I mean, go ahead, like
No,
because
let somebody else. I
I-
made notes, but I don't want to.
I want to be able to finish this and go to the next chapter.
Yeah. So somebody help us move it along. I could start.
Oh, you know what? Hey, Nyami, are you there, brother? Or are you still in the car?
I think he's having us on.
Nyami, do you hear me? Ubuntu. I think
He's probably, I don't know, he's probably driving.
He might be having a nap, you know.
the old man naps.
Yeah, one of those. All right.
All right. So
What were you going to ask Ubuntu? He might respond if you ask him the question or ask the question generally.
no, I mean, let's deal with this national identity before, Actually, how do I? Okay. Let's deal with this national identity. I mean, pretty much, there's been a. How many people know about the history Germany and how they came about? Huh?
I know they referred to it here, and they gave the progression: Germanic, English, medieval Europe, Christianity, the break from the Roman Catholic, all of that stuff. They built up the national identity from these different influences, talking about it as being progress. So I like the fact that they related all this stuff together, though, because you saw the process. But I don't know about the Germany. Is that the thing where they talk about the Aryan myth?
The Aryan.
Germanomania? Yeah.
Well, they're relatives, right? Like the English and the Germans are the same people, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. They and what happened is during the Renaissance period, the Germans were the last to they didn't read until 800 AD. And so they came later during the Renaissance period. And even us saying Renaissance period, this is
Exactly.
That's while they were having their dark age and Renaissance, whatever, like describing it this way, it does a disservice for our people.
Is that the same as medieval?
Medieval is another period that is how they label, how they separate these things, and they create this is why I'm totally against universal evolution, right? Like in regards to, we were medieval dark age this time, and now we're this high Renaissance period.
So is this where they mentioned Adolf Hitler? Centuries later, Adolf Hitler would follow in the same tradition. So this is where he got some of his beliefs from.
The Germans realized they were in trouble, and they didn't have no colonies, and so they ramped their education program. And with the idea of power, and was able, when you're smarter than your opponent, you can now create things and give you advantage, and that's what happened eventually. Where Germany had some of the best scientists in the world, but it was brute technology that they were creating, right? They weren't solving any problems. And so they became so well, like, during a particular time, they became, like in the 1600s, they became so well organized that even the British was like, oh, we're part of the same family. And, they kind of looked at themselves as a group, even though they had their own separate, ideas.
That's what you're looking at, where the German, that queen, is it Queen Victoria?
Yeah.
Who had a German
husband. Yeah.
So they kind of
and remember, a lot of the things that they did was based off of fear. Germany feared, like, oh, we better do this, or else we're gonna be left out.
Well, the other thing with history is a lot of those marriages that happen between the Europeans in particular, I remember this
It's a
from
lot of
history.
political, yeah.
It was political to strengthen the bond and to make sure that they were able to have power over a certain realm. You know, I do remember that being one of the clear things. Like, it was very important that they married, because a lot of the royal family in England are, the basis is German, but they're also married into other German families just to keep that.
Well, the European royalty are all related.
Yeah, they're all related, all of them.
And this is what it was so bad that it started to cause schizophrenia. You know, they started having a bunch of potato heads and psychological, you know, schizophrenia and a lot of crazy, you know, their teeth. Why English got busted teeth and stuff.
Choose your words carefully, Rob. They may cut us off.
No, I'm saying
I don't know.
this is on record. This is on record. So
I
potato
don't know
head.
quite understanding of
oh
it.
no, I'm just saying.
Okay,
But one of the
Veronica,
things- yeah, there was one of the things that I found was that to be German meant that you were linked to the this whole concept of being related to God.
Purity.
Yeah. So
they do it now.
It was important because that meant you were chosen.
The Da Vinci Code,
Yeah.
they're saying to the point where they're related to Jesus.
Jesus, yeah.
The royalty is related to Jesus.
I don't remember through the Da Vinci Code, but yeah, I heard.
And it's like I mean, like, this is where Christians really need to do some studying.
Yeah.
Because to get rid of the bad stuff, these like weird stuff that is going on, you could literally, it would just help. It will help because Christianity is nothing but you trying to find a way to live better, you know, and to have this weird stuff all around it that doesn't belong. There needs to be like a complete cleansing, and Christians need to take their beliefs back and quit being preached on, you know, because there's a lot of resources out there that could be used for you to cleanse your church and actually do some real stuff where real development occurs, where real, even let's say if Christ doesn't exist, at least philosophically you can believe in that stuff. It's not so much, okay, the miracles didn't happen, okay, but the goodness of the philosophy that's being talked about, right? It could be,
yeah, it could apply to anything. Really.
Yeah. And so we don't have to be so literal with it. We can understand these things.
Which is, I think, it go right back to the African mystery systems where it wasn't all literal stuff. It was all connected stuff, you know. And so they took the connectedness out of it and put.
I mean, it's the reason why we accepted the religion in the first place, because we can understand all this stuff.
We understand it. It's natural to us. It's in us.
Yeah.
So
ain't nobody. People from Ifa tradition ain't trying to look like trying to convert people. They're just living.
Yeah. It's natural, you know.
The wrong is when you start saying you're worshiping the devil, not realizing that you're worshiping a white Jesus, and your Bible and Revelation doesn't say that. Yeah.
So there's a section on I don't want to read the whole thing, but there's a section on 258, beginning the third paragraph down, an African-centered interpretation of European cultural history using the analytical tool of the Asili concept demonstrates the centrality of racialist thought, of racial myth in the European ideology. It goes all the way down. The concept of racial superiority is inextricably entwined in the matrix of the European mythoform. And they actually talk later on about somebody who described himself as a racialist. I don't think it's this paragraph.
And well, it's almost nationalist too. A racialist is almost like a nationalist.
Yeah.
And
But then
this is. Go ahead.
No, but then further down, the next paragraph, the history of England, middle of this, the second to last paragraph. The history of England is the history of the European.
Blasphemy! Blasphemy! You're committing blasphemy.
Blasphemy? Me? No,
Yeah,
I'm reading what she said.
Aren't you from England?
That's why it shocked me, Ra. But I like what it says at the end, forcing. So the history of England, because he interrupted me there, blasphemy, is the history of the European self-image, forcing itself into the consciousness of humanity. It also demonstrates the indispensable role of the historian. That's the bit that I wanted to make the segue about the history, right? In the process, and answers the question of why it was so important to first create the European myth of a secular, objective, and scientific history. Cultural myth had to be understood as historical fact. This is the problem that underlies most biblical interpretation. We won't go into that.
And hold on, let's go into it, because this is where like, this is where, if you actually study the history of even the people who have created this, and you really want to be Christian, then you actually could get a greater meaning.
Well, wasn't
during the history of the book being created, you could now have self-determination.
Yeah, if you really investigate and not just accept what's as they say, appearance is not the appearance. It's look at what's real and not what they want you to see.
And
right?
if I remember correctly, page 260 talks about Henry VIII. And if I remember correctly, Henry VIII that was fighting to have the Christian church be, that was the main religion, right? There was a big thing about Henry VIII. I seem to remember the church thing was all about him. And they sought religious independence from Rome around his time.
Well,
so
I mean,
the nationalism came in as well.
Well, also not just that. It's not, they wanted to sever that power, right? Because now they realize they created a institution where the head of, like, the Pope decides how to give the blessings to conquer lands. King James, I heard that he changed the Bible because he wanted to get divorced and remarry or something. Like, there's a whole bunch of things that they're willing to change the rules when it comes to them, but everybody else has to follow the rules.
Yeah, that's true.
This is in politics and in religion. Oh, we got to forgive him even though they raped tons of children.
And later on in that chapter,
what happened to the part about stoning somebody?
Yeah, that was all around that time. A lot
of
persecution, witches, and all that kind of stuff. But the role of the historian, as we all know, is very important as well, because we get their history, right?
Yeah.
So,
remember, most all these science, anthropology, psychology, was all created to support the Tamu Rojo. And it's like, imagine, like, the Asili is like, let's say you know that symbol where you get in Egypt where you have the sun disk and all the rays and the unks at the end. The Asili is this power and fear and aggressiveness that they have. Everything else stems from those things.
Yeah.
Right. And so we say, oh, but they're doing this because they're, ultimately it's power. Oh, it's because of finances. No, money is a tool to be able to manipulate you.
Yeah.
Oh, I need money, but you need money to survive. Yes, because you're under this particular institution. But if you have pieces of land and you're not being taxed and you are able to live off the land, how much, and you could build, especially like Eugene, who could build furniture and stuff like that in the house and fix stuff up. What do you really need? And then, you know, if he was in Trinidad, he'll have a garden that will feed him every day.
He has a garden right now in Canada.
I have my garden.
That will feed
I've
him
been
every
spending
day.
the last week putting my plants in.
No, I just said, I said all around, because you can't do that
in the winter.
this climate, yo, because
Yeah,
it's, you know,
it's kind of hard. It is.
we want to go against the very nature. We go against Mother Nature and be like, no, we want to live in the cold. Where you need more resources. You need more resources. At least if you're in a warm climate, you don't need
you don't
tons
need
of things.
stuff. Yeah.
So I just want to be the Asili for the time checker, Asili.
Listen, we ain't talking about you're not a. There's no checking of the time. You.
Well, I'm just putting the thought in people's heads, right? Okay. So okay.
We haven't. Remember, you said 2 hours.
Yes.
Did I? I said 2 hours.
Yeah, that James Small, right?
Help me, Robert. Don't agree.
And I mean, how far you want to go with this? Because we
you know,
the ways from the end of the month.
You know what? We're always from the end.
Yeah.
The median self-image one, the next one though, we actually discussed a lot of that. We discussed quite a bit of that before. I just wanted to end, if nobody else has anything else to say, the last chapter, the last paragraph of page 265. Again, I know I have the British accent, but I'm just going to start with, as the British Empire spread to exploit more melanated people who could in no way claim Germanic heritage, the lines of race became more clearly attached to the broad cultural historical lines that separated Europe from the rest of the world. And the European self-image has always been based on the implicit perception of cultural or racial difference. The Utumoroho thrives on this difference because of the nature of this Utumoroho. The dialectical complement of the positive European self-image is a negative image of others. That keeps coming up all the time.
Yes.
They are the good, we are the bad, they are the white, we are the black. You know, they can only compare themselves because they give us a negative image they give us a negative so to make them look good. So that just keeps coming up over and over again.
Negative image is the next chapter.
Right.
And then Linda, go to 276 and the theme of the European Utumoroho. Go ahead.
276?
Yeah.
What? You mean we're skipping all of that? My bookmark was there, you know. The things I have that marked. How did you know, Ra? I have that marked off as well.
Okay.
But read it. The themes. The themes of the European Utumoroho are what is significant in this sampling of white nationalist literature. The European man, the conqueror, world's savior, bearer of order, and most importantly of civilization, superior and therefore magnanimous in his effort to impose on them the benefits of his knowledge and talents. It doesn't matter for African peoples, for the rest of us that is, whether Europeans say that their blessed state of civilization is transmitted racially, physically, or culturally. This is ultimately a very fine distinction. The consequences of blatant racialist theory may be even less damaging culturally, as they could logically lead to a non-interference separation type policy. On the other hand, ethnologically, the European Utumoroho is a subtle admixture of race, culture, and the ideological conceptions of civilization and progress.
You guys understand that though?
Yeah.
Robert.
That part there.
This is a description of white nationalism, isn't it?
It's describing their methodology.
The methodology, how they
describing
doing it.
how they're doing this.
Yeah.
It's describing the process.
Yeah. You want to finish
that?
Finish that paragraph?
Actually, go to these various aspects of your.
Okay.
Various aspects.
Oh, okay. The white
these various aspects.
These various aspects of the European Utumoroho combine to form a self-image that externally supports European imperialistic behavior and internally or intraculturally supports extreme rationally fanatical scientism, a superficial and analytical aesthetic, and a severe lack of spirituality. Imperialism is supported by the scientists who construct theories by which the world is consumed, by intellectuals and academicians who
remember that imperialism supports supported by scientists who construct.
Say it again for effect. Imperialism is supported by the scientists who construct theories by which the world is consumed, by intellectuals and academicians who use this knowledge as power, by missionaries, modern-day crusaders, who seek only to impose their peace on the world, so they altruistically offer citizenship in their empire. Yeah.
And you can stop there, because basically we talked about this, and this is what I was saying, that even in, you know, I know some people may think when I talk about science, I may be veering off, but there, she's stating it.
We're going through it right now with COVID.
That's one. There's many others.
Yeah, there's many others.
Right? Like how we eating.
Oh yeah.
Right? The food we eat, what we considered important. As we celebrate Mother's Day and Father's Day, we separate those two instead of saying, let's celebrate Family Day.
Yeah, every day.
It's just the tip of the iceberg on those days, but
and then Linda said, "Oh, but it gives us a reason to be together." I'm like,
yes.
you know,
yes,
that's not, you're together because you're together. That's not the reason.
But we can use
and the separation. Hold on, and the separation is caused. The separation is caused by the Westernization, right? This overworked, underpaid, this whole jumping. You're a hamster, and I'm not gonna say the rest, but you're a hamster in this wheel.
It's only a word. We can use it how we choose to use it.
No, you cannot. You can recreate. You can create a word and use it the way you use it, but we're dealing with a term, a concept that already has its concrete meanings. So you can create a word, like this is why she said asili, and then we could talk about the asili. Now, where in Europe, in the European construct, you have a concept like the asili. I want to hear that.
You have a description, but not a word. Yeah.
Like, I mean, we could describe anything, but the concept is like a whole analysis, a breakdown of something. We don't. And so, I mean, we're too old to not try to redefine some of these things. We're adults, man. Like, we should be doing this as soon as we turn 18 and go to college and all that. We're like, hold on. Like, I used to question people all the time about certain words. And they'll say, oh, but the Webster Dictionary. I say, listen, are we in a university? We create concepts here. But you know, one of the things is, if you don't have the complexion for the protection, you're not heard. You're not considered smart. Why are you rattling the bowl? Why are you being attacked? Why are you so aggressive? No, you're the aggressive. You're destroying the planet. You're killing people. Cops are scared of, like, they need a cop that says, oh, they were afraid, should lose their job. Or what we should do is you know, firemen seem to be very brave because they run into fire. So we should switch. If you're afraid, listen, it appears that these firemen are brave because they run into fire. I respect that. So let's switch and make the firemen into cops. Because apparently the cops are just afraid. They're afraid to do their job. Like, oh, they cry, boo-hoo, I'm afraid. So I killed them because I'm afraid. You know,
we're almost so raw. last paragraph of that section on page 277.
I mean, we're already. I just want to ask everybody: do y'all understand what we're talking about in terms of these sections?
No, I think this chapter it kept going back to the same theme all the time. I mean, I've gone through it, and she's really trying to reinforce that message of, you know,
process,
how they actually process and get you to think the way that they want you to think.
Well, I think honestly, I think because she is a Black woman, she had to do this. She had to overdo herself because the institution would not be like, you don't have enough evidence.
Yeah, no.
They do this all the time. I've experienced it. How are you gonna support that? Well, I just did. But you give us more examples. How many examples you want?
No, she put a lot of examples in there.
and so the very fact that they're even able to question these things are the reason why, you know, it's an example after you stated your case.
Yeah. No, she was pretty clear in this this whole chapter. You know, after you go through all the evidence, I mean, how could you argue against it, you know?
Veronica, what you think? What's your overall assessment of this?
Again, I just support exactly what I just heard, because it just affirmed all that we've been reading so far. It gives you actual examples that it helped to clarify too a lot of what you're thinking about, and a lot of statements that we've made already with examples in our lives that you can go here and the
as a teacher, you and Robert are teachers. As a teacher, how reading these things affect you? Because it's like, I know you absorb this information, you know these things, and like, I know y'all with these little children, and you be like, I want to instill what I know. Like, how y'all balance those things? Like, how y'all deal with it?
It's hard. It is hard, that kind of a balancing that. Actually, being on virtual helps a lot, because at least you figure that your administrators are not really, you know, tuning in to what you're getting at, right? So you might take a little bit more, you know, leeway. But I mean, the way that we are teachers are trained and educated, I mean, it is to fall in line. It is to further, you know, indoctrinate the students we have with their own philosophies and ideologies and values, that sort of thing, and without a check. But once you know that, I mean, sometimes you have to catch your own self. For me, it's a lot of self-work on my part in terms of the type of information that I am sharing with them. And you talked about things like Mother's Day. Now that I know what you're saying, right? But like, you're expected to reinforce with them that this is the way it has to be. Like, you have to think of your mother on one day. So if you don't think about them all year, on Mother's Day, you think about your mother or something. Rather than, that's not a natural thing for us, right? You know, your mother's thought of every single day, even here in this household. But the thing about it was that when they gave you that day, or when they said that you had that day, it was something that you say, well, you know, you can reinforce it, because now they're actually doing what you would have done yourself.
Yeah, it's interesting for me that they don't say Family Day, because that causes us
There's
to
a
think
family
about
day.
family.
There is.
Yeah.
Family Day.
We have a family day.
Yeah, but come on, guys. Mother's Day versus Mother's Day versus Father's Day, which one wins?
And they have Father's Day too.
But it's not to compare.
No, they have family.
No,
day.
hold on.
We actually have Family Day in the shortest, coldest month of the year.
Yeah.
February.
Yeah, but you know, when you compare Family Day, there is no real family day. There's no nobody's thinking about
these days are
Father's Day. Father's
should...
Day is give that dude a tie and let him shut the hell up, man. And the men, we don't even look at it like, come on, man. What you mean? I'm a father all day, man.
It's a day.
When it comes to Mother's Day, it's like, and the women love it. They're like, yeah, give it to me. Give it to me. Ooh, love that attention. The man is like, nah.
You're just reclaiming the concepts that they grabbed from you, that they took from you.
And see, the concept of family should be promoted much more because one is a celebration of the mother and her role and how important that is.
It's important.
Celebration of the father.
Yeah.
The importance of the role of he is, and then the importance of the kid, the new generation that is coming up and becoming the adults that they should be, these divine beings that they are, and manifesting. Now, hey, Robert, you heard Veronica. You add your twist to it in terms of your experience as a teacher. Like, how do you even deal with it when you got kids there? You see they look like you, and you like, I want to just transfer that information.
I mean,
I saw you shaking your head like, yeah, I can feel that.
Yeah, because it resonates with me. I mean, where I'm at right now is I've been blessed enough to just be working. I work at institutions where they'll let me do what I do.
Ooh, that's cool. That's cool.
So yeah, but even still, like it's a it's a cultural thing in the sense that, you know, like a kid.
Do you feel like you have to balance, like you got to be careful and like how far you go with your information and your understanding when you're teaching Black children and stuff like that, or like are you self-checking, like let me not rock the boat this hard?
Like I don't know. I honestly I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I just been kind of I've been cool enough or just blessed enough not to have to think about that. Like I make sure if I go a place, I'm like, hey, like this is the type of stuff I'm going to be talking about. And you
Veronica,
know,
do you have to self-check?
Myself, I'm a pretty good teacher, so like I get the job done.
That's tough.
You gotta understand like where I'm at, and the kids that I'm teaching, is different in the sense that like I understand my role and where I'm at is to kind of just drop seeds. Like I'm a say something. It's like maybe one kid out of 30 is gonna land and hit. Everybody else is way later, and I might not never see it, or they'll come back and like see me years later, be like, oh, you know what? I went off to some school or whatever, and they was talking about this, and I remembered something that you said, you know, when we was in third grade.
I had several students and kids that I mentored that they like, man, if it wasn't for you warning me, I would have been caught.
If you can get them to put them in a position where they gotta ask a question.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So I'm not even trying to tell, like, it's some kids, because you know how it is in regards to a teacher. Certain kids are just going to gravitate with you, and then we gonna vibe, and I'm going to show you, like, this is what I'm really working on. That kid, you know, and I'm always going to have those type of relationships.
Yeah.
But like everybody else, it's like, all right, well, I'm gonna just kind of get you to ask this question of yourself, and then, you know, maybe you come and you want to find out with me, maybe you want to discover yourself, but that question, it kind of sits there, you know what I'm saying?
I like that approach. That's a good approach.
It's not forceful, and you'd be surprised how much that seed lands, bro. Because really people hear, but they're not accountability. We tend to want to mute accountability, but a lot of people know that they're effing up. A lot of people know this.
I just wanted to throw something in about Mother's Day and Father's Day. So the same way we talk about Kwanzaa being those 7 days over the holiday period, but really you live the Kwanzaa principles every single day. I think in our mind, the Mother's Day, Father's Day, Family Day, they're just days, but really you're living that
the
every single day.
rationalization. You see the rationalization.
Well, that's what we do every day.
That's the rationalization for that.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's not necessary. Celebrate Kwanzaa that day. Celebrate Kwanzaa again. Celebrate Kwanzaa all year round. Man. 365. Listen, we see how they're manipulating this, and to even argue the point is, come on. We see how this is a monetary
I wouldn't argue the point.
No, but we do it every day. We do it every day. The day is a day, but we do it every day. We celebrate all of that every single day.
Yeah.
But we can take advantage. Like I had a friend who was disabled, but he could do everything.
The only time I will say let's have Mother's Day and Father's Day as an official thing if they give us a day off and pay us.
Sunday is a day off.
No, see.
No. I was gonna say. I was gonna say
that's that UK joint. Hold on, that's that UK stuff.
My friend who was disabled that was able to do everything an able-bodied person could do.
Eugene, did you understand my point about the day off? Hold on, no, because you just jumped over that.
No. I started this and you jumped in. So I have one sentence. What he did, he pretended he was disabled to get what he wanted to get, but he knew he could do everything. So I think that's what we got to be smarter and say, you know what? Yes, we'll do your Mother's Day thing, but we know that we do.
That's not the same thing. Oh, sorry. No, that's like some weird. That's again, like I said, the UK thing. That falls in line to the devil advocate. That's like a degree or two off for that.
I've stopped saying that now. You keep bringing it up. I'm trying to avoid.
No, I said that's like a degree or two off of being
okay, but you still use the word. Okay.
Hey, Ubuntu family, are y'all there? Before we're gonna say goodbye, I want Sunshine to put her 2 cents in it. I'm gonna leave my wife alone because I know she's probably studying as she's listening. She got her classes getting harder, you know.
Okay.
She started the semester this week. So.
No, I agree with, I'm like-minded with the fact that the chapter really does use clear examples. It for me, it was kind of like only the examples in the book I could really use because I'm not fully like, I don't normally think along national things, but it's clear. It's something that once it's being talked about, I know that I've seen it. I know that I've experienced it or know somebody who's experienced it.
Can I give you a rebuttal? Because when you mentioned Donald Trump, you're talking about nationalism. So you do think it, but you're just not
putting the two
conscious that you're actually talking about these things.
Mm-hmm.
We have no way of separating ourselves from it. And so when we talk about these things, like when you're doing your ACHA stuff, there's a whole understanding of it. I think what this does, it helps you link everything together, like, and you can be able to better understand.
And reinforces it like when you think you didn't have a name for it or you didn't have a subcategory for it, or you like, okay, this belongs here, this is where this kind of activity belongs in this context, right? It's within a context, and it's easier to be aware of it and kind of navigate through it at best.
Well, that's one of the things we got to have our kids, by teaching these. And hopefully everybody is able to 2 hours a week teach their kids, like what Dr. James Small says, because at least it will give them a fighting chance to maneuver and dodge a lot of things that are very hurtful.
Yeah.
Because
I think
there are certain things that hit us
and understand
that There's certain things that hit
Personal.
us that is not deadly, but there are deadly things out there. Police officers shooting people.
Yeah.
You know, prisons, drug addictions, all of these things. There's many obstacles, even in terms of, like, let's say if they're not doing well in school, a lot of times it's not that they're not smart. Is that there's a resistance to the propaganda.
Yeah.
So even when we look at the kids who are having trouble, try to realize, where are they having the trouble? Is it just they're being lazy, or is it that there's something in there? And now you may now be able to describe what's actually happening, and then it just, the light bulb be on the head, like, oh, I got, yeah, that's exactly how I'm feeling. And then you like, listen, you got to understand, this is this, and we need you to be at this level. And this is where it's educating our kids. You know, we need Sunday schools. We need Sunday schools. Remember, I talked about that.
We also need parents that are engaged and present, because you're assuming, by saying this is what we need to do, we're assuming that the parents are engaged.
No, I'm not assuming anything. We need that. I'm saying we need it. Whether parents are engaged or disengaged or whatever, we just need it.
Yeah. But some people, when they realize what's going on,
white folks their parents are not engaged, because they run the system. They created this system. Most of them jumped into our bandwagoners. Only a few. We need like a few. Only a few created this construct. The rest jumped in the bandwagon. We assume that this is like everybody, like this is run by like 200 people in the world, and everybody else is being controlled by like 200 people.
Yeah.
I mean, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk have more wealth than everybody in the United States.
Sunshine, Sunshine was going to say something.
I was just gonna say it takes all kinds to make the community, but like I like the point that was made earlier, that while the children are in homeschool, we're able to observe better, see how they're learning, see how they're being taught, becoming aware of it. But then there's some parents who are like, oh, I can be involved, and now I can kind of assist, and like what Rai said, like say, okay, this is where you're at, this is what's happening, that's why you feel this way. But then there's some parents who legit I have spoken to, and they're like, I can't do this. And if I had known that this was going to be a part of, the way things go in terms of being a parent, I would have never become a parent, because it's just too much work. So it takes all kinds of different.
Like these people are like these people weren't born yesterday. Like their life experience tell them what it is. That's a weird statement.
That's the reality, though. There are parents like that.
Wow. No, listen. We're born. We're born into this stuff. Like, come on, man.
I want to pay somebody to do it. I want to pay somebody.
That part I understand, but for them not to know. Like, what school you went to? Like, what school? Like, you didn't know that, like,
they don't want to do it. They don't want they don't want the true responsibilities of what comes with.
And guess what?
The package.
You can't.
They're just like
we only need 10%. We only need 10%. Because this is not like everybody gonna embrace it. There's people
10% if we gonna do something like they doing, but like, I don't know, the stuff that I got in my head is going to take more than 10%.
What you mean, like this 10%?
I'm going gun ho for my profession. It's about teachers. At least what helped me in particular, like born and raised Christian, but one thing that really helped me understand Christianity more, or the Bible more, was reading more about Bantu culture, and like how like everybody, like every teacher or every parent is a teacher. Like that's like almost like your first profession. And like the type of society that at least
when I'm saying 10%, I'm talking about to create something of our own. You don't.
I get what you said. I'm
it's
just
not
I'm just saying
what
it takes
once you, because you need the example, right? 10% could give you the example, and what happens? Everybody else falls into the bandwagon.
Yeah.
You
If it's
need a
working,
you need a
it's working. If it's working.
bandwagon.
if you
If I'm
if
in
you
10% out there because I put in the work and the effort, and I need everybody else to put in that work and that effort.
you'll be that 10%. You'll be part of that 10%. There's people that
it's not
there's
just
people
10%, right? It's a community.
you're not gonna get 100%.
They won't get.
You're not gonna get 100%. What I'm
But
saying
like,
is to
my
push.
only
Hold on. One person talking. We can't hear anything.
What I'm saying is this: to push things forward, we need at least 10 to be able to achieve some type of inertia. We need a 10%. We need a 10% of the population to recognize what is happening and to really try to push forward. Once that happens, it starts the ball rolling. People be then because we're not going to educate people all at once. It needs to be hundreds of years forward. We need to be like, okay, we start here and we start. It's like pushing the ball in the hill. You push the ball, and it just gathers momentum, which is the population increases. All of a sudden, people start looking at this culture, African, us being African, accepting African, eliminating anti-Africanism, and being like feeling like they could be themselves, and being able to recreate the schools, like getting rid of this, like we can't have our own schools and stuff like that. Even in terms of now, we're making too much money to not be having our own stuff. Even now.
Okay, Robert, what you were saying? You were saying something before?
I feel like we probably saying about this thing. I'm like, when I hear 10%, like in my head I got an image of like the pyramid, and you got the 10% that's at the top. I would like, I guess, let's say the exact same thing, but I guess upside down pyramid, in the sense that, like, if you had like my issue, well, I'm not going, yeah, I guess I could say my issue right now is, okay, if I'm the only teacher in the school that's like doing this, then like it's kind of, I gotta fight against, it's not efficient. Like what I'm doing is not efficient. Like, it's gonna catch it when a kid catches it. He probably gonna have a kid on his own and then have to really start asking these questions. But if I had like other teachers, you know what I'm saying? If I had like 5 or 6 that really created a type of cultural environment, and then we pushing out 30 kids like every graduating class, all these kids are dope.
Which is performing the school.
Hang on.
In regards to that 10, when I hear this, just, I'm not saying you saying this. I'm saying when I hear 10%, I hear about like, this guy's really smart, so this guy went off to this business and this did like got all this money, and then he came back. And in my personal history,
let me ask you.
Then
hold on. Let him finish, Rob. Let him finish, Rob.
No, I'm just trying to understand it. Are you looking at it like the talent and talents of the boys? Are you looking at it?
That's why I'm
because that's not the angle I'm coming from. That's not the angle I'm coming from.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you're saying this, but I'm saying like those
no,
people.
I understand what you're saying. I just needed to know if that was the what you were referring to, you know. Because really, when you talk about, let's say 10% of teachers, right? How many teachers are in Baltimore?
That's, I mean, it's a lot of teachers, but like, what do you mean?
Like, if you get 10% of the teachers who's down to do this, y'all can literally create a school, because y'all have the y'all have the what is required to create a school.
Yep, that's
like if let's say you have a black teachers association, and y'all meet up every month. And let's say there's 100 teachers. 10 of those teachers could literally start a school, even if it's online. And I actually was trying to do this with a friend of mine, but I could not, things happen with the stuff that I was doing. And it could, it could develop into, huh?
What kind of levels are you thinking? High school? You thinking elementary school?
I mean, these 10 teachers could discuss whatever level, but me, we dealing with them
what age
when they're rational, more rational.
But that's what I got in education. So
I think Veronica might have a comment about what more rational age group would be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said.
So Veronica, I know what's in your head. So I just want you to clarify what your thinking is. I know what's in her head. Go on.
You know what's in her head.
Go on.
We started an Afrocentric school here in Canada. And actually, that's where I really teach, is at the Afrocentric school. I'm just doing virtual school now in this setting. But we came across a lot of problems, a lot of issues with the fact that as an Afrocentric school, first they wanted to start it in the middle, like the high school. But the thing about it was that as they started it in the high school, okay, it was more like a program, because if you're in the Canadian system, right, then you have to go to higher education too. So that means then that you got to go make sure that the students coming out of your school has that next step option, right, as to where they're going to go from there. What we have to do is have our institutions starting from the elementary level. That's where we have the power on those children. The elementary level is where you have to begin. And then with the elementary level, you have to have teachers that can teach them, because that's the next part. And actually it's a very important part. We had the school, but we didn't have teachers who could teach the children, right? And then we ended up probably causing some problems that, added to them as if they were in a regular ordinary school being, miseducated, let's say that. And that's why I say the training of teachers are important too. How do the teachers teach? Like, there's so much.
I've seen models that have worked, right? There's models in the United States that have worked where the Nation of Islam,
you're definitely
you have the young guy Q Butter, he's doing all ages. And so, I mean, in terms of what you're saying, is preferably get him from all ages, right? And with this technology, I mean, I think is even more easier. You can now say, okay, let's say Robert start his organization and he got 10 teachers with him. He can actually they could go out and actually recruit other teachers from other places, just like Phoenix and all these other colleges do, brings the teacher in virtually, right? And really, if you could develop that type of thing, you can sell that. And this is something like it's there for the picking. Whoever could solve that, it's gonna become wealthy, but it's also wealthy in the fact that it's gonna help us.
I still think we have to establish our own educational links in terms of how our children progress, because they catch them somewhere. They catch them. And, then we got to be able to make sure that when we're also providing opportunities for them when they finish school, like where they're going to go from there. Like we don't somehow put everything in place.
And but I think at that point, right?
That's the teaching thing.
I think the teachers are taking way too much. This is where you can recruit.
We haven't taught ourselves how to teach. Like even with this, like this book is great, but this book is good for understanding Europeans. Like after you read this whole book, you still got to figure out a whole framework for how to figure out what is Afrocentric stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that's the teacher's job. The teacher got to come up with a whole different framework of how you're supposed to understand and see stuff, and then translate that to another person. That's like that's another level. But you get to that level like by generating more teachers. You know what I'm saying? So I go into my classroom and I be trying to find kids.
We got to get rid of also the idea of what a teacher is, right? Because some of this stuff, like
that's what I'm saying. But that's
we have teachers like whenever you go into a program like the ACHA, that's a teachable environment, and people are teaching there that are not necessarily quote unquote considered teachers, right?
One.
You know,
the other one is.
No, I'm saying there's people like I was in programs where people are trying to do work and they were able to touch children's lives in a positive way. And we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to consolidate, because everybody's doing so many things all at once and reinventing the wheel all the time.
But I just want to say to Robert, just in case Robert disappears, I heard you say something, and I have to reinforce that what you're doing is what you should be doing. You said you can read the book, but you still have to go and do the work to do the work, right?
Most definitely.
Yeah. But you said you're still learning. I think every day we are learning something new, and engaging this book club is going to
engaging with people who are trying to do the same thing is very important.
That's important.
And having elders and mentors that are talking about these things are very important. This doesn't come, and so you could, and understanding when you came at this, right? When you realized, I'm an African in America, right? Once you understand those things, and you're already gonna see being spiritual, for example, because the book actually tells you how to be African. This is where I'm gonna disagree with you. To be African, where's the book? We're gonna look at the chart. Look at this chart. Thinking being minus spiritual being equals the knower. No. Thinking being plus the spiritual being is an African. Reality minus meaningfulness. No. Reality with meaningfulness is African. Because the African is just the human being that hasn't been tainted by this asili. That's the African. Here goes another one. Phenomenon or experience minus interconnectiveness. No, you understanding the interconnectedness of things. That's an African. That's the indigenous Homo sapiens mind. Here's another one. European controlled ego plus detachment. No, don't view yourself detached. That's the African. That's why we view ourselves as a whole, a family. That's why we created concepts like Pan-Africanism. We're not detached from the universe. We're not detached from nothing. That's the African. From there, everything else manifests. So now we emanate and we create things that we hold a value. I like art. You may like science. So-and-so may like sewing, wood carving, but as long as you maintain, you're not out of your mind, you're African, right? So it's not that hard. The book tells you what it is.
That's a perfect segue.
Yeah. And I do
see,
that we
I understand I'm older than you, and this is why you need a brother like me. You're a young brother
You talking to me, right? Or you talking to
Listen, you're the baby. You're the baby. You're the baby. Brother, you are the most important person here right now.
Yep, I agree with that.
You understand the mission that you're in. You're the most important, being the youngest. So if I could just transfer all my knowledge to you, I would have. Because
Your head would explode, Robert.
I would not try to hold. No, I mean, on a serious level, Robert. On a serious level, we can't, like, some people, they get knowledge and they want to keep it to themselves, and they don't share and stuff like. That's not who we are. I'm trying to pass. The book club is formed to try to pass a level of understanding. I realize people do not think so much. They're not deep thinkers. And that's one of the problems. Africans are deep thinkers. So you're the most important person here because you're the youngest. We're trying to, if anybody should get this, you should be able to get it, because you're not even half of your life. Everybody else is like 3/4 of their life already.
You guys have great skin, let me say.
It's the camera.
I know, guys. He's cut our life short already. Oh my God. How much do we have left, Ra? What's the number? Give me a number. So I can do all the things that I can do, my bucket list before I go.
I just wanted to say something. I would just want to say that in effect, everybody here is a teacher. We all teach.
Yes.
Yes. And the point is that not everybody knows how to channel what they know so that they can pass it on to somebody else. However, we learn, even if we are learning or we get something from somebody that's negative, it's a teaching for us. So I think that like when you had mentioned about that, and I just checked myself and I said, you know what, you talked about the 10, get 10 teachers that you could start something with them. And I remember going through that experience with the school, and I thought to myself, you said an interesting thing there. For the teachers that we have that couldn't do it, boy, did we learn something. We learned a lot from that. And it really did help the next time we have to think about how we want to really organize our school. And even the children who had those teachers that couldn't really express to them or bring them to the levels that we wanted.
And I like that because it's a process. We think we want to take a pill on 10%. When I say 10%, I'm not talking about they're like, oh, let's just get 10% people. No, 10% of idiots is a bunch of idiots. That's all it is. Right? Yeah. You need 10% of like people with the heart, with the proper attention. Just because somebody knows a lot doesn't mean they're good.
They know how to do it. It's true.
Yeah. So you need the heart and all that. If you could get 10%, trust me, those 10% will ignite and create like a blaze. It will transform the culture. Man, one person had, like, the Buddha changed the culture. There's a whole bunch of examples of like one person, and then it just grows. The thing is I think we view things harder than what it really is, right? We swipe ourselves, we trip ourselves up before we really start. And we get discouraged because we don't understand the process of creation. And if we actually understand our history from time immemorial, we will have a better understanding of what creation is. And just to tell you, Kemet has a good process. They understand. As a matter of fact, that book of Ma'at that I gave you, read that. Read that.
You know, by chance, because I don't always be in front of a computer, where I can get like a paper copy, or maybe I'll.
Yeah, it's called Amazon. Amazon, or you just print it out as your job.
Okay. All right. Hotep.
Listen,
gotta go.
Robert, if you need anything, let me know. Let's
Chapter
close out the
5
meeting.
next week. Chapter 5?
The whole thing?
Yeah, chapter 5.
Like 20 pages.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Bye.
Have a good night, everybody.
Wherever half is. Wherever half is.
It's only 20 pages. It's 20 pages.
Bye.
All right.
Good night.
Bye.
On this glorious sunny day, I think everybody's having this wonderful weather that we're having here in Toronto. We ask for the guidance and wisdom of the ancestors who went before us and those whose lives were lost in the Middle Passage as we commune weekly in this book club of Yurugu. And particularly, we ask the ancestors to hold and guide us through this study group. As we pour libations, I want you to keep in mind ancestors whom to you embody the principles that we will pour libations for, and also the people who guide you in this earthly life. The response is Ashe, so be it. So we pour libations for all who dare to define, defend, and develop our interests as people. Ashe.
Ashe.
We pour for our ancestral land. We say Ashe.
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 For our people then and now, we say Ashe.
Ashe.
For our children and those yet unborn, we say Ashe.
Ashe.
We pour for Kawaida, Nguzo Saba, and Ma'at. We say
Ashe.
For the systems of views and values which give identity and purpose to our lives, we say Ashe.
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 For the new world we struggle to build and for the continuing struggle to reconnect, reconstruct our history and humanity in our own image and words according to our needs. We say Ashe.
Ashe.
We also ask the ancestors to drink heartily and quench your thirst. Okay? Ashe.
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 It is finished, it is done. Ashe.
Ashe.
Mr. Bacchus. It's not bad.
Sunshine just texted me saying something came up, she won't be able to make it. Your questions were too hard.
I'll make them simpler the next time. So, how do you want to get this still on the road?
Well, like I always ask, does anybody else besides Linda's have questions or any statements? Nobody? The teacher don't have nothing to say.
Thinking.
Come on, Linda, I guess we're gonna go with your questions.
Okay, so just to preface this, I just thought I'd throw some questions out just to get the conversation started. So
Ooh,
somebody's blowing their nose.
that hurt my ear.
Right.
Who's that?
I think it was Yemi. Yemi, we've outed you. So I just thought of a few questions that came up as I was reading the book, this chapter rather. Question 1, and these are to stimulate discussion. It's not because, we're trying to make it more difficult than it could be. What are the ways in which Annie describes the reinforcement of the Asili with regard to the negative image of the other and the positive images of the Europeans in section 1 and 2 of chapter 5. And how does this feed the white nationalism according to Annie? So really, it's asking, how do they, as we've seen throughout the book, we keep getting a description of the Europeans that's positive, the other as negative, and she keeps reinforcing with each of her chapters the methodology and the energy that feeds the Asili. So this section, image of others, what's the name of the whole chapter?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Is that the whole chapter?
Yeah. Image of others, that's it. Chapter 5.
Okay, yeah, and the next chapter, yeah, the image of others, the first two sections, why the other is black and non-white, and the image of others, the complement of the European self-image. So what did people get from those two sections that describe the reinforcement of the Asili, according to Annie? Anybody have any?
Anybody want to go first? Anybody want to go second? Well, with the Europeans, they're silly. They can't have they're silly without having the other. So there's like a codependent on being able to justify their culture and looking at everybody else's. Mm-hmm. Their culture can exist without having an enemy.
Mm-hmm. And the first sentence of chapter 5 says, the persistence of the European Utamoroho is inherently dependent on the image that Europeans have created of their opposites. The image of others, the dialectical antithesis of the European self-image, helps to define it. So she goes through these chapters just really reinforcing what they are, compared to what they think we are.
And also there's always a creation of a dichotomy. Every time there's a separation, you notice that? Everything they're doing, there's a separation. Mm-hmm. You know, and this is a common theme in the African Center community, and even the ones that deal with esoteric stuff, you know, spiritual stuff. There's always this separation, this division. And this is why in her chart she has when she says a phenomenon, and then I think she says subtracting the interconnectedness of everything. I think this is what they always do. Mm-hmm. You know? And I'm actually trying to hold myself in because it's related to the other part where she talks about fear.
Mm-hmm. But also in this chapter, this section rather, she talks about Christianity and anthropology. And this was interesting because I know you were looking at doing an anthropological study, how they feed into the energy of creating the Asili. Anthropology, because anthropologists have helped to build a relationship between Europeans and other people. This is page 281.
Yeah.
Yeah, child to adult. There's that theme that she talks about, child to adult. The high culture being the adult culture, I suppose, as the European, and the child is us, I'm assuming. That's interesting. Anthropology reinforces some of that.
When I read this, page 81, where it says anthropologists sometimes use the term, where it goes into evolutionists in the ethnological theory related to European Tamuwazu. That section, when I read this whole section, it just brought me back to what Dr. Carruthers said, and where he said we have to be careful with universal evolution. And by that is applying evolution to everything. And really, evolution is okay when you just leave it in biology. And here, they will use evolution as they've been trying to find themselves, right? At first they say they were the first, and then they realized everywhere they went, they weren't existing. And then they found out, okay, we're the new kid on the block. Okay, now since we're the new, and since evolution had in their mind has this linear path of being better and better, they think they're the better race because they're the last who were developed, who came out.
Yeah.
Hotep, everyone.
Hotep, Veronica. Hey, Linda, you may want to read that question to Veronica that we're dealing with.
We're just discussing question 1, Veronica.
Oh, yeah.
I put it in the chat as well.
This was such a powerful chapter.
Yes.
Such a powerful chapter. Oh, my goodness.
Ooh, I'm ready to hear you all, girlfriend.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
Do you want me to read the first question? We're just on the first question.
Okay, I'm just going to open up my stuff here.
Okay, so while you're opening up, what are the ways in which Annie describes the reinforcement of the asili with regard to the negative image of the other and the positive images of Europeans in sections 1 and 2 of chapter 5? How does this feed into white nationalism, according to Annie?
Go ahead, girlfriend. I want to hear you out.
Section 1 and 2.
Oh my goodness. Well, it actually is the whole basis for it, because what it does is provides them with a justification for it. I found that a lot of what was being said was just pulling in together so many things that we've looked at. It looked at that whole idea of self-imagery, and in order for the asili now to really be continuous, in order for them to continue now to expand and make sure that they maintain the power and the dominance, they had to create an image now that was the absolute opposite of who they are, and then make that image that they created of themselves be the one that was superior, and not just superior, but exclusive. And as they built on their image, what they were doing is actually consolidating the whole idea of what this asili will be as they continue to dominate. It fueled every single action that they've taken against anybody other than themselves. And I don't know, that's where it started to lead. I mean, there's so much more to it, but
yeah.
Well, the asili led to this. You know, so it wasn't they're not fueling the asili. The asili, they're living out the asili.
Yeah.
You understand? So
yeah, the asili actually demands that they have to have something to go against. It's always it always has to be this dominance over something in order for this asili to feed it to really survive. That's where it comes from. So
they need that enemy.
They didn't have that, right? It's like the energy that drives it. If they didn't have that opposite force kind of, you know, giving it fuel, it wouldn't survive. So they must have that negative stuff, something out there to make them feel like it's like they're positive. Yeah, it's like you're stepping.
It's an equal and opposite reaction to everything. This is the whole thing out. To every reaction, there's something else going on. So it had to evolve that way. And then section 2 talks about the other being black, non-white. And interestingly, in this section, they talk about the yellow, the brown.
Hold on. Robert looked like when Veronica was talking, Robert looked like you wanted to say something.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, no, I'm good.
my wife is messing with my daughter.
Oh, okay.
My bad. I got distracted.
So can I go back to what I was saying then, Robert? Yeah, so in the section 2, it talks about black being at the lowest of the totem pole below yellow and brown people. And they describe the yellow race, the brown and yellow peoples have contributed greatly to the civilization of the world, page 283, and have profoundly influenced human progress. The Negro, on the contrary, has contributed virtually nothing. We need to shoot that Gobino. Left to himself.
Well, they're lying, and they know they're lying.
Yeah.
Like this is now where there's a culture, Celie, where like you're born and you're dividing things up, but now this is like actually maintenance of the reality.
Right,
right. The reality is they know themselves there is not true.
Yeah, it's like the big lie.
The very reason. Go ahead. What was the question?
So basically, I call it devil's advocate. Why do you think?
No, hold on. We just went. We just went with Linda's. Hold on. No. We just went with Linda's because what devil advocacy does, it changes the subject matter, and we just talked about.
We used it the wrong way.
Well, let's see what Robert's going to do. Let's see.
No, hold on. No, hold on 1 second. Keep it on the subject. All right.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Like I said, maybe I probably used the term incorrectly. I was saying like.
Say what you're going to say. Don't.
Hold on, I'm trying to hear.
Why do you think like it's a blatant lie? Why do you think he would be I assume it's a he. Why do you think he would write that blatant lie and something that's like kind of easily to disprove? And basically I'm saying like, so why do you think he would write that specifically? And then do you think like his definition of contribution is different than our definition of contribution? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In the sense, like, do you think that contribution to them is like only maybe when he says contribution is like how many people did you, how many kingdoms did you take over? How many crowns do you got on your head or something like that? How many titles that you have? And they're like, do you think straight up I want to write down misinformation, or he's saying
because I don't know why she's shaking her head, because what you're saying is not clear. Because contribution to how many crowns you got, when you say contribution, give an example what you mean in terms of how they may mean what is contribution.
So like a difference in definition. How like if you was to go in Europe, you're like
the definition
for contributions.
We know what contribution means, and he knows what contribution means. What is
Robert is saying? Robert is saying the definition of the word contribution. I'm not saying I agree, but I think what you're saying, Robert, is that what does that word mean when he wrote it, as opposed to what does the word contribution mean for Gobineau, as opposed to maybe what we are thinking contribution means as a word. Is that correct?
Yeah. And kind of like how like their definition of like a European definition of king, even though using the same word, it is different than Bantu definition of king.
But they're not the same word, and they don't have the same definition. Nesubiti is not a pharaoh, for example. Nesubiti is supposed to be the real word for what they say pharaoh or king, but they're not equivalent. They're not the same.
No,
I know that. I'm saying like when he's writing this down, like when he's saying contribution, like
to be blunt,
what do you think his example of a contribution
to be
is to
blunt,
civilization? That's what what do you think
be
he would
blunt,
say as an example?
To be blunt. Hold on, brother. I'm gonna answer your question. To be blunt, I don't care what he thinks, because he's a racist Tamu, right? So in terms of contribution, what they have said is, and what they always say is talk about science, civilization, and all that. That's what they talk about when they talk about contribution. Even now, they still trying to claim the Nile Valley as they're being the ones who civilized it. So this is what they're talking about. I mean, there were arguments. What's the white lady's name who went against out of Egypt, or it wasn't stolen out of Greece? What was that lady? Marion Ledgewit. I forgot her name. Who had a debate with Dr. Clark, and Dr. Clark demolished her.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
But I think at the beginning of this chapter, it says that Gobineau is he's a white nationalist.
Yes.
Him and Stoddard, they both.
And this is where they're trying to, at this point, white nationalism is being developed more and more. And the white nationalists started, you know what, that 1619, they're actually trying to say that it started there. Right? But they're literally lying, knowing the whole reason why they went to West Africa and stole Africans and kidnapped them were for their skills.
Yeah.
They purposely took There was a city called Benin in Nigeria. A city named Benin. You can look this up. It had no crimes, had no jails or nothing like that. The walls were bigger than the wall of China. You could see it out of space. Out of envy, they bombarded and blew it up, tore it down as ruins. Because they don't want they don't want people to know who they are. It's the whole reason why they took our history away from us. It's the whole reason that they want you to read. Their whole behavior and tactic that they did it wasn't just why did they hide it? You know, because it was intentional. It wasn't like by mistake. And they understood, and part of the book talks about the fear. I don't want to go there yet because it's coming up, but because of the fear. When they started going around the world, they discovered they were the minority. And that's Frances Cress Welsing's one of her theories.
I was just going to say, so they have the two counter theories: inadequacy and demelanated, from Richard King. Is it Richard King? Frances Cress Welsing. So
yeah, I was just going to comment that the whole impetus for introducing all these different white nationalists is that at that time, what they were trying to do is reinforce their definition, so they could care less about anybody else's. And even to the point where you ask about contributions, they didn't see anything that anybody else did as a contribution either, right? It was what they had done. And they took all along the way, they kept taking from everybody else, but not taking it in the sense like, I'm going to steal this idea because you had a good idea. It's more like, no, you can't even see this idea as anything good because you're not like us. You're not developed to that potential. So they just disregarded anything anybody else did and more or less that's how they created that whole imagery, right? Their definitions of what they've done is that they're superior. Even if they stole it, we know they stole it. Even you couldn't even go against them by saying, oh, well, you stole our idea. Well, no, you weren't even capable of doing it from their eyes. right? So I think that was just to reinforce that in order to have this white nationalist idea, you had to disregard anything that anybody else
Serious
did
cognitive
other than you.
dissonance. It was serious cognitive dissonance. And
Yeah.
the example that she has is the Dervidians. If
Mhm.
you know the history, the
Yeah.
Dervidians were the ones who created those temples, those great monuments, and
Mhm.
also they were responsible for that, for the actual um, spiritual component of India until the Aryans came in and created the caste system of them being better. They were the ones, they had to escape. They were killing them and everything, you know. And now this is the first time people were like when the these Talmuds came over, they're like people were genocide wasn't like a real phenomenon, you know. And so people were surprised. And so these people they came over, the Aryans took over, changed the whole religion, Hinduism, created, got rid of the Dravidians or made them they're in the bottom of the foot.
Yeah, because they were black, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And so they were constantly seeing black people creating high civilization and cultures. They were seeing this throughout the world as they travel. And what they were doing is we need to change this. Because they knew they and they they tried mingling, they tried the mixing thing and they found out that ain't working. And so they created this caste system. And Hindu, man, to be a Hindu now, that's why the whole argument with Gandhi in Ghana when Dr. Campbell lobbied to get rid of the statue of Gandhi. Because Gandhi actually went on a hunger strike because he wanted to maintain the caste system. He didn't look at Africans friendly at all.
Mhm.
And when he got dissed by the English and was like, no, you over there, he didn't like that. So this is why we have to really do the work. We really need to know the history and we need to stop being parrots.
Okay, so
There was something I wanted to look at, and I think let me see if it's in this section. I'm kind of underlined it. Let me see if it's in.
Is it Extreme Fecundity by Stoddard?
Hold on.
oh,
Because this whole section was a good section.
Mm-hmm.
I like. Okay, it is in this section because I like this thing because in some ways, you know how we talk about conservatives and liberals. Here, she talks about dominative races and liberal as adversive races.
What page?
yeah,
What
yeah,
page you
yeah,
looking at?
On
yeah,
page 288.
yeah. Mhm.
And I underlined that. I just
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
trying to just bring it to light because these are things now that we're dealing with,
Mm-hmm.
right? Where you got MSNBC, who's considered a liberal. I think they're more centrist right in terms, and we're using their terminology. Now they got centrist right, centrist,
Yeah, I think what she did in that little section there is kind of differentiate between how both the different people articulate this very same thing. One makes it sound very direct. They don't care what you think about it. And then the other one comes at it from a more academic point of view, where
Yeah.
it's more acceptable to, like, even to us, it will be acceptable the way it's put. So that way you kind of buy into that whole idea that
Well,
are inferior, you know? Yeah.
Linda and Veronica, I hear them say Donald Trump all the time. And I'm like, no, Donald Trump is the dominative. Bill Clinton, Hillary, and all the Obama, because I'm gonna put Obama in there. They're the other version, the aversive.
Aversive. Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to say that. I just thought it was like kind of a sleek way to adding that in there.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? Anybody?
I'm just looking at the last paragraph, but there was something before this.
Yeah, when they talked about the different countries, and they actually included Japan as the only non-white country that they considered, you know, that even gained consideration.
And Israel.
Yeah. Well, Israel is considered white as well, right? So you see
now, I mean, currently they're looking for allies, right?
Yeah.
So what they do now is they change it for their needs to maintain power.
Yeah,
it's that Asili is like, we need to maintain power all along. So they'll tweak this whiteness thing, right, and create, you know, another caste system. Like in the United States, how Asians got, you know, an anti-hate crime bill passed, and nothing for African Americans. Their first try, they got it. How many times did I think it's every year they're trying to pass something?
Still can't get it done.
Since the civil rights, been 50 years.
Well, that's because the yellow, the brown, and then the black. We know that.
Yeah.
We know that.
Yeah.
Bottom of the ladder, right?
Yeah.
Bottom of the totem pole.
Also, I want to address, you know, they use concepts like third world, primitive.
Yeah.
You know, they play with words. You know, that's why, like, the Native Americans or white men speak with forked tongue.
They knew it.
Yeah. So, you know, we got to be careful with what they say, because is it, you know, what they're saying doesn't match with their behavior and their actions.
Yeah.
Public policy does not need to be written.
There was a part that they were talking about. I mean, this was further up. I think it was 284, near at the very bottom, when they were talking about Europeans becoming aware of the extreme minority status in the world, and that the realization caused a psychological response. Through a process of reaction formation, they have changed a desired characteristic like blackness and color into a devalued one. And in reverse, whiteness or lack of color then could be valued. Yeah, I think this is really the whole impetus for this, because they could see that they were the minority, and in order to give that minority status that they have more power, or to fulfill that Asili, they had to make sure, and I think that's the one of the very fundamental basics of it, that to ensure that the color blackness could never be the one that was dominated. White had to be the dominant color. And
okay, sorry, I thought you finished.
I was just going to say, in order to do this, it meant that they had to consistently devalue anything that was that related to or was black.
Yeah, or non-white.
Non-white.
And or they also added people, right? because the Irish weren't considered white. The Italians were not considered white.
Mhm.
The Jews were not considered white.
Mhm, mhm.
They came later
Yeah.
and became white.
Didn't own land wasn't considered white.
I
Sorry,
didn't hear you.
Trey, say that again.
I was saying, like, people that didn't own land wasn't considered white. Like, when they was just chilling off in Britain. If you ain't own land, you wasn't worth nothing.
Mhm.
Yeah, that changed in the United States, right? You know, when again, I think it was
Or maybe they probably wasn't using the word white, but they definitely was.
no, they started using the word white in the United States. They weren't using the word white in Britain. The whole concept of white was starting in the United States. You know, there was Michael Imhotep. He did a recent interview with a professor. I'm gonna send you guys the link. He'll tell you the dates and the when those happen if you guys are interested in that. Would y'all be interested in that?
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, because I think in England it was more about the classes as opposed to the colors.
Yeah,
because we didn't have
they were peasants and they were, you know, the lords, and you know, it's all a hierarchy.
And also it was almost it was mono, you know, it was like it was mostly whites in Europe. So
but that, I was gonna say, because the norm was white, so you didn't have to stay white because that was the norm.
But if y'all interested, I'll send you guys Michael Imhotep interview with this professor. And I think he's like trying to correct the group that's trying to do the 1619 project. And he makes a good point. He actually makes some good points in that if you guys interested. Would you be interested?
Sorry.
What he does, he gives you references, dates, exactly, like he gives you legal documentation. He talks about legal documentation, how they change colors. They start using colors, and because there was a period of time where there was some free blacks and all that, and so free Africans, you know, because again, there's such an anti-African sentiment that us calling ourselves black is almost like bad, right? Because it's not like it's so much anti-African stuff. Black is we're playing in that dichotomy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just using the word.
You know, where when we say African, it comes with its own asili. It comes with its own view. It comes with a underlining unifying culture. You know? That's why they want us to focus a lot on ethnic, like nations and stuff like that, because they want to divide all the time. It's part of the tool that they use to maintain power.
And then you have Stoddard, who refers to on page 287 the extreme fecundity or fertility of the Negro, and labels him as the quickest of breeders. So they also are afraid. Towards the end, they talk about, to end of that section, what is it? The threat of black fertility, because it threatens white dominance. The anxiety is consistent with the European Asili, Utamawazo, and Utamoroho. So they are afraid of us procreating to the point where we wipe them out.
I mean,
what do you have to say about that one?
I want to hear everybody else's opinion.
When I said, what do you, I meant the general you. We know it's true. So really.
They're struggling against it.
Struggling, but still trying hard. There's a whole bunch of images I could cut and muster up about that, but I won't.
Guys, I want to.
Can you run that by me one more time? So I'm hearing basically we are trying to get people not to have babies. Is that what I'm hearing?
You're too fertile, Trey.
Yikes.
They're afraid of that fertility.
They're afraid of your fertility, bro.
Oh, are we using like, you know, words so we don't use other words?
Yes. We're being recorded, so it's gonna be like, you know, a little bit careful. But I think you'll understand.
Reminds me of, you know how they used to say, if you had one drop of black in you, you were considered black. And the way how they kind of categorize people based upon if you had any contact, or if you had
the one drop rule, that's what they called it.
Yeah, the one, yeah, that's what, yeah, right. So they had to have that mentality, because if the black gene was so dominant, still is very so dominant, that if they had to acknowledge that there was even one drop of white blood in anybody, right, then it could wipe out their whole civilization already. Right.
They said that not knowing that everybody has
had a black, yeah,
in
the origin of people. If they had acknowledged the origin.
Smokes and mirrors.
Who says?
Well, maybe they know and they're trying to do that little twist around thing again.
It doesn't matter if they know or not. The whole idea is, in order to maintain dominance, you have to do what they're doing, because it's the minority trying to rule to dominate the majority.
The only way you can stay superior.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
I said that's the only way you can stay superior.
Yeah.
It doesn't that, at least in you know, in Europe, doesn't that or doesn't the bloodline one that justify your claim to the throne and your claim to the land as well?
Supposedly.
That's why they was
the problem
like
with Europe,
things like that.
With Europe, right? This is why part of the reason why they thought this way is because they understood, they already knew after 2-3 generations, you're mixing up the royal family, they start getting kooky and crazy. And a lot of the royal families, because of the small gene pool population, were developing like schizophrenia and things like of that nature. And they saw like, okay, we need to, to the point where they had to marry African royalty. And that's actually documented, because they needed to diversify the gene pool, and continue, with that bloodline, right? So they needed to add gene pool. And so they understand, they understand to a certain level what genes are, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, and so this is why, when they asked Meghan Markle, like, what's the color, they were afraid that the baby would be black, because they understood that Harry may have some black in him. And so, Meghan Markle baby may come out looking like Robert, right? And then people, how the tabloids and all that, they're gonna go crazy. And then with genetic stuff, man.
Yeah.
That's why we don't see the genetic, like the royal family are so public to a certain extent, but we don't see their genetic tree. They'll show you their, like, the royal family tree and all that, but let them do a DNA test. And then you wonder where Prince Harry got that red hair from.
That afro.
But they actually know, because a lot of that is kept very secret.
Yeah, they do know.
Princess Charlotte, remember I sent that email out about Princess Charlotte, who was a black woman, who was married to the king at the time. I forget what the name of the king was, but they know they have black in their genes. So, but they talk. The thing is, the way that they portray it now with Meghan is that, oh, because she's black, her child might come out looking black. They're not actually going all the way back. I don't know that they are going all the way back and thinking, oh my God.
No, they are.
I think
They are, right? Because
well, we don't really know because no one's spoken to the
hold on. Meghan is not like, we say she's black, but if you look at her, she could pass, right? So when that baby come out looking like Leroy, then they'll be like, huh, that's too much. Like where there has to be more. Right? Because Meghan's father, I think it's Meghan's father. No, the mother is black, right?
Yeah, I think the father's white.
African American. And so
the genetic chromosome, you know.
So the baby,
it can go anywhere.
It can go anywhere.
And it doesn't have to be because you have the genetic pool going back hundreds of years. It could be just Meghan and Harry, and Meghan's genes linked with Harry's. That's the 1 out of 4 chance. So, you know.
No, but you know, it increases. If Harry got black in him, it increases the possibility.
Yeah.
You know, that's what we're talking about. And that's and understand. See, we don't care about this stuff, but they really care about this stuff. That possibility, like you know how we're talking about like the possibility, they are super, super nervous about this. So imagine. Like we're like, oh, we don't know, you know, it could go anyway. That's what frightens them.
Yeah.
And then knowing Harry doing what he's doing.
That's why nature's so lovely, because you
that's
don't
why
know.
they banished them. I think that's one of the reasons.
No, I think we can't talk on behalf of Harry and Meghan because we're not really in their circles. I would not like to put upon our thoughts about what they're thinking.
Please, you sound British. You sound British. We can talk about that because it's in the public, and they brought it into the public. So what are you talking about?
I will second you, Miss Linda.
Say that again. Oh, thank you, Trey. I'm always going to get somebody seconding me somewhere. Whoops.
Robert don't even know what you just said.
It was good. It was good, Robert. It was good.
Robert, I'm starting to realize Robert is trying to be a devil advocate with me all the time. So I'm gonna have to get him.
Hey, I agree with Raw on this.
Thank you. We're gonna have to bring Robert to the manosphere.
Okay, so
right.
that was a long conversation about question 1. That was great.
That wasn't question 1. That was
I think we moved on to different
we went to
questions.
the second section.
Yeah. We didn't talk about the enslavement though, so we should go with that one.
So actually, you know what? I had a question that was oh yeah, okay. How is the interdependence of the relationship between European enslavement of other people and the European image of others demonstrated in this chapter? And essentially that's section 3. The slavery, its aftermath, and the image of others. So how does the interdependence between the European enslavement of other people and the European image of others demonstrated in this chapter? I think we sort of touched on some of it.
That is a real complicated question right there.
I know.
Listen, Linda's been putting some questions when I
was in a good mood yesterday when I wrote these up.
Yeah, I read.
Hold on. The question is, Linda, explain your question, because that's like
okay. How does the maybe I'll go backwards. The European image of others, which is what we've already been discussing, right? Others, negative, black, all the negative words, right? How does that come into play with the relationship of how the Europeans enslaved our people? It gives it justification.
How is the interdependency in the relationship between?
The image of the others feeds into the fact that it's okay to enslave Black people. Does it?
I think what's throwing us off is you saying interdependency.
All right. Okay.
I think that's what it is. But you're saying, well, the best way. The best way I could answer this question and trying to understand it is they are capable of enslaving, killing, eating, and making furniture out of people because they view us as the other. That's the and all that has happened. There's even books on homoeroticism and slavery, and stuff like that, and rape.
Oh yeah.
You know,
definitely.
Trust me. We have a tendency to talk about when females were being raped during slavery, but one of the things that they don't talk about, and I actually I took a course, were the amount of men being raped. Mm-hmm. Rape was institutionalized. It was a way to break people. And we all know about butt breaking, right? Mm-hmm. Buck, B-O-C-K.
B-O.
Buck, like a deer.
Oh, okay. Right.
And so a lot of times we're being murdered in the streets, and we don't look, we're always looked at negative because they're viewing us as the other. A lot of the social problems we're having now is they're viewing us as the other. Oh, they can't lift themselves up. Why we gotta help them? When their very policies and their very actions is oppressing people that they consider the other. The concept of police brutality exists because of the concept of the other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all dependent.
Hold on. Do you understand that, Robert?
Yeah.
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 Okay. Just trying to make sure, because I see you making faces over there. Unless you farted.
Oh, he's being interrupted by his wife. So what about the aspect of cultural racism as feeding into the...
Linda, can I ask Linda what she meant about interdependency?
Yeah, that's why I think
that's what I was saying. People I think that word right there is not a good word.
Are you saying am I hearing it right in regards to basically like the Sealy has this understanding of the other, and then how does that understanding of the other then like how does that understanding of the other interplay with like your interaction with people with darker skin? You know what I'm saying? Like I already have this understanding of there's other and there's people that's bad, and then I come across people with darker skin, and it's like, okay, now I'm projecting that concept of the other onto the people with dark skin, or is that not what we're talking about?
Well, first of all, you're saying the Asili in the wrong way. The Asili is about them maintaining power. The Tamawaho and Tamarozo are part of creating a culture and the method of the maintenance of that power.
And it all stems from the Asili. It all stems from the
It's
seed.
it all stems from, like, look, if you look at the chart.
Yeah.
The need for power.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, I mean, that's why it was important to really look at the beginning chapters, because if without the beginning chapters, you will not, like, you will misinterpret those terminologies, you know. But look at the chart. The chart breaks those things down. And so, because they always have that capacity, they're always dividing things. See, creating a dichotomy creates the other. And it doesn't necessarily, it's the other in regards to everything else. The plants, the trees, the universe. This other exists in every aspect. They divide themselves, separate themselves from every aspect of life. And so when they don't, like, if you're connected, for instance, you're connected to your child, right? You don't see yourself killing that child because there's a connection. It'll be real, like, even if you and your brother are having an argument, y'all may fight, but it won't be to the point of killing each other. You won't slice his throat and all that, like, unless you're like lost somewhere, you know what I'm saying? And so they have the capacity to kill millions of people and not care. They have the capacity to annihilate the buffalo to try to gain land and starve out the Native Americans. They have the capacity that ability to look at the other allows you to drop 2 atom bombs. Even after they already have won the war and the Japanese surrendered, they dropped those 2 atom bombs, knowing there was a 50% chance that they could blow out the atmosphere. And they did it because they wanted to see, well, they said, well, we built it, like, well, let's test it out. That's history. Now, I don't know how they teach it in the school, but that's history. I don't know how Veronica and Roberts are teaching that. I'm telling you what the history is. So, like, let me ask you a question. Let me ask everybody a question. Would you launch an atomic bomb knowing that you already won a war with a group of people that you're war with, and at least 50% chance of the possibility of blowing the entire atmosphere and killing everybody and everything in the pan? Would you launch that bomb?
You know, it will be no.
No, it's because you're gonna be thinking.
Will you launch that bomb?
Robert might.
Like, I'm not going to explain this right, so I'm saying, like, I just feel like anybody has the, like, somebody with that, if you were to hand somebody that type of, let me try an analogy, like in Lord of the Rings, like
no. Let's deal with Robert.
You hand somebody that type of power. Like, you hand somebody that type of power. Like,
we have had that.
All right, yeah. I'm just saying, I don't know anybody in the history of ever who's had that type of power and hasn't abused that type of power. So it's like, if I had that power, would I not abuse it? I mean, historically, I don't know anybody that's had that type of power and not abused that type of power. That's what I'm saying.
There has been people with that type of power and haven't abused it.
I think if that power existed.
Hold on.
We
We
probably
can't
would.
separate that power in general, right?
Yeah.
Nobody in this planet has committed genocide like this. It wasn't part of anybody's culture until the Europeans came along.
People
And really, bro, this is history. This is something that is actually known. They know this.
Yeah.
So Eugene.
No, let me
and then Veronica.
Let me just say, the whole idea of a group of people dominating or wiping out another group is something that has to come from inside, and that's what we're going through here, is that the Asili drives them to do this. This is specific to them, right? So other non-European races didn't have that type of worldview where they would go and just wipe somebody out because they thought they was different to them, to make them feel good, right? You have your culture, and your life and everything is based on your culture. It's not based on what somebody else is, right? Whereas theirs is based on what you are and what they make you to be. So to say that another culture will just do that for the sake of dominating, I don't know if that really would happen. You have to have that in you.
It hasn't happened, and it could have happened.
Okay, Veronica?
Yeah, we've been given opportunities as well to annihilate them. And we have not taken that because we have a different concept of life, of the whole of nature, of the whole universe. All right. Because of that, we wouldn't be driven to do what they would do. They could easily do that because the Asili demands it. The ultimate power. And to do that, they have to have objects to the objectification of others. That's what drives that for them. But for us, we wouldn't do that because we have a whole different Asili. We do. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, we're different. We're not like that. We wouldn't.
Well, everybody responded to Robert.
Nobody else? You want to go now?
So my statement is I don't know anyone in history who's had that type of power who hasn't abused it. That is my statement. I didn't say whether I pressed the button or not. I'm just saying I don't know anybody that has that type of power. I don't know any person that had that type of power.
Robert, there were people with the type that. What is that type of power? What are you referring to? What are you referring to?
The type of power to press a button and set off and drop bombs. Like I don't know any
people have that power now, brother. What you talking about? That's the thing. People have that power now. India has that power. China has that power.
Are they using it?
People could launch if they wanted to, could launch the bombs right now, but they don't. Also, when we talk about that power, I'm not separating that from all the other massive power of killing that could happen. There were groups of people that always had the power to annihilate other groups of people throughout. And so you're saying that you never seen power, like people being able to have power, but not going out and abusing it, like killing people and committing genocide?
I mean, if you got an example, I'm a student. I'm here to learn.
I already told you. I gave you some examples.
Somebody that's got that type of power to push a button and destroy a whole city.
No, listen, it's not the power of killing, brother.
So that's one. Yeah.
This is we're using a contemporary one, and I went through a whole series of what they do. Is the other allows them to do that.
I completely agree. Well, I guess I don't know. So, like in regards to it makes me think of one. It makes me think of a couple things. And one, it makes me think of this the debate. You remember James Baldwin had a debate with I think William Buckley, and he was saying I think the question was how does the American dream come at the expense of the American Negro? And basically Baldwin was saying like the American dream is a false premise, like that don't even exist. What you're really trying to say is, does one culture have the rights to extinguish another culture? Like that's what you're really trying to say.
You mean an ethnic group, one ethnic group against another?
No, I'm saying like I might be paraphrasing, but he's saying basically does one culture generally have the right to come in and distinguish another person's culture? Like can that be right? Can that be righteous? Can that be morally justified? He was saying that's like what you really are trying to say, because essentially that's what's happening to the to the black people, or that's been the like black people trying to keep their culture while the majority culture is trying to extinguish them out. He was saying like in a concept, that's what he was saying, that's what you really mean when you say like what's the American dream at the expense of the American Negro. And so check this. So my brain was like, okay, cool. Like, is that can be morally justified or whatever? I mean, I would say no, personally. I'm gonna say no. And then I'm gonna look at like when I'm looking at history, I'm trying to figure out, well, like who else had that type of opinion? When in the story with Cain and Abel and how they say like that's supposed to be,
that's not history.
Or some people say that it's supposed to be. Hey, I'm not saying it's true.
It's not history, and we just really went over those things, brother.
I'm talking about the mythology behind it, in the sense that like it's one culture versus another culture. One person takes the other person out just because they believe that they were offended by the other person, and they like had that. Like it's the first story in the book. And if I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong. I know that you will, but like,
what book? What book?
Like some people, yeah, I'm not saying like I'm not even saying that's a history. I'm saying that's a human thing. Like that's one of the earliest.
That's what you've been taught. That's what you've been taught in this Western paradigm. But
I thought all those things were supposed to come from Egypt.
No, what you talking about, bro? You like, bro. bro. Listen, bro. You need to really the history of Kemet don't have anything in regards to annihilating a people.
They don't have no story in there where two brothers was fighting each other and one brother killed the other brother.
No. It's not like that. This is not, they're not dealing with human beings. I don't think they were either. Yes, they are. This is they were dealing with literal. They deal with stuff literal. What happened to if you look at Kemet, right? The closest story to one brother fighting another brother is Set and Osar, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this the resurrection, right, of Osar, right? Now, Osar basically he was dethroned. He wasn't dead because if he was dead, he would not have Haru, right? So it's not the same. You can't compare apples and oranges.
I think we have an unfair disadvantage because we don't know all of the stories of Kemet. So
no, it's not an unfair disadvantage. And Linda's, you're messing up. You're messing up because this is the book's purpose. The book purpose is to create challenges, right? And if we look at human history, we can't look at human history just when the Europeans tell us to look at. We got to look at the whole human history. Japan had the at the time of Japan, when Japan was at its top, they invented gunpowder. They could have used it and destroy people. And what they did instead was create rockets and celebrations and stuff like that. They could have used it. Guess who used it? When they went to Japan, guess who switched it and made projectile weapons? The Europeans, when Marco Polo went over there. Remember that? And so there's you see evidence throughout. And I'm not going to tell a historian.
Hitler and the Jews.
Yes, I'm not going to tell a historian. Yeah. When I'm told that you can't see that in human history, then to me it's like then you don't know history, because there's countless of examples. There's people who have massive power and didn't annihilate other people. You know, gunpowder was a nuclear weapon at that time.
Yeah, that's what they used to dominate the world. You know.
Yeah.
That very same.
The Zulus were calling them cower sticks. Be like, yo, they're not man to man. They don't want to fight with us man to man. And still was able to push them back to create treaties and all.
A lot of times too, our focus in terms of inventions and that sort of thing was not based upon destruction, right? So I think also the purpose for which we did things was a whole lot different from the purpose of the European. The European always had that because they always wanted to dominate. They always had that power that they had to fulfill. So a lot of, even when they came in contact with other cultures and civilizations, they didn't even look upon, I think it talks about this in here too, when they were going to visit and a place, and people would be so accepting of them and bring them in and into their culture. And what do? Right? They went in there to overtake, to suppress, to dominate. And so their whole idea of even interacting with others was not one of caring or liking or learning or even learning from. It always was to take. So I think if you go with the whole idea that you want to take and you want to control and you want to dominate, right? The purpose for what you do, how you do things, you have no care for the people. You know, so it's nothing to you to wipe them out. Even when you looked at the whole idea of slavery, and you look at how slavery was in different places, there was always slavery. A whole lot of other peoples had slavery, but the brutality and what they had contributed to that whole idea of what being a slave was totally different from other people who had enslaved others.
Yeah, it wasn't chattel slavery.
No, you know. It was very abusive, and they looked upon you more as an animal. You were not another human being, right? So even the way they looked at you could allow them to commit atrocities that we think about. Even today in war, when they go to war, look at the Vietnam War. If you go through and you study the different wars and the actions of people that were European, their actions was never ever, there's nothing called humanity with them, right? So they could do things like this. They can just act like that. We would have to think twice, 3 times, 4 times. We would have to think like them to act like them.
And actually,
that's what they were creating.
I'm thinking of the war and the Afghanistan war, where a lot of the soldiers came back and they just kept saying, we don't even know why we went there. We didn't even know why we were there. This was not a fair, well, it wasn't fair. But they were questioning why they were even sent there, because they were killing people that were not soldiers. So that was
well, let's use the book, right? For example, there's a like in African culture, there was no separation of spirituality. So all that took place. We weren't compartmentalizing our minds into different things. We were looking at the whole picture, right? So if you personally took an action, you look at the whole picture, you move based on that. Here in the West, you compartmentalize, and and there's massive effects. For example, a lot of these cats, when they go to war and they do several tours, how it's almost difficult for them to easily come into back to society. You can't train a person to be a killer and then come back and be civilized in the, and there's trauma with that. And it's because they haven't looked at the whole picture. And so they separate things, right? So they separate spirituality. We can look at the chart again. This chart. And this is what they do. The first chart, a thinking being, they take out spiritual being out of it and they call that the knower. This is Plato. And remember, they study this, they vibe with this reality. They take the meaningfulness of what reality is and they call it facts. And then the experience and the phenomena, they take away the interconnectedness of everything that is happening in the world. And they create the object, and then here the European ego plus detachment creates this way of rationalizing destruction and what I will consider uncivil and savage behavior. And so that's this. She's analyzing this through an anthropological lens, and so what she did is she looked at African terminologies that help her explain these things, and she saw that in Africa they actually thought about this because you have these terminologies that can actually fit in these things. And so that's where it coming from. I mean, right now, we could deal with the next portion or the next question, because I don't want to this has been overkilled and beaten, and I don't want Robert to feel bad either.
And now the time it's 8:51. So the next question is all about the media and the negative image of others. And how does that affect the consciousness among people of African descent? How does the writer describe the contribution of the media to the negative image of others, and how does that affect the consciousness among African people or people of African descent?
I mean, there's things that are always being said, right? We're always portrayed as emotional. You got love and hip hop. Look at everything that you have these Tyler Perry type movies, which all have the same theme, and in some ways that's what made Bill Cosby a threat, right? Because Bill Cosby was the man in the house. Actually, there were doctors. Both parents were doctors or lawyer. One was a doctor and a lawyer. Successful parents. So Bill Cosby actually became a threat. The show Bill Cosby, and he was one of the ones, who a lot of people looked up in the 90s, looking at that as something, as a positive image. versus a lot of the negative image. And actually, Bill Cosby was battling this stuff too. Even though he himself wasn't personally a good representative, but these are things he was calling comedian up. He didn't like when Eddie Murphy was constantly cussing and saying the N-word. Him and D. Hell Hughley had a beef because he told D. Hell Hughley he need to stop using the N-word. And but people knew, some people claim that, they knew his background. Like, how dare he try to tell me what to do? But there's constantly negative media pushed out there. So when a black person gets shot, right? They tend to immediately put that person past, look for something negative, and quick to release it versus someone who's white. I've seen a guy who got stabbed in the neck, and the cop refused. The white dude stabbed the cop in the neck, and the cop refused to kill him. Maintain his composure and tased him. Where you got a 12-year-old kid with a toy gun in a park playing by himself, and in seconds, I think it was 5 seconds or less, shoots the kid. And then, it's looked at, the constant saying, oh, he's big, bad, I was afraid, I mean, we already know this stuff. Do we really need?
Yeah, that's questions. I mean, that's out there in everything that they project. They always project it as a negative if it's dealing with people of African descent, and that kind of feeds on itself. And what it does too is allow the people who are the victims now to kind of internalize that, and so they end up buying into it as well, and that makes it even worse, right?
Well, these cable news media, right? The cable news media, every time they have people who are finance people, lawyers, and they come in and talk. But when they bring somebody black, it always have to be a rapper or some type of entertainer. They never use like a black scholar or anything like that. Once in a blue moon, they'll use Cornel West. When it comes to politics, they will use that. But when they talk about finance, serious political issues, or something like that, a lot of times they tend to, and I don't know if you guys know this, when there's something happens in the neighborhood, they tend to interview, they pick some of the most craziest, dumbest people to talk in the news to explain what happened. Crazy.
Okay, you want to do the other one?
Okay. Okay, in this chapter, how does Annie describe the characteristics of the non-European? Does this hinder or help where we are now? Well, I think she describes based on the people she quotes, describing the characteristics. And this question was really around page 307, really.
307.
A long list of Europeans are rational, others are irrational. There's a long list.
Yeah, that was
of each.
Oh, you went ahead?
Well, that question was based on the last couple of sections, actually.
Yeah, that section actually is the second half.
Yeah, that's further back. I didn't know that.
That's the second half question.
307? That's the end.
Yeah, that was based on the end.
That ends the whole chapter.
We talked about the media.
Image and value,
Yeah,
definitely.
that last question is about the last couple of sections.
No, the European response and the non-European, that's the next section coming up. We were reading 20 pages.
Oh, we're not finishing the chapter?
No, I don't think we're moving on to the next section.
This is the last two sections of chapter 5.
Yeah.
The last two sections of chapter 5.
7, yeah, 307. That's the ending.
Image and definition.
Image and value definition.
Yeah.
I thought you said you just wanted to read the 20 pages.
20 pages?
That's what we agreed last week.
That was stop us earlier.
I thought it was the whole
I thought we were doing the whole chapter.
No, I wanted to do it the whole chapter, but you guys said, no, let's just do 20 pages.
I thought you said the chapter was 20 pages.
Yeah.
The chapter is more than 20 pages.
I know, but so what did people do? Did you read the whole chapter or did you just read 20 pages?
Well, I read the whole chapter.
Up to 20 pages.
Everybody read the whole chapter?
Did you read the whole chapter?
It was a short chapter.
It was short. It was pretty short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys can answer that question.
And that last one, that last section there, to me, really pulled together everything. It summed up all that was being said in the chapter, especially how the comparisons that were made there.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, exactly what we're talking about, how they saw themselves and how others compared to the whole self-image that they had. Okay. And because of these images, then it led them then to be thinking of themselves as world saviors, conquerors, organizers, peacemakers, and how others became those objects that they could control and manipulate. So to me, that was exactly what all, even when we were talking about the media is the same thing. It was like a tool for them to just reinforce their own self-image and cause us now to accept that their image is what we needed to strive for. Right? And to me, by identifying those two areas, it made it so clear, so plain that these are how we see ourselves a lot of time by theirs. We see ourselves as sometimes we call ourselves lazy or superstitious and uncivilized, backward. How many times have you heard people saying that of their own selves? As if that's their image, and it's not. It's the one that
I've seen people say racist stuff like white nationalistic talking points about themselves.
Yeah. So we internalize their image of us as the others. We're seeing ourselves as the others, and we can never become what their image is, what their image of self are. So we end up in kind of a confusion as to who we really are and what we're striving towards.
So I wanted to read a section on page 306 under image and the second paragraph. The political implications of cultural imperialism become astoundingly clear. Functioning with someone else's definitions is dangerous to the self-image, the self-concept. Europeans are successful in their efforts to economically and politically control others because culturally they are able to force us to assimilate their definition of our inferiority into our own self-image, while at the same time gaining support for their image of themselves as superior. Again, the dialectic. Exactly what you just said, Veronica.
I would like, I would like to tie that also to the part, when she discusses appearance versus reality, what they do is they reshape reality. They create the appearance of something. And so what we do, we're in the Wizard of Oz story. Hey, Robert, you old enough to know about Wizard of Oz, right? Okay. Because some people are nowadays, I don't know. Yeah, is Wizard of Oz, Dorothy and all that. A lot of people don't know about that anymore. But the appearance remember near the end where they'll see this guy that can help them, and a hologram comes and it's like, "Oh, oh, yeah," and, and then the dog Toto goes and he grabs the curtain and pulls the curtain, and that's the reality, right? The guy is actually, and actually is a social commentary, right? This is why these movies were kind of like interesting. And so the guy wanted to create this appearance of master and all that, and he was a broken old man, right? Who was behind the curtain. And so the reality is this broken old man could just simply, regular dude could simply help them. And so the appearance is this hologram, this fake thing. Even we could bring the movie The Matrix. People living in the Matrix versus the people living in the real world. And so what they have done, and that's another social comment. Another one is Night of the Living Dead. There's many social commentaries that deal with this thing. So what that does is we tend to live in their world. They dictate the appearance, how everything looks. I remember when I was young, I used to tell people all the time, you could destroy America and all this stuff if you destroy the image. Because that's what it is. There's actually there's books called American Exceptionalism is another book that talks about how people think versus what really is. Like people be like, oh yeah, we're number one. Oh, then you look at statistics and we're like number one in all the negative stuff. And we're in the bottom of all the positive stuff. And so, there's a contradiction there, right? There's like something is not right, it's not fitting. And so people have analyzed this. And that's what she has done. She analyzed it and was like, give us the origin and allow us to see that, we're like the cause and the effects. She's letting us see the cause and the effect.
Yeah, I think it's like just bringing to light the illusion that what we see is not what it
or delusion. The illusion and delusion.
Made me think actually of a kind of a jumping off point for how I would use something like this at my school, teaching those grade 1 kids. And it definitely is looking at image, right? These self images. This is actually a nice, good, strong foundation, because it does make you examine exactly how you are seeing yourself, and also the definition of how someone, and I wouldn't say first who it was, but give all of these different characteristics here and just see what kind of image do you have of yourself? Where do you fit yourself in all of these? But I saw it as this is a strong jumping off point.
I like that test of the baby dolls that they did back then, and they recently did one, and it's still Black children still view Black babies as bad. Like the only way one viewed that as bad is that is being taught.
It's true.
It doesn't come from what's like. This is what John Henry Clark said: if your God don't look like you, then there's something wrong. Your God should look like you. And things that you worship should look like you. It should, because coming from within you. And so when it's coming from a foreign element, you know, the last statement that Linda's read is very, is like, it nips it in the bud, basically. It becomes destructive. And then you wonder why you can't really, the confusion and the lack of success. Like, what you'd be like, why it's hard? Why no matter what, you may even get all the money and accolades, and there's something still not fulfilling about it.
Yeah,
and
I think
that's because, okay, go ahead.
I think it's the systems that's in place that's making it difficult for, because we have to live within those systems. And so in order to survive and to make it, or just to live, you have to kind of navigate within a system that was set up.
Do we have to?
You know?
That would be my question. Do we have to?
The thing is, I think what she's trying to get people to just open your consciousness to see that this is what it is, and not be, you know, as I said, not buy into the illusion, right?
Don't be mama guy by it.
You're living in it, but
Hold on, what you said, what you said, Linda?
Don't be mama guy. It's a Trinidadian term. Mama guy. It means that don't believe what you're seeing, what they're telling you. Don't be fooled. Mama guy. I have no idea.
Back in the days, they used to, even like in a hip hop culture, they'd be like, don't believe the hype. It's a sequel. You ever heard Public Enemy?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Remember, don't believe the hype.
Yes. Yes.
Don't believe the hype. Don't believe the hype. And then I mean, there's plenty of stuff that we dealt with, and there, you know, even in terms of controlling the music. Remember how conscious music, the hip hop music was, and compared to what we're listening to now.
So now,
you know, some of that music saved us. You know, and people used to rock. You're too young for this one, but people used to rock medallions with the Africans and the circles.
They were a bit big though, Ra. Come
Huh?
on. A little tacky.
No, not those. That's the Flavor Flav clock thing. I'm talking about the medallion, the smaller ones that's like 3-inch diameter.
All right. As long as it's the smaller ones.
Not the clock one where Flavor Flav
big,
used to have cover his whole chest with a big clock.
The big clock, yeah.
No. But what happens was he was pushing against the appearance, right? Creating a shop. People so want to be polished. They want to be. People want to be part of something, and don't realize that the very thing they want to be a part of don't want you. You are a battery. You know, and so
powerful.
Yeah.
So can I ask a question? This was a very wonderful discussion, people. 2 questions. One, did the questions help to get? I think everybody spoke. I know the questions were a bit tricky, but
Linda, simplify the question. I think the questions were. Questioning is great.
I went into chapter 6 and I actually I have 2 questions for chapter 6. Simple. So the questions actually, I did actually do 2 questions. If people are okay, I can throw them out, or people can throw their own questions.
But everybody should have a question. In the document that I constantly send, I say put a question or statement.
Yeah.
One is that's the only way we know you are reading.
Yeah.
It's not fair that I'm reading, everybody else is reading, and whoever is not reading, or we don't know that you're reading. So we need this will create more participation. One is because you have a question, and we could deal with everything that you're thinking and help you explain, help you or just give an opinion, good input.
So it's not just for having a question, but also statements, because it might not be that your question, it's a question, but as you go through, there's a statement you might want to make or something you want to reinforce.
It
helps with the questions because as I looked at your questions, and then I even went back to see and what that area really was trying to say. As I said, that was a really rich, this chapter was so rich, because it wasn't so much like discovering a whole lot of newness, but you know what, you could see the whole book come together. That's not the whole book, the first part of what we did. You could just see it all coming together for this part, for this one chapter kind of thing, you know?
You know what? This chapter I think could have survived by itself as as an essay, but I think it would have not been as fulfilling without having the back 1, 2, and 3, 4, even the introduction, because it actually, that what you did is it. And listen, guys, I don't know if you know, we halfway. I think we passed the halfway mark of the book, and so being able to tie all this together is very important. And you're really doing yourself a disservice if you're not looking back. And going through, always doing this. You know, you gotta vibrate. You gotta repeat.
Yeah, because she, I mean, the stuff that she did in this chapter referenced stuff from the very first chapter. You know, she kind of brought it back, right back to Plato, you know? So, yeah.
And please, people, review Asili. The need for power, right? It's not something that is generated, it's something that is already there. From that need of power, all these other things are happening. And it's interesting because it's just the way it's almost like the Big Bang, right? The Big Bang, there was a point, then everything else came from the world came from this. That's how that whole explanation that she got reminds me. You know? But also there's supportive works, and you know, in the future, hopefully we can read some of those supportive in the future.
So my next question is, are we going to read chapter 6? It's about 20 pages.
Well, listen, we're gonna read chapter 6.
Because then somebody will get confused.
3:11 to 3:31.
And guys, listen. Just for the sake of understanding, your questions don't have to be this overwhelming like Linda's question. Like, I mean, some of that stuff, Linda, you was trying to outdo yourself. I mean, like, come on, Linda.
I did.
That's great.
Keep it simple and concise. This is not a British school.
I like your question.
Took some of the stuff off after I read those questions.
They got the conversation.
This is simplified version.
Robert, what did you say?
What did you say, Robert?
I thought they did the job. Like, we had a whole conversation on.
Think about the positive, not the negative.
All I'm saying is because people, I don't want people intimidated by these how big those questions are.
They were great questions, Linda.
Yeah, they were great. They were great.
I have 2 simpler ones for the next chapter. I'll try and
again, I want to thank Linda's for her questions, because when I sent the email out, I also want, because she did the work. And if you want to respect her, you'll have your questions ready as well. This is on a real. I'm speaking of grown people. I'm speaking of grown people. And you know, we all need to put their input. You know, I'm waiting for the day Giami take over one of these days and bust everybody's brains. I'm waiting for the day Robert comes in and bust our heads open with some stuff, and everybody else.
But I think the questions focus the discussion better as well. That's why I thought, you know, let me just see. And the reason that I did it now like this is because we have got a lot of the background that, as you say, this chapter is more meaningful because we've gone through all the hard work. I'm not saying we're finished with the hard work, but the whole concept of what the book is about, the terminology, the language, the new words.
She romanticizing. Look at her. She romanticizing. Yeah. She went to another book club and saw that the idea of having questions worked. That's what she did. Don't be blind to them, Linda.
Why reinvent the wheel? There's nothing wrong.
Listen, she finally realized that my email had a point to it. She's like, oh, I didn't know that what you had to do. I'm like, yes.
Robert, I think I'm going as well because he was nice and then he turned it around on me. Okay. Chapter 6 next week. Question.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to do chapter 6.
Veronica.
All right. Hold tight.
Bye, Nyame.
Bye, Nami.
And Mrs.
Adios.
All right.
What? I know it's in progress. What's wrong with you? My computer's talking to me.
Yeah, I just started recording. So.
All right, continue. Okay, you ready? Okay, so on this beautiful sunny day that the Creator has given to us, we ask for the guidance and wisdom of the ancestors who went before us and those whose lives were lost in the Middle Passage as we commune weekly in this book club on Yurugu. And particularly, we ask that the ancestors hold and guide us in our study today. As we pour libations, please keep in mind your ancestors whom to you embody the following principles and also who have guided you on your path so far. As we pour libations, the response is Ashe, so be it. We pour libations for all who dared to define, defend, and develop our interests as people. We say Ashe.
Ashe.
We pour libations for our ancestral land. We say Ashe.
Ashe.
We pour for our people then and now. We say
Ashe.
Ashe.
We pour libations for our children and those yet unborn. We say
Ashe.
We pour for Kawaida, Ngozo Saba, and Ma'at. We say
Ashe.
Ashe.
We pour for the systems of views and values which give identity and purpose to our lives. We say
Ashe.
Ashe.
We pour for the new world we struggle to build and for the continuing struggle to reconstruct and reconnect our history and humanity in our own image and words according to our needs. We say
Ashe.
Ashe. We also ask that the ancestors drink heartily and quench your thirst. We say
Ashe.
Monica Sa, it is finished, it is done. Thank
Ashe.
you.
Ashe.
Now,
Right.
chapter 6, I loved it. I don't know how many of you guys loved it, but I loved it. And I thought it was very important. And one of the questions that I wanted to ask was, what does she mean by when she mentions, she created a term called rhetorical ethics?
Mm-hmm.
And how is that?
Mm-hmm.
How she's tying that to the European Asili.
So one of the things I was mentioning to I think I mentioned to Eugene and I think Veronica as well, the word rhetorical, that threw me for a loop. And the reason it threw me was because in my mind, I always thought rhetorical was a statement not requiring an answer. Simply, And then when I looked it up, it actually meant, so correct me if I'm wrong, but it meant like a persuasive statement. So when I read persuasive and I transferred that from rhetorical to persuasive ethic, the reading made more sense to me. So, so I'm going to use that as my in. I might be wrong, but that's how I interpreted it. And some of the things that what was the question again? I just wanted to say that because I don't know,
Rhetorical
I couldn't
ethics.
understand it. Huh?
What does
Rhetorical
it mean?
ethics,
What
like
does
what
it
does
mean?
she mean
And-
by it?
Yeah,
Right. So what it means, I'm gonna.
the ethic itself.
I'm gonna.
Rhetorical ethics and how she's using it.
So how she's using it is to explain things like, you know, there was an example that she gave about doctors. I think that's the right chapter. Doctors, how you think about doctors being altruistic, there for the good of the people. And then on the next sentence, she talks about how the doctor, if they were seen to be looking more to make money, it would be, or they didn't work according to what we believe them to do. They could be sued for malpractice and stuff. So really the doctors may be there for good reason, but the reasons are not always good. Does that make sense? No.
Yes.
Anybody else?
No, it makes sense, but I don't think that's what.
It doesn't answer the question.
It doesn't answer the question.
I think
what
it was more of an example.
Well, Eugene, let's hear your point. Let's hear everybody's point. And
Yeah. I think like rhetorical ethic, what she's trying to say is that, yeah, you present something that sounds good, and it sounds like, you know, ideas that everybody should be striving for. But behind that is only said in a way to get you to believe that this is what we should all be striving for, when really it's being said, it's being really said to persuade you to go for that. It's like they're giving you something to go for, where when they're really not going for that. They're not falling for that, but they want you to fall for it. So it's like they're giving you.
What was Linda saying when she said something?
No,
Just not.
I was agreeing with him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like a persuasion. It's like a persuasion. And I think it's also like what we like a general.
Well, focus on how she's using it, because the reason why I asked this question is because it's all over the chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like just formally like saying how we should act based on what is the persuasion is. Yes, we'll go along with it because it sounds good, but if you really look at it, it's not meant for what is being said or what is being persuaded to be done. You persuade to, like, I think we talked a little bit in the chapter. It was about following Christian to save souls. It's not about that really. The persuasion seems delightful. Yes, my soul is saved, but actually it's like an overtake of a controlling of people.
Yeah. It's what it's used
Sounds
for.
good. You should jump on board.
Pharrell, what about you, Pharrell?
That's a good one. Yeah, so like it reminds me of because I'll be doing the history thing, but Declaration of Independence, all men are created equal and stuff, but on the front it looks like it's good, but on the the people that wrote those obviously was holding other people as slaves, so or denying other people their humanity. I don't know, but so based like I said, so it sounds good, it sounds universal, it sounds but it's but it's I don't know, maybe just it's ambiguous, you know what I'm saying? Like it sounds cool, but my definition
she defines it. She created that term and she defined it and she's using it. So that's why I said how she.
No, I'm not saying that's. I'm saying when the rhetoric is ambiguous in regards to I can say all men are created equal, but my definition of man might be different than your definition of man. I'm saying that type of ambiguity, like it's not contextualized. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I think so.
Veronica?
I would say that I think she was reinforcing the idea that in order for the in order for us to continue to really accept what was being presented to us as the right way, the good way, the way we should live and speak and act and that sort of thing, that was being determined by the that European rhetoric or what they said, what they speak. But they were saying these things not because it was something that they believed, but they said it as if it belonged to them, like as if it was something that they were really pushing out there. They gave you one vision of how things should be that put them really in that light of control so they can continue to have power over others. It wasn't something they ever had to follow. It was like, I just said, that persuading us that this is the good, this is the way that we should be, this is the way to see them actually, because they were saying this is how we are, and they wanted others to see that. However, it wasn't meant for them. They were the total opposite of what they said. And she spoke a lot about the means that they used to get there. Things like that. The Christian ideology was another way that they reinforced it, because they taught Christianity. However, they never followed all the concepts that were related to it. And if they did, it would go against their very nature. They couldn't do all the things that they did to others if they actually believed or actually spoke to us truths. So it's basically it's the lies. She used the word lie, and it was basically the lies.
I think the other word is hypocrisy as well.
Yes.
As it applies to
let me because I like tying things together, right? You know, there's a chapter or a section in the book way in the beginning that talks about appearance and reality. And we're not dealing with the reality when we talk about rhetorical ethics. We're mainly talking about the appearance, how they want us to look at them. And this is important because television also plays a role in this, right? All like the last chapter that we just talked about played a role in this. And so really, these are people who they don't practice what they preach. Just to simplify, just make it simple, concise. They're not practicing what they preach. They're a bunch of hypocrites. And I like the example of all men created equal. We all actually have the same definition of man because we all speak in the English language and there is a dictionary. So there is a standard of definition. Now, whether they look at you as a man or not, that's their cognitive dissonance. But we can't focus on cognitive dissonance. We got to focus on the actual reality. You are a man and they should be looking at you as a man. However, they have these things, and really, because of their asili, they tend to divide stuff like now. So what is a man? Or a man is gotta have property. If he doesn't own property, he doesn't have the right to vote. Stupid stuff like that. There's always a standard that they do not meet. They always have like a double standard. And so in terms of ethics, now we're dealing with morality. And if you can look at when the Native American, now I'm using an example she didn't use, but the Native Americans, when the Spanish came over here, they were like, these people are so spiritual that we can indoctrinate them and imply the Christian name. And if you look, you can in 1433, you can read some of their documents and how they really were like diabolical. They're talking about we gotta lie, we gotta do all these crazy things. And so look at that date in 1433, just before them coming over here and what they wanted to do in terms of spreading their power, right? And so there's many examples of these things. And so now when it comes to ethics, they talk about, oh, you got to be good. Even they do it even now. You got contemporary stuff. Donald Trump broke so many laws and all these things, and he's gotten away with it. Let you do that and see what happens to you, right? And so they had their double standard. They have, and like you said, hypocritical. But the main thing they always political. Your white friends practice politics with you all the time. And we were just talking about this, Sunshine and I, where, for example, let's say they discover that they always think that they're smarter than you until they discover that you are actually smart. And when they know you're smarter than them, they're not going to say you're smarter than me. They're going to equate your intelligence with theirs and not say, oh, you're smarter than me. It's always like some political maneuver, always trying to be ahead of everybody. And they deal with this a lot in everything they do. This is why they don't transfer power to their children. Like in African culture, there was a transfer of power. The king didn't want to be in a throne forever. And so there was like the child was given like responsibilities. And so now what we have done in the Western world, now we don't think 20-year-olds are adults. So there's no accountability anymore. Oh, they're young. They're like 30, 25. Oh, they're young. And those type of things, the more we do these things, it just hurts us. And they are going to always be, they're going to always consider themselves on top. This ties into the last, the image, the hypocrisy of like the hero. Like we have a thing about support the troops. They're defending this country in the United States. Like who's attacking the United States?
Actually, interesting when you say that. I was looking at the very first section in chapter 6, and I read it and I go, that's just an example that she's given there. But when you read it and you hear the hypocrisy in the first 2 paragraphs, Reagan says that charges that his administration had swapped arms for hostages are utterly false. Next line, Reagan removes Vice Admiral John M. Poindexter from the Office of National Security Advisor for his role in the Iranian arms deal that never happened.
So in the United States, for example, is a perfect example. There's a thing between like image versus character.
Yeah.
There's not like they don't have the character they preach they have. Mm-hmm. And so like in African culture, it used to be where a person was judged by their character. Now in Western culture, you alpha male. Mm-hmm. We have this alpha and beta, alpha chicks. I'm like, that's actually the discourse happening in among certain parts of the community.
No, I think what happens as well, like in today, what's used is more for public relations kind of setup.
Yes.
System. So they put
that's all the time, even in the family, Yeah.
So now, it doesn't have to be true, but it has to make sense.
right.
It has to look right, So it's all about how it appears to the masses.
Yeah.
So I was discussing this with Eugene, and I said, even in the modern day COVID pandemic that we're going through, I'm sure everybody's heard these terms: in an abundance of caution, deep dive. People are hearing, this is a buzzword now, deep dive, right? They have trends, buzzwords all the time. Needles in arms, right? They're all terms that everybody uses. Everybody's writing it everywhere because it's the buzzword that you have to have included in your whatever. What does it actually mean? In an abundance of caution. I look and I go, I am not sure that everybody understands what that means. Right? But it sounds great, right? It sounds like you got your finger on the pulse. Needles.
No, but even our perception, or the majority of the people's perception as that being sounding great, what it really demonstrates is our ignorance.
Yeah.
Like there's a word that we use all the time and we don't really know, we're using it incorrectly. We don't even know what's the epistemology, right? And that's nice. The word nice. If you look up like its origin, you're not gonna like the word.
Tell us, Rob. Tell us. Preach.
Yeah,
No. I'm just gonna leave it like that, so y'all could do the word.
I want to hear if we all agree with what that word means. No, give
first words I'm gonna go look up.
Nice.
The thing, words, knowing words, like when we're using words, we got to be very careful because we spellbound, right? We're caught up in the spell of words, and she talks about this, right? She mentions.
Look up the word nice. Give me a minute.
Go ahead. She mentions forked tongue.
You don't have to go in it up.
She mentions the forked tongue, and all that. She mentions this in the book, and it's important.
The meaning of nice is just being agreeable.
A lot of times, no, it's not the meaning, where it comes from. You got to look at
where it comes from.
Etymology. I said epistemology. I misspoke again. I'm always getting misspeaking for some. So listen, I also said last week Japan created gunpowder. No, it's China. I meant to say China. And so if you look it up, see, this thing keep on falling. Hold on one second. I'm gonna have to put the regular screen on this. Give me 1 second. Where did Linda's go?
Coming.
Oh.
She went to look up the word.
Not look it up. She got to look at the etymology.
Mm-hmm.
And so one of the things with rhetorical ethics is that their deception, their lies, everything that they're doing is like, and this is why it's the best, just to sum it up real quick, is very Machiavellian, right?
Yeah.
I hope you guys read the Machiavellian, because that's how the white politician behaved. They even studied, is a recommended read for politicians. And these are the values, this is the value that they cultivate. And so then if you have a value that you're cultivating, that's a culture. Did you look it up, Linda?
I'm looking it up.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's Neshes, something like Neshes or something.
There she goes. That's correct, Sunshine.
Stemming from meaning ignorant, foolish, or silly.
Yes.
Or Neshes.
So be nice.
Yeah.
Be foolish.
And we think it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Be a nice slave.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're giving power to that word is
and the thing is, the problem here is that, see, because we lack spirituality, right? Because really there's no real separation between spirituality and religion. Africans never thought that way. everything was included. Science, spirituality, religion, all that stuff was all one thing. This is how we lived.
Mhm.
They are the ones who create the dichotomy, the separation. So they're separating everything. And so what happens is most people look at the world compartmentalized. They don't look at the whole. When they're looking at one thing, they're not connecting it to everything else.
Mhm.
So basically, if you was a circle, you'd be a degree, and instead of looking at the 360 degree, you're looking at the third 30 degrees only.
Mhm.
And so you don't get the whole pie.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Robert. What was he gonna say?
I was gonna say basically why do you think that is? Uh, I forget. You had said something, and I was gonna ask you why do you think that is, but I forget what you had said. My bad.
What do you want to say your statement that you had? So we can work on that.
I sure can. Let me go to. I got a whole bunch of.
I have my green screen up and it collapsed on me. So if you see a little green, that's because it's still
No, you're
up, but
good.
it collapsed.
You're good, Rob.
Hey, Lindis.
Mm-hmm.
What do nice mean to you?
I know that I try not to use it because it doesn't mean anything, really. It's a very nondescript way of talking about things. That's how I looked at nice before. So I try not to use it. Did I use it today? No, I don't think I did.
Grade 1 students use it a lot.
I know.
I'm just thinking when you said the word, the amount of times that I hear that. And we actually did it with the word good too. Like, don't tell me good again. I don't want to hear that word. Another word. Yeah. Think of another word.
Yeah, but you're speaking their language, and that's the thing, you know. So you kind of have to.
Well, this is
something in there, you know.
Yeah,
And
this is why she chose to analyze Western culture through African lens, and because they have concepts that helps in defining these things. You know, and so even in terms of a lot of the stuff, they tend to like adopt people's traditions and change them and create it in their own way, you know. Like I think she mentioned Christianity about that, like how they altered Christianity, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, Robert, you ready for that?
Yeah, I mean, I can vibe off of your I got that Christianity quote where she talks about I think she says what Nietzsche says about Christianity on 324.
Nietzsche, boy. You know he's a lunatic, right? He went he actually went bonkers. Didn't he not? No, he didn't eat. He was like he didn't need to eat. I think he died. What was the page number?
324 at the top of 324.
Original
I think it says Nietzsche says that it tends to weaken, talking about Christianity, I believe, that it tends to weaken, and he is right, but it weakens other cultures while strengthening European power. And then the quote is, Christianity is called the religion of sympathy. Sympathy stands in antithesis to the tonic passions which elevate the energy of the feeling of life. It operates depressively. One loses force by sympathizing.
But that's his critique of Christianity, and like how Essex, like oh, it makes you weak, he's saying, and you know. That's all.
And
That
I
part.
think that's what she's saying, that yeah, basically that is its effect on us, or people that are living
Well,
under
no, they
the
because they
Italy.
the European culture don't allow you to sympathize, and it makes you weak. So certain people like Nietzsche, Ayn Rand, these are people who come and, like, they'll criticize religion in that sense because they say it makes you weak and all that, and it.
But the quote at the bottom of that paragraph talks about, this is Nietzsche, Rand, and Spengler. Often theorists of the right in the West are more honest in their denial of the professed values of the Christian ethic than are the European liberals in their verbal support. All too often, this is the only distinguishing feature between them.
They're the determinative racists.
Yeah, they're the ones who admit.
They're not the liberals.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any
questions?
Comments?
I do. I have a question.
Sunshine.
Okay. Are we in this section of the radical ethic in operation? Because that's where my question is.
Wherever you want to
go.
go.
I mean,
okay.
Ethic and behavior.
When she when they're referring to Robin Williams' quote and the other quote, can I get some clarity? Like the quote, it starts off with European behavior and values. The following statement is from Robin Williams.
What page?
What page?
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. It's 324, the last paragraph.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so maybe if we just start with like the radical ethic in operation. So it's just that just means how Europeans are using it. I'm looking for clarification.
That's what it comes across to me. Is the persuasive.
You mean no? It's rhetorical ethics. That's what we've been talking about. Not radical.
But no. But in operation, because that's the topic. In operation, are they showing how it's how it affects negatively?
How it's being
used.
They're
using it.
How they're using it. Okay. So in the quote, so I read at the last three lines. The following statement is from Robin Williams, who uses ostensible.
Who's ostensible?
Stance in one uncommitted is that it is objective sociological analysis of contemporary American society. I just was looking for a little bit of clarification there because she compares it further down to another person, and I couldn't get the comparison.
Who's the other person? There's Williams.
Williams and sorry, my finger just hit the thing and I'm on my phone. Oh goodness, 324. Okay. Who else did she compare it to? I think I wrote it down. She compared it to
the page.
I think it was 325. I'm so sorry.
Well, she's saying
Wayne McLeod on page 326.
What she's saying is what they're stating, right? Like, what is their rhetorical ethics? Is that's not really how they behave. It's what everybody else was talking about. They don't behave that way. They don't. That's not their real value. Okay. And this is where you get the hypocrisy part of it too.
Okay.
So, and they give examples of humanitarian mores, which really isn't.
Right.
The humanitarians are supposed to be the saviors, so it always means that they are superior to the people that they're helping. Christianity.
Hey, Linda, can you read the last paragraph on 326 all the way into where finish at 327?
Oh,
where it
are we
says
gonna
white
skip?
supremacy.
Are we gonna skip over philanthropy, because philanthropy is always supposed to be a good thing?
No, I mean, like there's a guy, what's that Indian dude that busts people philanthropists for being like they always have some side motive. That's why I said they're like Machiavellian, right?
And it's funny, you know, I always thought philanthropists were white people. And I never considered myself a philanthropist because I gave money or donated to this cause and that cause. And then one day I run the course, I go, but hang on, I'm a philanthropist, but maybe I shouldn't take that term because it probably has bad connotations. Let me do what you said. Let me just read that last paragraph.
You're not a philanthropist.
No,
you're not a
I agree.
philanthropist.
Okay, so white supremacy, is that where you wanted to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we could talk about the philanthropy thing if you want to, but
I think that's a very interesting topic. But let's do this. We can go back. So white supremacy is characteristic of European culture, not exceptional or aberrant. And Nazism is the manifestation of the extreme possibilities of these tendencies when the control mechanisms of the culture fail. That is when the destructive...
Hold on 1 second. That's what's happening right now. That's why people is afraid of what's going on in America, especially when Donald Trump was talking the way he was. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's true. That is when the destructive tendencies are unleashed among Europeans. Robin Williams, on the other hand, is Robin Williams the actor? Not that Robin Williams.
No.
I was thinking he's very astute if that was him. Anyway, Robin Williams, on the other hand, struggles to demonstrate the logical inconsistency of racial determinism with Western ideals. The strategy is simple. Actually, I bracketed off this as well. By verbally disavowing white nationalism, the practice of white supremacy, European Americans are thereby able to avoid dealing with it. They cannot confront it because intuitively they know what they would never admit. That is an inherent part of their cultural heritage. They are committed to their culture and therefore indirectly to white nationalism. To eradicate white supremacist ideology from the institutionalization of the culture would imply radically changing themselves and what it means to be European. It would imply a different Asili, a different biocultural being.
There you go.
There you go. There you go.
And this is the conflict. And if any white person tries to do that, they going after you. You know. But do anybody really understand that? Do y'all understand what they're talking about? Do anybody have any questions about that statement?
The part about the change, that's just that would just be, that would, I don't know, the part about the change, it would require change. I don't know, it just sounds profound, as in
it is profound.
What would it take? You know what I mean? Like, seriously, what would it take? Would it take genocide? What would it take? I don't know.
No. What she means is, because the genocide already been happening, so that's the Western Asili.
Okay.
What it means is we basically will be welcoming them back to humanity.
Oh,
we like, wow. because it, where it comes from, how it was derived, And if you read other books like Iceman Inheritance, Michael Bradley, the Canadian, he tells you where this comes from, this aggressiveness.
But they wouldn't change, because if they change, it would mean that the Asili as we know it, as she said, would not be there anymore.
Yeah.
And like, but there are people, like, remember when Christianity was first developed, like the Essenes, who had a more African interpretation of spirituality and stuff like that. And the Romans took them out. The Christian Romans, right? Took them out. And so that there are people who have that capacity but to be exercised is to be ostracized. You know, you're
Yeah,
not gonna gain, and they're gonna benefit off of the society being that way. There's a benefit to it too.
Mm-hmm. So it's easy for them to just deny something, and once they deny it, it means they don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with it.
Yeah,
Look
so
at they
yeah.
haven't dealt with hate crimes
Yeah.
with
right.
African Americans in the United
Yeah.
States.
But
That-
where did
But they dealt with it with the Asians immediately, 1 year, one time
but,
they and got it.
but where they use the asili for their own gain is they create a space for them to be right even when they're wrong. Correct?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm just trying to go with the, they will create that space.
They always created basically.
They always create a
Mhm.
space to, which means they are the hypocrite to right any wrong so that they're not wrong.
There's hypocrisy involved.
They
yes.
don't right the wrong. It
Just
smokes
deny
and
it.
mirrors.
They
It
just
smokes
deny it,
and
yeah.
mirrors.
Okay.
That first paragraph was succinct.
But
Yes.
also
They tried it,
also
let them-
understand the asili.
Sort
When
of.
she mentions the asili, all this is happening to maintain power.
Power, yeah.
Mhm.
Because if anybody accused them of no, they will find a way to use the asili to say, but
No, because they have the asili, this is
They-
how they behave.
because they have this asili, they're using it. Okay.
Yes, the silly is
No.
tied to your. I mean, I think it's the same with us. I would assume it's tied to your identity. So, like, it's like if somebody was like, "Oh, your name ain't this ain't more." Like that's a pretty big pill to swallow. Yeah, where you go from there? That's like a whole breakdown, and it's messed up.
It's like the cultural DNA, right? You know, like it's the
Yeah.
you have
I-
this seed that when it germinates, it germinates this way, no matter what, because it's that seed. So for them to change, they have to replace that
Yeah.
with another seed and let that seed grow. They will have to change their whole value system.
That is almost impossible, because if you think about
It
means you have to it has to go into extinction. It has to be extinct in order for it not to exist anymore.
What
Yeah.
happened is they went, part of the problem was the when they first went to the Nile Valley, they could not maintain that level of Matian behavior, like that whole process.
Yeah.
And this is why they had a hard time trying to take that over. They needed to change that way of life. They actually they flipped the whole tree of life, so to speak, upside down, right?
Yeah.
Now what's up and down, they literally turned the planet upside down, because we were looking at the planet like where the European, where they were living at, was in the bottom in the map, and everybody else was on the top. They literally turned that around. That's how far they've gone. And they have gone even further because they wanted to change it. They're proud. I mean, this is why Plato and Pythagoras and all, they had a hard time in the schools.
Yeah,
They had to do many years there because it just wasn't, they weren't just getting it.
Grade 1.
They have taken concepts and bastardized it. This is why people argue that Christianity originated from Kemet, but really they created their own thing. They missed, like, this is why even the Greeks, when they created their cosmology, and they had the Greek gods and all that, they tried to create something similar to Kemet, and they created their own version, and the version they have is like, there's a big difference. And if you read the book from Jacob Carruthers, Intellectual Warfare, he makes a distinction. you know.
I'm looking at page 332, and there's a paragraph
332?
there that I think sort of describes what you're talking about there.
That's my question.
Oh, Eugene has a question. You want to do the question first, or?
Yeah, do
Okay.
the question.
Yeah.
It could be a statement too, Eugene, if you want to
so
make a statement.
this is my little one of the parts that I wanted to go over. What is the European false consciousness, and what effect does it have on the continent?
That's an unfair question because not that many people read the book, the Amos Wilson's book.
So can I read the quote to just refresh people's, because that comes out of that part of the book, right? So
what page is this?
Page 332.
Thank you.
A European acting out of a false consciousness debilitates the objects of European oppression by lessening their ability to see straight or to correctly analyze European behavior based on understanding of the asili of the culture. A European who is deceived about who he is merely succeeds in deceiving non-Europeans. That's where Eugene's question came out of that.
State that again. State that again.
You gotta read the whole thing a second time. You gotta
state that. Go ahead.
Read the whole thing.
A European acting out of a false consciousness debilitates the objects of European oppression by lessening their ability to see straight or to correctly analyze European behavior based on an understanding of the asili of the culture. So what he's saying there, you got to understand the asili of the culture to understand that the European is providing a false.
Yeah. So to understand the European infrastructure, or let me say it like that, because I'm gonna go to the infrastructure. You have to you can't just go by how they paint themselves to be, their appearance. So for instance, NATO really is a way for that. If you understand the European asili, NATO is a institution as a tool for them to maintain power. And they have they expanded it where now you got the Asians involved, like part of NATO. And you know, the G7, remember it used to be 8. They made it 7 because they took the Russians out. So these are the countries that had to vote up or down, and nobody else could vote, because this is where they create, instead of having the whole NATO vote on this, because they will lose. They know this. They create another dichotomy and separate themselves from the very thing that they created, which is NATO. And this whole helping people. Another example, they tell you they're helping people.
That's what they say.
We need to go to Iraq, and he's killing people. The people want to be saved. He got weapons of mass destruction. It's all a lie. Even it was proven that Assad, in Syria, that's another thing that they were trying to do. The stuff in Yemen were part of that genocide happening in Yemen. And so we are like, oh, we ain't doing nothing. And one of the concepts that comes into mind every time we talk about this is American exceptionalism, right? Where the United States says, oh, we're the leaders of the world and we're for justice and all that. They try to a couple of months ago, they try to tell Japan that what they're doing with Hong Kong is wrong. And Japan said, listen, you guys killing your own people. Y'all killing black folks over there. What's wrong with you? You dare come and play that moral card on us when you are doing. So the Chinese understand very well the European asili. The problem is Africans don't.
Yeah.
Now I'm talking about globally.
Yeah.
And this is why she wrote this book. Yeah, I hate this.
So I was going to suggest also that the IMF is probably
There
in
you
the
go.
same category.
That's why she wrote this book.
Right, there you go, easier. Yeah, the IMF would be in the same category as well.
IMF, World Bank.
Yeah.
Even the CDCs, all those things, all that. Because what they're not dealing with, even the scientists. Remember, these people. Remember, she talks about doctors, and we think doctors are there for highly ethical reasons, and really they're there for the money.
Physios are there for the money, but we also have ethical reasons. you gotta some money somewhere.
You're gonna get paid, but really the doctors are the ones that get paid, especially in the United States. Yeah.
So what I like though is Francis Welsing, who has a fantastic quote on page 333. People of color have not understood where white people were coming from day one. Right now, Black people keep assuming that what they feel about other people, white people also feel. And I think that's true, you know, I think that is true. Non-white people all over the world are baffled by how easily white people move into hypocrisy and deceit. We just have not been able to fathom it. If you are operating on one logic system and you encounter somebody who's coming from a completely different logic system, you may not be able to figure it out, especially if they are really fine in their methodology of deceit.
Yeah, they know what to do.
You got to remember that.
That speaks clearly.
Further down on that page.
And what she says, she drives home
Yeah.
the point of dishonesty, hypocrisy, and moral lies are inherent in the functional to the cohesion of European derived culture. That's part of the culture.
Veronica said she had a comment there, which
go ahead, Veronica.
I was just saying that the list that she provides of the characteristics of the rhetorical ethic, I think that's very significant too, because it just pulls it all together there too. Number one, it is a statement that is in no way normative for the European, i.e., it is not a guide for behavior. Two, it is directed towards, i.e., meant to affect people outside of European societies, those who are the intended political victims. Its purpose is to facilitate Western European imperialism by immobilizing nationalistic resistant movements of other people and making European dominance appear to be the result of disinterested and altruistic motivation.
Carry on, Veronica.
It's nothing in the European belief system that supports action on behalf of others. It is observed to describe altruism as a major value or central current in European ideology. Okay, you want me to go on? As William and
No, I mean, this is why it's absurd for us to even think that they're here, they do things to help us. Like, oh, we're trying to help, Africa. Like Obama, oh, we're gonna try to help develop Africa and stuff like that. Like, no, press. But they'll justify it. They'll lie, and there's a smear campaign.
The rhetoric. That's where the rhetoric comes in.
There was a part earlier that she said.
Do y'all understand that for real? Like, y'all really understand that? Do y'all understand the capacity of the people in power to really not to be dishonest?
There was a part earlier. I mean, we passed this area, where she said that I think it was 326, 326. Yeah. She was talking about their behavior. And she said what it reveals, however, is that it is in the nature of the culture that its participants can say one thing and feel another, that words do not indicate commitment, that hypocrisy is a behavioral standard. And I thought that's so relevant, so significant. Okay? And that this kind of verbal denouncing and superficial analysis, in fact, allows for the persistence of those very aspects that has been pronounced as bad. She was referring to Williams, at the very least, naive in belief that verbal condemnation of exploitative and imperialistic behavior implies that American culture emphasizes disinterested concern for others. Okay, she went on to say, again, it is often the avowed European chauvinist who offers more accurate descriptions of European behavior.
That so when we go anywhere, like when we go to Africa, we always take something for the people, the village that we're going to stay in. And I think that's something people do as Black people anyway. It's not because you're looking to gain any, you're not looking to gain any notoriety because you have so much here that you're giving something. That's not how I take it, how I go. I think we do go. Many people do go to Africa because they feel they have more here than they have there. But one thing I have learned is that we all have what we have. I don't ever see myself taking something to look as the person who is just so loaded in Canada that I can afford to do this. And in fact, when I go, I always get the community to contribute, and I will always explain to them what we're doing and why. And when we go, they may see us that way, and I'm sure they do, but it's not the way that's not in my mind why I go and why I do what I do. From a volunteer, community, philanthropic, with inverted commas, perspective, right? But I think we do have that attitude that we think we have more than somebody else and that we give. But, I think it depends on where you're coming from. I don't see it that way, but I've learned not to see it that way probably, which is probably more to the point. But I think initially you do see it that way because of the Asili.
But one of the things that she says along with that was that the European Utamorovo, where self-definition depends on the existence of others considered to be inferior, incapable, and unworthy. I think that philanthropic notion is linked into that. Their whole sense of power is just the superiority and looking down on others. But they, again, that's the hypocrisy in there. All those words come back together.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. There's string attached to their philanthropic.
Sorry, I was going to say, this probably explains why my thinking of a philanthropist is a white person who has tons of money. I never ever saw it other than that, and it always and what brought it home to me was I actually went to a workshop that was entitled Philanthropy in the Black Community, because they wanted us to donate like other people, and I went to get an understanding of what that was all about. And I left very disgusted because I had the feeling that they were trying to make Black people become those people. And it really was about corporations, big money people.
Yeah, there's a difference.
It was different.
What they're doing is not philanthropy. We actually do philanthropy for the love of mankind. That's basically what there's a humanitarian thing, right? The philanthropy of corporations is tied politically.
Yeah.
It has strings attached.
Yeah.
This is why I tell some of my friends I don't believe in grants.
Yeah,
because tell me a grant. Tell me the grants that have solved problems. in our community. They haven't. They say it's designed for economic development or whatever they want to say it does, but it never achieves that goal. And eventually the organization then relies so much on that it becomes a government agency, even though it shouldn't be.
That's what
and it's controlled now, and they lose power because they're not really doing their agenda. They're doing just enough to make sure they get the next grant.
And it's also divisive. It's divisive because everybody is keeping that to themselves.
You're fighting also for the money. You're fighting other organizations for the money. So it creates an interesting dichotomy, like a fractorial dichotomy, like break. And so you got all these little organizations fighting for one piece of the pie, when really there should be, if we really wanted to solve something, like, listen, when white folks want to solve things, they put money into it. For example, when they started doing, when they saw that, that little town in, was it West Virginia, that had the town itself have taken like over 5 million oxycodone pills. Like, they were so overly prescribed, people getting addicted with these high narcotics, they started putting money in. They'll put money, we need to not look at them as bad and all that. I mean,
it's become a health crisis.
I mean, these people are even trying to destigmatize pedophiles. They're like, we should not look at pedophile as a negative thing. We need to, not create this negative stigma. I'm like, wow. I'm looking at this like, it's in TED Talk, and there's groups in Germany, they're trying to normalize, they're trying to say that men are naturally pedophiles. Yes, bro. And there's groups in Germany that are trying to, and here and everywhere else, trying to normalize having sex with children.
But to be honest, there are some cultures who do marry children. Just saying.
I mean, what is that?
Not Germans, and it's not the people you're talking. It's just culturally, some cultures actually marry 12-year-old, 13-year-old girls. I'm not sure about the boys, and they're not called pedophiles though. They're called arranged marriages.
Huh?
It's a fact. I am not judging one way or the other. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's a perspective.
It happens.
Yeah, I mean, and so what? You said what you said.
No, I'm just saying.
For what reason? What was the reason?
I'm just. It's a fact. It's out there.
No, it's
that's the devil. Hold on.
Why did that come?
Hold on. That is the devil advocate argument. State the reason.
It's a fact. It's a fact. There are some cultures that marry children young.
Okay,
and I'm not in that culture.
And state the reason why you're mentioning it.
Because
what Lynn did.
That came out of the argument that the Germans are now trying to normalize.
I know.
Pedophilia.
Not just Germans.
I'm
not agreeing. I am just saying.
There's groups. Linda, what you're doing is talking and not stating the reason for it. So I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm not going to say a reason. I'm just saying a fact. I'm just saying a fact.
But why are you saying it?
Something new.
Maybe there's a perspective. Although it's wrong, but maybe it's
no. Listen. I stated
one has anything to do with the other.
Yeah,
I don't think one has anything at all.
It doesn't. That's Linda's doing the devil advocate thing again. She always do that. Take it out of the subject matter.
Yeah, that it doesn't relate. If you think about it, two things.
It is different.
One has no relation to the other at all.
One is like a fourth.
In that culture, it's okay. I'm just saying, in that culture, that's what they do.
I heard that basically like, okay, we look at the Germans as they're wrong. I mean,
not
like,
just German. I didn't mention just German.
Let him
wrong
finish.
or whatever.
Let him finish.
I'm just saying, like, basically, like cultural definition about what are wrong, right or wrong, are just different depending on whoever you are.
I am saying, I did not only mention the Germans.
Like, both of those things are taboo to us, but in their respective cultures, those are apparently they're not taboo. So
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what's being stated. Thank you, Robert. That's what's being stated. That's what's being stated. That this is their culture, but it ain't ours. It's taboo for us. Yes, that's what's being stated. What Lindis is doing, playing devil advocate and not explaining why she's saying the way she. It really it takes away. It can add to the discussion. You're stating it for a reason.
I didn't actually have the words to say. Thank you, Robert, for saying that. But I said it as a fact. I wasn't really thinking any further than that. So
yeah, listen.
That's okay.
What Robert did is totally different than what you did.
That's okay.
What Robert did.
I accept it because thank you. You clarified, Robert.
No. Listen, Lindis. You said it for a reason. Why you are afraid to state the reason? It add to the discussion.
I just said I didn't have the lead on from what I said. I said it because there are two different cultures.
Sometimes I will be thinking that
Robert gave us the answer.
You say, hold on, listen, Linda. You be saying things. You say things and you try to create an excuse not to say it. And so you want us to accept what Robert said. You haven't said anything yet.
Thank you. I said
why?
Robert. I said that because he explained it. I don't know why we're going on and on about this. Robert explained it. I wasn't thinking that far ahead.
Robert did not explain it. Robert explained his
I did it. That's
understanding.
what my intention was to, I don't know, just voice my understanding.
You need to take this out. Ra, can you take this conversation out of the recording, please? I don't want this in the recording. I'm saying it with everybody here. I don't want this discussion in the recording. Because it really isn't something that I was going to try, and I wasn't trying to be devil's advocate. I was just stating a fact, simple fact. It may have more
for what?
For what? That's fine. We got to the point. Well, you explain
why. What's the meaning behind the fact? Hold on, listen. Let's go back to this chart, right? Because we're gonna explain what you just did.
Take this out of the recording, though. Even if you're gonna explain it, I don't want this recorded.
No, this part right here.
Well, we're so far out of context. This is like some real, European silly stuff right now. Like we're arguing over an idea, like the actual context in which it happened. Like the point was brought up and we solved it. Like that's what happened.
Yeah.
Like if we want to put it in within context.
Listen. You see those things?
What things?
Where it says fact.
Yeah. Are you showing something, Rob? Because my screen. Oh, yeah. Okay, there it is. Yep.
So I'm trying to stay in context of this.
Yes.
The whole book.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, like Miss Linda, she said the fact whatever, and then I contribute the context. Okay, let's see it now because we did it together. It's like teamwork. Captain Planet, like you need all five hands.
It's not teamwork.
Reality minus meaningfulness equals fact.
Can I also? That's so what everybody's gonna. So remember, we're all going through the Asili ourselves, but I'm gonna go back to that now. We're all working through it. So
we're not working through it. We're not working through it.
Like I think I like I don't know. It kind of be bugging me in regards to when we talk about like this. They do this, but like we ain't know nothing other than the Sicily. So we all. Like Like, I feel like this is silly. Like, this is how all of us, this is how all of us grew up. But it's like, it's kind of like the thing that curse you is the thing that bless you, in the sense that,
No,
like,
we're
it's
being
because of our
influenced.
skin color. Yo, let me just get it. Because of our skin color, this is silly would just, like, within the context of the society we're in, it just don't work for us. And so we gotta sit back and really ask the question, why don't this work? And so we gotta, like, we the only one that's really put in that situation where we have to ask these questions. But if you was to, but like, we still operating out of this same seal. Like, this whole book is about how we think. It's not just dumb. It's like how we think. We don't have the book that talks about what we're supposed to be doing. And because if we had that book, we wouldn't need this book no more. We'd be looking at them like, that's how they do their stuff. This is like, it's we, yeah. And not to mention, to keep it a stack, like, I'm reading Chancellor Williams' book. The stuff that she be talking about in here, like, you can see there's African societies that operate the same way. So it's just a human thing.
Chancellor Williams' book is dealing with the influence of the Abrahamic traditions in Africa.
Nah, I'm like, you can go, but because he overemphasizes the point, he talks specifically about a kingdom within the Congo, and because he wants to make the point that white people just didn't come in and destroy everything. That no, like, black people without no type of white interference brought about their own destruction in ways. Because it's a human thing. Like when I'm reading this thing, if you were to like, it's like the difference between if you was to get a kid and tell a kid what the word is versus to get a kid and then have a kid explain what he understands the world to be. You get what I'm saying? Like, this is somebody telling you this is how the world is. But because you got it at such a young age, that's all you understand, and that's how you operate. So all this hypocrisy and stuff, like, I don't know if anybody's like really had to think about why I do what I do. Like, it's messed up in regards to, like, you really got to do some self-reflection. Now, in my opinion, you got some African societies that were structured, and some secret society stuff that were structured to kind of give people their voice, or to understand their voice in a better manner. But like, we don't live in that type of society, in the sense that we are all indoctrinated, and none of us have, well, I say so myself, y'all might have been, but I haven't been initiated into none of those societies that function to be able to express basically your true voice or whatever. So, like, so this is, I don't know, it's cool, man. But anytime we start fighting amongst ourselves, it's like, it's the same thing. It's the silly jump.
Well,
because
this is a discussion, and so when things are being mentioned, it should be understood why it's being mentioned. Now, in terms of the Asili, right? We all don't have this Asili. We've been brought up
right now, and I'm literally working through my shit. Right?
No. See, listen. You first of all, we don't have power in any way, form. The Asili. Let's go back to the chart, because
Ra, when you show the chart, can you share screen, or are you gonna hold it up?
I'm gonna hold it up because I don't.
All right, cool.
After you speak, Veronica is gonna. I think Veronica has something she wanted to say as well. And it's 9 o'clock.
So now, are there people who behave like the Wazunga? Yes.
Yes, Ra, hold it up close. Yep.
The need for power. And who's given that power? I think there's a lot of misunderstanding of what the Asili is, and I've been always trying to keep us focused on what the Asili is and what's the cause of that, right? And she told you how this whole thing developed. And we had nothing to do with it. What we had was we were brought into this stuff, right? And so the problem is that because we don't have this Asili, we have those who really adopt the Asili, they do well in this society. You know how you don't have this Asili? If you're trying to help people, then you don't have this Asili.
Yeah.
I 100% agree with you. I guess I'm talking about more of the sense of the potential to do it. Like not only the potential, but like this Asili is tied to power. Like who I don't think you can say I don't have this Asili but have any power, in the sense that if you did have power, like how do you know you wouldn't be just like them? You know what I'm saying?
Remember, but the
like,
whole book describes, the whole book is giving you a description. It's giving you.
Can we? Veronica's been patiently waiting to say something. Can we?
Go ahead. Sorry, Veronica.
No, it's okay. I'm hearing some of the points that I was thinking about, but I think something we're also kind of forgetting is that this whole Asili, this whole power structure is the driving force behind the whole idea of control. And anytime you come into a position where you are battling with that control, right, you are actually part of that Asili. You're part of it. The Europeans that had that, they dominated it. They created a whole system. We are part of it. We're in it. They've changed how we thought. This whole chapter that we just read, right, is so significant in how even this process we're going through right now, right, how significant that is, because what they say to us, all the rhetoric that they're speaking to us is really something that they don't believe or they don't follow. And what they had done was taken from so many different societies, and then convinced us too that we didn't have it either. They took our spirituality, they took our connection with nature, they took all of that, right, and said that's not something that that should be even important to us. And so right now we are not operating in our natural sense. Once we are part of this world over here, once we're living in North America, once we're living anywhere else outside of that environment that nurtures the essence of who we are going to be like that Asili that's created for us to make us think how we think.
The distinction, though, here is when you try to be a part of it, what you're doing is surrendering your power to them. This is why you don't. This is why it's not even good at all. You're surrendering your power, right? In the power of like self-determination, dictating how your culture is, the maintaining of your culture or whatever it was, you are surrendering your power. Africans and other majority of people define ourselves as inferior objects to the European domination. We are trained to accept the system of global white supremacy as true. This is what you're doing. It ain't that you are like part of this Asili. You are the battery. You're surrendering your power. Y'all have to really try to understand the beginning chapters of this book in the chart, because that's what you're doing. You're surrendering. You are trained to accept the system of global white supremacy as true. You are trained to think that this is how we always were, the human race. The whole concept of even like having black and white was their dichotomy, their mental illness. And we're operating off of that stuff. This is what she really dug in. But it seems like some of this stuff is being misunderstood. And you know, I can understand that. I'm cool with that. And if y'all want to review the previous chapters to really get an understanding of what she's saying and review these charts, we can, because the purpose of this is to try to really understand this.
Wouldn't we get it as we actually go along? Because I think each chapter also pulls in everything else that's been said. So sometimes you might not get it at the first one, but then when you read the second one, you get this moment. That's what she meant when she said this. So to me, it's a progression as well. I think we start to put together more of it as we take steps forward.
Yeah, but we're misunderstanding what the Asili is all the time. Every time we have in a meeting, there's a misunderstanding of the Asili.
Yeah,
and every time Eugene is the one who he breaks it down. He agree. Every time I say it, he then finesse it with his wisdom.
No, I think this is foundational for the book. Like the charts at the front of the book is really foundational. Like you gotta get that whole concept of the Asili, because the Asili is really the is the seed, it's who you are in essence, it's the essence of who you are. And if you don't get that, then the rest of the book doesn't make a lot of sense. You can pull a lot of sense out of it, but I don't think you'll get to what she's really trying to get, the message she's trying to get over.
Yeah, just look at the second chart. If you got the book,
you told me to do this last week. I re-looked at it. I'm not sure what
look at the second chart.
Would I be right to say that basically her writing this book, is this a reflection of the European Asili? Would you agree with that statement?
The book itself?
Yeah, the book itself.
Like the stuff that she's saying, yes, it comes out of the reason why they do what they do is because they have this Asili.
And would she be under this Asili? Would she also be working under that Asili by writing this book?
That's what he's asking, yeah.
Would she be working out of that Asili? No.
Under that Asili by writing this book?
No.
All right, what do you say?
No, I think she is trying to enlighten.
She's doing an anthropological study and explaining this stuff of what's going on. And so the European concept, there's no European concept that truly explains what's happening. So what she did is she went and looked at African concepts, and through that she was able to
frameworks and tools.
It's not the tools, it's not Western. We're not talking about writing a book is a European trait. That's not what we're saying.
We're not talking about writing a book, but to write it in this manner. Like just how if you read any of their books,
she created that. She created that.
Doing the same thing to them.
What are you talking about?
And she broke it down. I'm not saying I'm not saying like it's like a bad book or anything like that. I'm also saying
you're equating apples and oranges.
Using the same tools that she was taught, and I assume the same tools y'all was taught in school, and she's turning it.
The tools don't make the Asili. What you talking about? The studying and methodology.
Are you saying the way we mentioned this at the beginning of the study, that the way the book is written, it's almost like she's writing it in a sort of, the way you'd write your PhD.
Yeah, it's an academic book.
So is that what you're saying? She's writing it in that way. She's using the terminology that she brings up is it's written in a way that it really isn't. It's more for the intellectual and the educators than it is for regular Joe Blow people to read it. I may have just simplified a little bit, but
I'm saying when you read when you read Western European, or most of the people that she's quoting in this book and how they're talking about Africans are primitives, Western Europeans are this or that. I'm saying like she's using that same type of framework, but she's turning it on to Western society.
But I don't understand what you're saying though. Like, do any of y'all really understand what he's saying? Come on, break it down, because I'm not understanding what he's saying. Somebody understands what he's saying? You're gonna have to explain that a little further, brother, because I'm really trying to understand it. What are you saying? Like, are you saying that being academic is part of the Western theory? Like,
there's a certain way in which anybody goes about doing academics, and she did it as if like it's like if the roles were reversed. So instead of these people that she's quoting, so what's that guy's name? We had mentioned him early in the discussion. Like how Robin Williams. How Robin Williams is or man, I wish I had a better one. But basically, like how you're